이어서 그렇듯 뭐 솔로킬 레드 간에 완승하고 지독한 프리징을 통해서 룰루가 할 게 없게 만든 다음 다른 라인에서 이제 소규모 합류 싸움이 이루어졌을 때 결코 지지 않는
자, 지켜보도록 하죠.
격전지입니다. 격전지 스턴트가 뼈 기창
네, 한 번은 넘어가.
역습이 되나 역습이
폭탄에 맞았어요.
폭탄에
맞았고, 와, 죽기 전에 전멸까지 썼어요. 상대 싸움. 자, 빨간 팀이 먹었어요. KT가 먹고 싸움은 좀 되는 거예요.
먼저 물리긴 했었어요. 자 이대가 잘 파고들었고요.
네, 프레이가 한 번 살았고.
자 잘 파고듭니다. KT 잘 파고들었어요 지금.
여기서
추가 킬. 아 근데 다이애나
프로가 멀쩡하긴 하지만 진입하기가
예.
어렵죠. 두명 잡았습니다.
예.
더블캐. 혼자 진입하기는 불안해요. 네, 한 명만 더 잡아줄 수 있으면 너무 얻어맞는데요. 네 명이 때릴 때 쿠로
내면서 KT.
자, 일단 한번 열었죠.
그러나
나그네가 살았어요. 나그네 살았어.
막지하게 오래 살았어요. 기합니다.
사형선고 맞았고.
자 이대가 무섭게 들어가다가 자 11에 에로.
그냥 스코어.
전멸 뺐고요. 자 그리고 와
쫓아갑니다.
자 에로가 데미지가 강하긴 하거든요. 카시도 있고요.
썬데이 뒤에서 왔고요. 썬데이 위치 좋아요.
썬데이 지금 뒤에서 적절히
썬데이가 알아주는 거죠. 알아주고 있죠. 네. 자 여기서 끝나나요?
살아가기
힘들어 보이는데요.
딜러 라인이 마피에요. 딜러 라인이 마피에요.
이거를 버리네요.
스택을 줄 수는 없으니까 그러니까 낚시.
먼저
그냥 한대 열어버리나요?
와 에로가 앞전됐으면서
에로가 블루 들어왔어요.
에로. 와. 이거는 KT가 우승할 때 나오는 에로의 팩이거든요. 더블킥. 이거라도 한번. 네. 미션도 없어요.
예 애매한데요. 신났어요 지금.
일단 생존용 구원. 그리고
야,
프로.
위험합니다. 야 썬데이. 자 스코어.
리는 죽을 수밖에 없죠. 리전사. 이거 막타를 못 넣었어. 가격 데미지가 잘 들어가긴 했는데.
사냥을 하려고 합니다.
가격 데미지가 잘 들어간 건 맞는데 마무리가 해. KT. 제제.
G 같은 경우에는 본인들이 정말 사랑하는 조합 형태죠. 탑, 원딜, 미드만 살아있어도 셋이서도 싹 정리가 가능할 정도로 카이팅에 능하고 정말 뭐 지속전으로 갈수록 강력한 조합입니다.
자, 세주안이 뒤쪽. 먼저 달려듭죠. 고릴라의 떴다.
무조건 잡겠다는 얘기예요.
네.
확실하게 잡겠다.
달기만 하면.
잡았어요.
와, 스타코다.
아직 드래곤 체력이 그냥 싸웁니다 먼저.
쿠로.
자 쿠로가
안 죽으면 안 죽으면 되는 거고요.
그리고 드래곤도 치고 있어요 계속.
드래곤 파란 팀.
드래곤 G가 가져갔어요. G가 가져갔어요. 그리고 전멸로 빠지면 그만이고요. 고릴라 또 죽어도 아쉬움이 그렇게 있진 않고요. 애니의 미드 게임.
이번에
말씀을 드린 거거든요.
잘 들어갔고요.
쿠로를 잡아줬죠.
여기까지.
이런 게 필요했어요.
경로를 다르게 가는 거예요.
계속 때려야 돼. 계속 때려야죠.
이거 만약 만나면 세주안이 궁 있어요. 쟤도 궁 있어요.
동료들 가요. 빨리 끝내야 돼요.
약간 애매했어요. 약간 애매했어요.
썸데.
그래도 G 진짜 무섭게 계속 플레이 잘해주네요.
자, 그렇죠. 자, 일단 한번 고릴라 쪽으로.
고릴라. 자, 쿠로가 쿠로한테 파고들었고요.
쿠로가.
나그네가
잘 돌아왔어요.
좋냐?
쿠로 이거를 쿠로가 이걸
딜이
지가.
안 돼요. 딜이 안 돼요. 와, 이거를 한타. 자, 뒤에
다시 한번 후진이.
이번에는 잘 열었죠.
와,
이번에
잘해줬대요. 이거죠. 이러면
자, 이거 G가
확 끼웁니다.
엄청나게 잃는 게 많이 생겼어요.
언제 물릴지 몰라요.
자,
고모가 앞장서요.
같은데요.
한 번 더.
그리고
세주안이 대박이었죠.
몇 명이서 부른 건가요? 자, 데미지 그래도 데미지.
자, 가시.
더블킬.
다시 실패. 색전사 다음부터 이제 G 쪽에.
진짜 잘 싸우긴 하거든요.
자,
자, 포그모가
약간 낚은 느낌이
빨아들인 거고.
있는데,
네.
자, 자, 밀어냈고요.
밀어냈죠.
그러나 렉사이 먼저 죽었고 프레이가 이거는 확실하게 끝내네요.
네.
지금 상황에서 중요했던 건 카시오페아가 소환사 주문이 없어.
제2의 롤챔스 첫 패배. 야, 케이트 팬들 응원하실 만 나겠습니다.
지를
넥서스
지간의 깃발로 무너뜨리는
여기서 제제.
아무래도 삼성 같은 경우에는 이제 코그모 룰루를 바탕으로 한 이제 뭐 자르반을 미드에 넣고 리신도 넣어서 강력하게 초반 주도권 풀어가면서 나중에는 코그모 룰루로 후반 바라보겠다 이런 굉장히 밸런스가 잡힌 그러면서도 전에 한번 사용해봤던 그런 조합을 섞어놨는데요. 아무래도 라인전 구도에서 미드 자르반 역할이 굉장히 중요하다고 볼 수 있겠고요.
오, 달려드는데요, 이보.
2대2 거는 거죠, 자신감 있게. 자르반 쪽이 순간 폭딜이 워낙 세다 보니까
네.
이거는
네. 자, 체력 빠졌는데
자,
한 방 잡았죠, 선취점. 여러분들 치죠. 자, 땡겼죠. 아이고.
오, 예.
네.
와, 그 판정이
뭔가
그리고 통과했어요. 아까
전멸
자, 이거
없는
위험하죠.
블락이기 때문에
자, 제대로 잡아냈고요.
싸움이
구성장!
끝난 건 아닙니다만
네. 자, 스트레치 오기 전에 한 명 잡았고요. 룰루 잡았어요.
모르고 싶도 포킹의 대가 아니겠습니까?
네.
그러니까 급한 마음에 먼저 때려요.
달려갔죠.
자, 조금 제대로 한번 걷어찼고요. 그리고 블리스 자르반이
위아래가 일단 다르게 싸우고
이거는
있습니다.
CJ가 완벽하게 이기는 싸움 같은데요.
마오카이가 안 죽죠 일단.
네. 에이스요.
전멸 스킬.
자, 물리면 두 명, 세 명 살아가야죠.
마오카이
여차하면 다이브도 하고
잘 묶었어요.
한타도 걸고
메라.
이런 플레이 필요하죠.
네,
수단이도 아까 룰루. 자, 이것까지
자, 여기서 앰비션까지
자,
단단하긴
잡았어요.
하지만 저렇게 반대로 차이면 더블킬. 이런 그림이겠죠 이양이면.
실점으로.
자, 큐베 체력이 별로 없어요.
큐베가
큐베
쭉 끌었어요. 자, 그리고
못 버텼고요 일단.
그러나 마오카이가 또 파고들고
단단하죠 마오카이. 그리고 자르반이 멀었기 때문에
네.
지금이라도
자, 다 먹었죠.
데미지가 세게 센데
네.
혼자서는
네, 고구마가 도와줄 수 없어요.
리신도 옆에 있긴 한데요.
이거는 아까 김동준 해설이 말했던 충분히 뺏을만한
특별히 잘
각인데요.
잡지 못하는데요.
기회입니다. 오히려 기회예요.
이글센. 싼다.
전투기도 오히려 기차 제대로 들어갔어요.
일단 길 잘 들어갔어요.
딜
근데 마무리 딜이
근데 마무리
약간씩
딜이 안 나오나요?
아래쪽에 묶여 있었어요
자,
코그모가.
코코가 조냐?
아 블라디가 묶어놨어요 코그모를.
네.
마무리 딜
예.
저쪽에 넣어줘야 되는 상황이었는데.
메리트가 있는 만큼 페널티도 있어요.
달려드는데요. 물었죠.
세주안이 궁이 연계가
공도 들어가긴
되어갔고
했는데 퓨리가
퓨리가 정말
갇혀서
퓨리가 얼어붙고 자리 바뀌고 난리 났죠. 이러면 무조건 빼야 되고요 일단 삼성은.
이거는 퓨리가 레이스도 안 되겠죠. 블라디 잘 껐다면서요.
예, 기관입니다.
네.
너무 치명적이네요. 삼성도 아직까지는 뭐 한 번만 어떻게 잘 싸우면
예 여기
어?
블라디 전멸이 있습니다 블라디.
네, 자, 블라디를 거의 다 잡았죠.
잡았어요. 전멸 못고
그 시험도 잘 준비해 오셨네요. 그런 게 나오고
그냥
막 싸우죠.
이리시 열었죠.
퓨리 봐야 돼요. 퓨리가 살아야 됩니다 일단.
그리고 먼저 죽었고요.
블리스가 들어갔는데
들어가서 데미지를 넣으려고 합니다만
부족하고요 일단.
코모가 분전을 하는
자, 그리고 퓨리가 사이가 막혀 있고요.
그리고 끝내겠습니다. JJ 이제 두 세트 중에 한 세트만 이기면 포스트전 진출.
코코는 약간 억울할 수도 있지만 게임이 끝났습니다.
네. JJ.
예, 아무래도 삼성 같은 경우는 이제 앞라인 든든히 마오카이 세주안이 세우고 여차하면 이니시도 가능하고요. 이제 뒷라인을 코고모 아지르가 또 든든히 버티고 있기 때문에 조합 밸런스를 굉장히 잘 맞습니다.
그래서
하지만
자 그래도 애니 왔어요. 일로 와. 이렇게 쏠길이 아니죠. 킬 기록했고요.
추베가 넘어왔다가 억울한 죽음인데요.
네, 위험하죠.
타원 쪽으로 도망갈 수 있나요? 자 고구마가 절대
전쟁도
없어.
약간 슬로우. 플라스톤. 플라스톤 킬.
자 싸움 한번. 아이고. 예. 자 밀어내는데
자,
도
아지르.
그러면서 위쪽
애니가 죽었어요.
에드라이프가 슈퍼 플레이했습니다.
그렇습니다. 그리고 이런 탱라인 싸움에서는 이미 아지르라는 핵심 챔프가 죽었기 때문에 아무것도 못해요.
상대가 진입하는 걸 태클을 넣었을 때 의미가 있는 거지.
예.
그렇죠.
자 뒤에도 막아주고 누르는 계속 때리고 누르는 계속 욕 때려요. 누르는 계속 욕 때려. 그러니까
들어가긴
이기까지.
했는데
네, 메라는 잡긴 했습니다만.
그래도 마오카이가 단단하긴 합니다.
네 마오카이 앞라인간 또
합니다만.
살려주지 않죠.
간단한.
자 퓨리 잡기 어렵네요. 퓨리. 자 슬로우. 아 여기 있네요. 네. 더블킬.
자, 이 캐시아식 마무리.
네, 잡고. 네, MBC 한번 끊어졌습니다.
치명적일 것 같습니다.
네, 또 다시 메라.
예,
여기
이번에
이번에 잡을 수
이브가.
있는데요.
뒤쪽에 있는 퓨리까지는 모르가나 쉴드로 한번 버티긴 했는데 뭐 어쩔 수 없었죠 이거.
자, 걸리면서 퓨리가 요건 좀 여기서 좀 아쉽죠. 한 방. 이거 있죠. 에이스까지.
무너지네요, 삼성.
여기서 밀어내기. 자, 타워 깨고 한 번 더 잡으면 좋고요. 세주언이가 안 넘으면
그냥 앞전면 쓰면서 노리죠. 퓨리 노리죠.
자,
쫓아가면서.
곧 블라디미로 와요. 그 전에 뭔가
퓨리가 빠지니까 세주안이 궁이 들어가도 더 이상 키가들이 안 들어옵니다. 딜러가
딜러가
없어요. 예. CC를 넣어도 딜러가 없습니다. 최대한 싸움 길게 끄면서 확대해주면
타워 쪽으로 타워.
한번 이득 보나 싶었습니다만.
자, 큐베는 살아야죠. 한타. 오, 젓가락.
뒤쪽에 일단 애니가 이니시 퓨리 쪽에 걸어놨고요.
페로가 없죠?
최대한 빠지면서 그래도
아지르 바로
파이팅해야죠.
죽었고요.
퓨리라도
시원하게.
파이팅해야 되는데 상대가 추격을 그칠 생각을 안
큐베
합니다.
전사.
큐베까지. 이것도 뺏기는 힘들 것 같은데요.
내가 모험을. 메라. 메라 하나 주고.
하나 끄는 데서 좀 만족하나요?
상대가 약간 과하게 들어와주는 느낌은 있거든요.
네.
여기서 어떻게 잘 받아치는 그림 한 번만.
자, 여기서 한번 기대해볼까요? 사이언 밑에 받았고요.
와, 근데 무슨 코코 데미지가 지금.
아니 좀
와,
소리야! 제대로 돌려깎인가요?
여기까지
오, 저리가.
가 커트를 해주긴 했는데 여기를
네.
막지는 못할 것 같네요.
자, 이걸 한번 1.4 끝내. 이걸 끝내.
예.
이걸 왜냐면 사강을
끝내나요?
찍겠지.
Today's matchup. Najin EM Fire. Incredible Miracle. SK Telecom T1. Jin Air Green Wings. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Spring.
Hey guys, welcome to Champions Korea. I'm Doet. That's Monte Cristo, and today, the final day of the week. But we have some good matches today. It's going to be Najin EM Fire versus Incredible Miracle, and then the match we've all been waiting for, guys. Jin Air Green Wings versus SK Telecom. It is going to be a pretty awesome day because both of the matches matter tonight. People might say, well, of course Jin Air versus SKT does, but actually Najin versus IM matters too. I mean, we're going to have up and down matches after this season, and so you want to make sure you're as far away from the bottom of the rankings as you can. So even though these guys are out of playoff contention, this match still matters.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, going in, it just makes it a lot easier if you don't have to play the up and down matches. If you are one of these bottom teams, it's a lot easier to fix your problems if you have some time to do so as opposed to constantly preparing for some new opponents. So yeah, but coming in tonight should be interesting, especially like you're saying, SKT versus Jin Air.
Yep, and here are our rankings so far. You can see GE Tigers comfortably at 11-1 up on top, but today SK Telecom and Jin Air. So if Jin Air wins this, they can move into a very comfortable second place because of their point score. They will have a much higher one than SKT actually, but if SKT wins today, in order to be knocked out of second place, they would have to lose both of their next two matches. So if SKT can win today, pretty unlikely that they're going to get bumped out of that number 2 spot.
Right, and of course that's very important. Going into the playoffs, it will be the top 4 teams in semifinals, so 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, of course. And
right.
You want that side advantage from being the higher seed. It does give you a lot of benefits, but Jin Air is certainly still in the running.
Well, if you can beat Jin Air and jump up to second place today, avoid facing GE Tigers in the start of the playoffs, that's a pretty nice benefit, I think.
I would think so as well.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Najin EM Fire versus Incredible Miracle will be our first best of 3, though, of course, both of these teams eliminated already from playoff contention. However, both teams still in danger of having to go to those up and down matches, you know, where a few teams go down and a couple teams from the challenger scene come up. And so you want to stay away from the bottom of the list, of course. And then SK Telecom versus Jin Air. We just went over kind of what the implications will be, but the thing with this match, you and I have been talking about it. We'll talk about it more later, but it is so hard to call.
Yeah, both these teams have been looking really good recently. We haven't seen SK Telecom play on 5.5 yet. It's a patch that I think is going to be very good for them as a team.
They should just call it 5-point Bengi, man. This patch was made for him.
Well, or Tom. I mean, both these guys really have a preference for running tank junglers. Nudu is even more powerful than he was before, and SK Telecom was already having a lot of success with that. SKT also is on a 4-match win streak right now, so they're coming in really hot to this match, and it should be really, really good.
Yeah, very, very true. And while you're at it, while you're thinking about good matches, thinking about good plays, maybe you should go over to ogn.azubu.tv and vote for your favorite plays of the week. They have a nice page with all these plays you can click on and see. And every week, the player that gets the most votes for his play gets 400,000 Korean won, just about $400 US. And at the end of the season, the top play will get 10 million won, which sounds like a number that an evil like mastermind would demand from a government, but it's actually about 10,000 US. So it's not, you know, you can't really retire to a volcanic lair on that, but it's still a good amount of money to give to a programmer.
Yeah, so good stuff. And of course, so after tonight, you can go vote for those, especially considering we're probably likely to have some good plays in our second match tonight. I am excited.
FLICKR versus GBM, man. I'm excited. But forget it. We have to talk about our first match first. Najin EM Fire versus IM, and let's take a look at our teams a bit closer. There is Najin EM Fire. And I do see OQ, but I do not see Peanut. It looks like it's going to be Watch starting off in the jungle for these guys. Peanut, of course, has been their kind of newer, little bit more exciting jungler perhaps, but watch kind of the old standby. It looks like Najin's going to go with him in game 1.
As well as Pure and Tank today, at least in game 1. So,
yes, that's right.
and I will say that I think the only really successful lane swap or role swap that Najin has been between Pure and Kane, who have both really delivered in terms of performance. We've seen OQ synergize very nicely with both, pick up a lot of those lane kills, whereas Tank has been good on champions like Karthus or Xerath, but his Lissandra left a lot to be desired. He's more of a passive laner. Meanwhile, Duke, of course, continues to lead our MVP standing, still having an outstanding season in spite of the failures of his team.
Yep, that's right. And, you know, although he still, you know, they lost with that Gnar game, he still played it pretty well. He's one of the only people that's able to kind of use that Gnar after the nerf, so it's kind of a remote threat. I feel like they should kind of stay away from it. And then we have Watch.
I don't know what to think about Watch. He just doesn't. I think Najin is the scariest when they play with their passive mid laner Tank, and they can focus on the side lanes. Peanut making plays for Duke and OQ, get them fed, and then get ahead. That's how Najin typically wins these games. That's why Karthus is such a good pick for them.
Yeah, now the scary thing, though, and there is Tank. Of course, he did get our second pentakill of the season back when he was named Rain. But the thing is that he played Karthus, of course, in that last game, and it seemed like he's been figured out. Just play heavy engage, just jump on him, eliminate him before he can cause any trouble. So I worry that Tank, what he's shown us so far is a little bit too one-dimensional, you know?
Well, he is a new player, so there's that aspect too. We don't really know exactly fully what he can do yet, but he did start with some promise. And there's OQ. Look at that KDA, pretty high for a team with such a low win rate.
Yeah.
And he performs pretty much every game. Sure, he has some dumb deaths at the end of games from time to time, but he often just kills people in the laning phase. He's very safe in his positioning in team fights. He is a very good rising star AD carry in this scene.
Yeah, that's right. And we talked a little bit earlier about Pure and Zephyr as well. Well, Zephyr's AD carry. Pure and Kane at support. And again, it's one of those roles where you can kind of swap the players out on this team. We see that in other teams like the AD carries on Jin as well. I mean, it's nice to be able to kind of make that distinction, especially because both of these guys work really well with OQ.
Yeah, Pure actually has a higher ward per game average than Kane does, so a little bit more focused on that vision control, and he's been quite solid. So Pure hasn't been seen as much playing time, but that doesn't seem to have been the determining factor in whether Najin wins or loses.
Yep, that's right. On the other side of the arena is a team that is, unfortunately for them, very familiar with losing lately. It is going to be Incredible Miracle, and this is a team that's kind of a tragic story this season because they seem like they kind of had things coming together with Tucson and Wisdom roaming, making lots of plays, but then Wisdom, of course, having to take a break for some wrist problem reasons. They brought in Ares. It's not really worked out, and because they lack a strong jungler right now, that makes Lilac's weak top lane even weaker. This is a team that is very easy to exploit.
Yeah, Lilac was having issues even before the jungler swap, but it has been exacerbated. Plus, Lilac, I feel, he needs to get off these caster top laners and just try and play tanks because he really underperforms when he's expected to be in a more carry role on Lissandra or Rumble or these kind of champions or Aurelia.
Yeah.
Now, we've seen a lot of weird picks from IM in the last few matches. Of course, that top lane, Vladimir, making an appearance. It didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I think for IM, you just want to do everything you can to give Lilac Maokai and just leave it at that, you know?
Well, I think that's exactly what Najin is going to be trying to avoid right here.
If they're smart, yep, they'll know.
His MVP points are for his top lane tank play.
Right.
And yeah, it's just been, it was like one step forward, two steps back for IM so far this season.
Really was. And Ares, of course, a newer player. New to the team as well, came in when Wisdom left the team and just really hasn't been remarkable in any sort of way yet. And the fact that he's not able to quite be there to protect Lilac or really make plays around the map like Wisdom could with Tucson, it's really opened up just an enormous hole that teams can take advantage of against IM.
Yep, and Tucson too, he himself has been playing a lot of these weird supports, Aurelia, Maokai, Kale. They're trying to find something, some way to surprise their opposition, but it just hasn't worked. I mean, IM is coming into this match with a 5-match loss streak.
Yep, that's right. And Frozen, you know, a player that is a talented mid laner, but just hasn't been able to do enough to carry his team. I mean, but what do you do? There's no way a player can carry this team from one position. Everyone else is just having too many issues.
I think that you don't put this guy on Morgana because he does have a lot of carry threats, and if you're going to win, it's probably because Frozen has a big game. So don't put him on some of these more supportive mid laners. I think he's going to be better on Assassins or champions he can make plays with at Cassiopeia as well.
Yep, his Xerath has been really good, but
Really
I
good.
agree. I agree. You need to have a champion where you can get in there, make plays, eliminate their carries. Sunstar as well, you know, he's been relatively safer. His KDA is 3.1. That's not too bad. He hasn't been, I would say, a problem for this team, but he really hasn't been able to carry, you know?
Yeah, it just very average. He hasn't been remarkable. Of course, hasn't picked up any MVP points for his performance. Even Lilac has had some standout games on tanks on Maokai, but Sunstar, he's been doing his job, but there just hasn't been much to work with. Tucson, the player, our first player to bring in that support, Vhagar, earlier this season, has been mixing it up a lot recently, but hasn't really found a lot of success. He just keeps on trying to play more engaged for the team because IM as a team doesn't have a good concept of how to engage unless Tucson does it.
Tucson's face just says, like, what are the meta support champions again? Like, I forgot. I'm just going to pick random things. But, the thing is I do love watching Tucson because it is cool to see all these crazy picks come in. And, at this point, why not? Although, like we said, you want to avoid going to the up and down matches and having that chance to be knocked out of champions completely. Frozen has gone through a lot of different hairstyles this season, but now just opting for something a bit on the short side.
He's going austere now.
That's right. It's all business for Frozen. Buckling down, trying to get this team a win.
Got to spend that time practicing instead of doing his hair, Doa.
That's right. He saves like 10 minutes in the morning by having that haircut now. So, Najin, we'll see what Duke can do. We'll see what the rest of Najin can do. Going into this one, you'd expect it to be a 2-0 for Najin, but you never know. You just never know with champions, do you?
No, you don't. But given IM's performance lately, and I think Najin is looking a little bit better game to game, even though they do constantly swap out their roster in ways that I, for one, would not consider ideal.
Yeah, it's been a bit baffling, that's for sure. Coach is in the booth, and that means it's nearly time to get into picks and bans. And I really wonder what's going to happen in the offseason for Najin. If we're going to see this roster get distilled a little bit more, if when they come back, they're not going to be this huge, 9-player monster where you see all these swaps that may not be ideal. It's been an interesting season, a bit disappointing, but interesting to watch Najin. And here we go. Picks and bans for game number 1, Najin EMFire versus Incredible Miracle. And we'll see if Lilac can get his hands on that Maokai. Cassiopeia not going to be given over to Frozen.
Yeah, of course, that big-time Cassiopeia player. Now, Callista banned out. That is a very priority ban in general, but especially against OQ, who has shown he can completely take over games with that champion.
Yeah.
Picking up 4 or 5 kills in the laning phase alone. It has been pretty damn impressive.
So
and there are a lot of bans here coming in too. Do you want to risk giving Duke Rumble? That's a major threat.
That's true too.
Probably not too worried about Lysandra if you're IM. There's the Maokai. I think that's very smart.
Yep, just don't even give it to them. And the question is, with the patch with patch 5.5 being out, is this maybe something that finally will benefit Watch a little bit? He'll get to utilize those tanky junglers maybe a little bit more. I don't know if it's really what they need, but it might help a bit.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not really sold on Watch. I don't think he has the best instincts about where and when to be places on the map.
That's also a pretty major problem. I'd rather see Peanut, but
if you're going to go with a jungler that can really benefit off of tankiness, I have to say Bengi, because in my opinion, Bengi makes a lot smarter decisions, is better about vision control, generally speaking.
Well, unfortunately, they can't use Bengi in this game,
They
Monty.
can't.
They have to pick between Watch and Peanut.
I'd say give Peanut experience. He's 17 years old.
Seriously, yeah.
Your season is pretty much over at this point. Now, it will be the Sejuani first pick once again.
Yep.
Trend we saw start yesterday here.
Yeah, the Korean team's really wanting to pick that Sejuani up now.
Surprising that IM banned Xerath, considering Frozen's acumen on that champion. And
yeah.
Yes, Tank has played it, and he's played it well, and he's gotten that pentakill, but even so, Frozen, I think, is the greater danger.
by far. I mean, even Gank by Mom says he's the second best Xerath in Korea. GBM being the first best, of course. So hey, if you're second best, I mean, it's impossible to overtake GBM as a Xerath player, but if you can be second best, that's pretty good. So what are the first two picks for I am going to be? You know, I almost want to see them just grab Sion for Lilac. Just give him that big tanky top laner.
I think it's smart to take away the Thresh here for Tucson. That has been one
Absolutely.
of his go-to champions. We haven't seen it unbanned against IM in some time.
They're taking
And
Rumble away
Pure
from Duke
also
is
has
good.
played in 3 of his last 5 matches. And there's the Rumble, actually, for Lilac. I mean, I've
Okay.
been so unimpressed with Lilac on casters this season. Like you said, he had that chance to take the Sion. Sion available, Sion a champion that we've seen banned against Lilac in the past.
Yeah, it was a lot early on, and
I hope Duke plays Sion now because Duke is also a very good Sion player, and it will be the Urgot lock-in actually instead of the Thresh. So
yeah, and which has been interesting because we've seen Urgot used as sort of a counter pick so far, but we haven't seen it picked before the AD carry on the other side went down.
Gnar and Alistar are locked in, so they're trying to
Interesting.
punish the Urgot here by making
Yeah.
it so you don't want to swap anybody in on Najin's composition. And Urgot so far has a 100% win rate in Korea, it must be mentioned.
I've got a feeling that's about to change with this game.
We'll
Things
see.
are
TF,
looking a bit rough.
an interesting pick here for Frozen. Could go with the mid Cho'Gath too for that extra tankiness in the mid side, and I imagine this is going to be a setup for Jarvan eventually.
Yeah, I really feel like TF just wouldn't find a lot of squishy targets with the team that Najin's putting together right now, so the Cho'Gath might be the way to go. But who knows? With IM, that could be a support Cho'Gath and a mid Janna too. It's possible.
It is possible that.
It's scary, but possible.
I think the Cho'Gath here, it's going to be a blind pick in the mid lane, but
Yeah.
was the high sustained due to Cho'Gath's passage. They're going to
Ooh.
lock in Nautilus jungle.
Okay, yeah. So we've seen Nautilus as support, of course, plenty of times in other regions, especially NA, but we have not seen it in Korea in any capacity, and the first game that we will see it is presumably going to be in the jungle.
Yeah, this is interesting. A lot of junglers I know have been complaining about Nautilus's slow clear speed, but we have seen a lot of junglers in solo queue in Korea playing it.
And Sejuani has, I believe, fairly fast clear right now as well, too, right? So
Yeah, relatively.
pretty, well, faster than Nautilus anyway,
yes,
but
yes.
yeah, it's an interesting choice. But IM is just filled with interesting choices. Maybe it's AD Janna. Give yourself that big 80 boost with the shield and just going for those autos.
That's right. That'd be really sick.
Yep.
More attack speed, please. All right,
I've
it
won
could
games
be
with it.
Najin playing the TF again. Now we talked about their Karthus and how they really flourish when they put pressure on
Wow.
side lanes.
Yeah.
And we saw Goong try to play this in Najin's last game, and they lost horribly. So
Yeah.
still, it's going to be an interesting pickup. You have the spell shield as well on Sivir to try and make sure that Urgot can't grab her out. Otherwise, the front line, some pretty unappealing champions for Urgot to take into his own team.
You'd have to preemptively spell shield to get out of the Urgot ult, though, because once it's on, it's
Yep.
on.
Yep.
Can't see it really coming.
Nope.
So this is interesting because if you remember a while ago, a few matches ago, Tank played Lissandra and just really did not seem to know when and where to engage. So putting him on TF right now seems like a pretty bold move. See how well it works out. Looks like it might be a Zed in the mid lane now for IM.
Yeah, Zed counterpick into TF, pretty classic. I guess could go with the Diana for that interruption onto TF during his channel, but
You know,
I think the Zed a little stronger, at least in the laning phase.
Yeah. Maybe could be a mid
Mid
Urgot.
Urgot.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, so mid Urgot will be the order
Yeah.
of business now for IM.
The issue is that Urgot isn't going to have very good wave clear, and so it's going to open up a lot of potential port attempts for TF as he pushes the minion wave in. So that's
very
the big
true.
problem I see. So Frozen's going to have to be really active about hitting those Acid Hunters. If he doesn't hit a bunch of Acid Hunters and poke Tank down to the point where he can't TP anymore, that's going to be really problematic.
Well, I think that's the idea behind Frozen's Urgot pick here. Just get in there, do a lot of damage to TF, prevent the teleports that way if you can.
Well, I'm excited to see our first jungle Nautilus game. Nautilus versus
Yeah.
Sejuani. It's a brave new jungle.
I know, right? 5.5 has really changed a lot of things in a very good way, I think.
Yeah, it's mixed up the meta, that's for sure, but
Yeah.
a lot of hard CC coming in from Najin. I mean, they have hard CC on 4 out of their 5 champions in this composition, as well as just having the speed boost from Sivir. So Najin really looking for that 5v5 with a port into the backline. They have good early game presence on the lanes. Maybe difficult for IM to even survive the laning phase right here. Lilac is going to have to be so careful.
Yep. And so, a battle to try to avoid those up and down matches after the season begins between Najin and IM. A lot on the line for these two teams. Nothing decided, but still, better safe than sorry. Let's get in game 1, see who takes it. And here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Najin versus IM. The fanatical, incredible Miracle fans in the house.
So Doha, I didn't even know that either of these skins existed for
Oh, really?
Nautilus or Sejuani.
Well, that's a brand new Nautilus one. I think the Sejuani one has been out for a while. That's a fan of Frozen there. And that's Frozen himself. Wow. Apparently, Battlecast Urgot is the only skin available for Urgot players in on the Korean tournament realm.
It's very shameful they don't use Giant Enemy Crab God.
I know, man.
The best Urgot skin.
If you're going to play Urgot, you really should use Giant Enemy Crab God. It's true. Well, Ward's going down. Pretty passive start for both sides initially. Yep, that's, I forget the name of that skin exactly. But there's like 2 good armor looking ones and then 2 like kind of sinister armor looking ones.
I see.
Yeah.
You know what I like about League of Legends?
What do you like about League of Legends, Monte
The
Cristo?
gameplay, not the silly skins.
You know what I like about League of Legends? Both. I'm inclusive. You know, we haven't really talked about it at all much yet, but yeah, support Alistar, something we haven't seen in a while.
I think it
Long
makes
while.
sense with what IM is trying to do right here, and we have seen that increasingly large number of tanks. And Incredible Miracle in the late game is going to have some problems dealing damage to Najin with how big this tank line is right here. Of course, Corki going to start falling off in that late game. And
We make Incredible Miracle.
do we?
We can do it together. The crowd trying to read that one. Those are some complicated words, though. Incredible. Well, actually, that's the name of the team. They should know that. No response at all from the crowd with that sign, though. They were like, are we making it?
But they have to wait and see, Doha.
I guess.
Maybe they're just, it's all, the miracle has already been made, and they're
If
just
you-
in shock. They're in astonishment right now.
You have to clap your hands and think real hard. And I'm happy. I'm something. Oh, I didn't see the rest of it. I should have started reading that sooner. Stare deeply into the camera and do strange things with your mouth. No,
Your
please
mouth
don't do that.
Slightly agape
know.
in wonder of the incredible miracle. It's happening, Doha.
The Incredible Miracle's beginning. Can you feel it? There's Tank. Got a pentakill. Decided to change his name to something that didn't relate to the mid lane at all unless you're GE Tigers.
Maybe he's just a Panzer enthusiast.
Maybe you should have played Cho'Gath. Yeah. This isn't World of Tanks, man. Wrong game. Well, maybe we are going into World of Tanks, actually, with this meta.
Pretty sure it is. World
Yeah,
of
I
Tanks
think
now.
I think we are casting World of Tanks at this point, yeah. Once again, I should say. Oh, hooray, it's Gnar. Well, that was very loud.
I really don't understand why they had to revoice Gnar for Korea. That doesn't make any sense. He doesn't even say anything in English.
I don't think he does either, yeah. Huh.
That's one of the least sensical revoiceovers.
Yeah, that is a bit odd. What other champions don't say things?
Rek'Sai?
Yep, that's true.
I'm pretty sure they didn't revoice Rek'Sai, though.
No. No, I don't think they did. I suppose you didn't really need to revoice Lissandra all that much, just a couple lines here and there, but boy, did they go crazy with Lissandra in Korea. They're like, let's just make her sound violently ill every time she does anything.
I'm very curious to see how this works out because Incredible Miracle does have to be very careful about what's going on in this mid lane. You can
There
see
we go.
Tank actually opting for, ooh, what's he going to lock in? He decided not to go boots in this matchup, which means it's going to be harder to dodge those corrosive charges.
Yeah, counting on the flask to be able to keep him sustained in the lane.
I really don't know if this is the best answer to Twisted Fate or not, but Frozen has been really accurate with those skill shots so far.
Yeah, wow, he's chunked Tank out quite nicely. Going to use up the charges on that flask pretty quick. Frozen with biscuits. Urgot doesn't use simple potions, he requires biscuits.
And here we go, maybe coming for a dive right as this wave hits the turret.
Oh man, the teleport coming in for Lilac.
Really good timing from
Classic
Najin.
catch, 4v1. Lilac in a lot of trouble. There's the exhaust. I don't even think they needed it. First blood goes to Okyu. And yep, that's one that people have been catching Lilac with all season long.
Well, I mean, very predictable port right there. We saw
He does it like almost every game.
We saw no sign really of Ares or Tucson there to join with the wave, so there was a pretty predictable wave being set up. You have to be there in time, otherwise you can get punished in that 4v1 dive. Najin finds that opportunity and gives Okyu the first blood, which is something that sometimes can just straight up lose you the game with how good Okyu is.
Yeah, if you're going to give anyone first blood on this team, Okyu is probably not the one you want to do that to with. Four.
How are your prepositions going today, Noah?
Just cycling through, you know. It's inspired by TF, you know. You can cycle through his card. I will cycle through my prepositions. So,
Here we go.
Gank attempt. All right. Sejuani and Alistar coming in, and there's Ares to try to prevent this, and it looks like he will. For now.
Ares just making his presence known in that mid lane. That's going to cause Tucson to be a little bit more aggressive with Okyu down on the bottom side, but good roaming so far by the Alistar.
Well, you can get plenty of nice poke in if you shield yourself on Janna and have that Spell Thief's Edge. That's some serious poke.
So Gnar actually going to get a big wave of experience in the top side. A bit uncontested up there, so Lilac already...
Well, he hasn't started falling behind yet, but...
No, I mean, he had the teleport, so...
Yeah.
And he got... Even though he missed that big wave right there, it's not going to be the end of the world for him. He will be behind at XP thanks to Duke being in that solo lane.
Yeah, Okyu's going to have a pretty easy time farming this too. Already with a nice little CS lead.
TF going back for a quick codex right there and a refill on the pod as well as the boots. So
yeah,
I'm very interested in how this mid lane is going to play out. I'm happy that Najin has decided to start playing TF in addition to their Karthus.
Well,
Just because we know where their strengths are, and Najin seems to understand that as well. So I like what we're seeing.
well, like you said too, Tank is a newer player. We need to see some more variation from his picks, and going for the TF is a pretty big deviation from what we've seen so far. So this will be a good opportunity to show us that he's got a deeper champion pool than he initially looked like he might have.
Yeah, it also shows, it will show how much forethought he has in communication with his team, because it's one thing to play Karthus and just press R in order to help the side lanes. It's another one to really set it up for yourself, make sure you have the wave pressure in order to do it properly.
Yeah.
And actually make that play in the end. And Tank is level 6 right now, and he's got that wave pushed up, so he's holding back right there, making sure that he does have at least an opportunity. Duke, Gnar, not playing too aggressively up in the top lane.
Those first couple TF ports too are pretty vital in terms of setting up a successful mid game. If you don't get anything out of them, it becomes a little bit tough.
Well, yeah, he really is going to need to set up team fights as well by getting into the back line onto Corki. I mean, Rajin has that big threat, but they rely on, I mean, they've got a lot of different ways they could engage, I suppose, but just taking that Corki out of the fight really makes sure that there's nobody on Incredible Miracle that will really be able to deal a lot of damage in the late game in a team fight.
Tank's going to get a little bit poked here by Frozen, but Najin just has so much CC that they can layer effectively too. A lot of really nice AoE if you combine the Sejuani ult and then Alistar comes in and knocks everybody up, and then Nar gets in and throws everybody against the wall.
I really like Najin's composition. I think they did a great job. Incredible Miracle has a lot of crowd control as well, but again, I'm just concerned about them in the late game actually being able to have enough damage to deal with this massive front line that Najin's going to be throwing at them. I think as long as Najin can keep OQ alive, he's going to be the one outputting far more damage than this Corki in the team fight once the autos start rolling in. So, yeah, see how much punch they could put down some of these earlier Dragon fights where they will have the advantage with the Rumble and the Corki in the mid game.
Yep. Well, Watch going for that Stalker's Blade, I believe. And Ares with the Trailblazer, so pretty normal stuff. Although, are you a little bit surprised to see the Stalker's Blade from Watch with all the slows and CCs you already get on Sejuani?
Yeah, I am a bit surprised.
Yeah. It does kind of slow down his clear a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, it's not the biggest deal in the world, and maybe that will actually be the difference in terms of a gank, whereas, Sejuani has enough AoE that she can clear pretty quickly, even without a Trailblazer, so.
It's true. He did go for a fast bombing Cinder as well, so he'll be able to kind of make up for it by having a little bit more just passive AoE.
Yeah, no Sightstone, but Sightstone on Ares very quickly right here. And one thing statistically about Ares since he's been playing, he has been putting down a lot more wards than most other junglers. So he's definitely there in terms of the vision game.
Game coming in. There's a gold card onto Lilac. Nice CC from Watch as well. That is what Najin needs to do. Really, really well done. Layering that CC. Easy kill for Tank.
And that was just a good recall, or a bad recall timing from Frozen right there. Lilac pressed up a little bit far in the lane when Frozen didn't have any presence in mid, so it was basically a free port right there from Tank.
Yeah, pretty much.
And with Watch there to follow up with the Sejuani ult, it was a pretty easy one to execute. So that was a good timing, taken advantage of by Najin, and now they've got a couple different lanes rolling at the moment.
The other side of that as well, too, is, or I should say, what you can add on to that is that because of Frozen kind of being a little bit out of position, it didn't even give IM a chance to respond with a dragon, like we see often done when there's a gank in the top lane.
That's a very good point. So there's nothing they can do as a result of that kill.
Yep.
And you have to be really careful. You need to know that that's what Tank's plan is going to be. So the other lanes have to play safely under the circumstances that Frozen can't be there to try and stop Tank from backing or put pressure on the mid lane.
Yep, and we're seeing what we thought we would see too, which is where Lilac just gets picked on, up in the top lane. There's just really nobody ever around to defend him. I feel bad for Lilac this season because he hasn't had the greatest individual play. He's died a lot 1v1, but when he's not dying 1v1, he's getting mercilessly ganked by the other team.
At a certain point, though, if he's going to die 1v1, that has to be on him.
Well, that part of it certainly is.
So it may mean that people are less likely to help him just because of how unlikely it is that he wins his lane these days. So jungler may decide that it's a better use of his time to try and protect Frozen or Sonstar, somebody who is more capable of carrying the game.
Well, usually is. Frozen managed to push up that mid lane for the moment. Watch is going to get spotted by this ward as he goes through the jungle. So, no big mystery.
Yeah, and what that death did do, though, was allow IM to get some very nice deep wards into the bottom side jungle.
Oh, that's true.
Of Najin. And IM has had good vision over and over and over again throughout the season. One of the things that IM is good at is getting vision down, but they just don't have the players to take advantage of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But they do frequently know exactly where the enemy jungler is, as they do in this circumstance, and they'll be able to take a dragon, most likely as a result.
Yep. Everybody except for Lilac there to try to take that. Now, Duke does have teleport available, whereas Lilac doesn't, but it looks like the dragon's not going to be contested by Najin, so I am just going to grab that one. A little bit more damage onto this top lane turret now via Duke. Wow, Frozen's got a nice little CS lead up in the mid lane as well. I mean, yeah, Tank's been roaming just a little bit, but Frozen's done a good job of kind of pushing him out.
Well, look at the CS lead that we see opening up between Duke and Lilac right
That's
now, too.
insane.
And remember that it was pretty even in the lane swap, but the Gnar Rumble matchup really starts to go in favor of Gnar once Gnar gets that first offensive item, in this case the Hex Drinker, and it's been working really well. Tucson with a bit of a roam right here. They're trying to make a play onto the mid lane tower and trade for the bottom one, and they're probably going to get it.
Yeah, looks like they will unless Najin comes in right now. Gold card not loaded up for Tank. He's going to go ahead and wait for that.
You know, it's a red card, so he can clear, but...
Yeah. That's what he's going to have to go with.
Wow, they actually saved that mid lane turret, so watch coming in just in the nick of the time, and Pure making a move to the mid lane after sieging down that outer turret. And this is, I mean, they're losing in a part of a game. They're going to have a really hard time dealing with their Corki Rumble power spike in the next 5-10 minutes with this kind of deficit already built up for them.
Well, yeah, that power spike is just going to come way too late. It's going to be more of like a power bump.
Especially with Gnar.
Oh, Lilac drops Equalizer, but here comes Tank as well. Gold card onto Rumble, and watch in there to just add a little bit of moral support as Tank picks up his second kill with his second ultimate use. And Najin still rolling very smoothly through this game so far.
Well, they have pink wards in the appropriate locations to make sure that TF can get an uninterrupted port off under these circumstances, and Pure doing a little bit of lane coverage right here, but there's not enough wave clear to actually punish TF for porting, and that's one of the things about this mid Urgot is you just don't have as much wave control as a lot of other mid laners, so you are kind of at the mercy, and that's the thing I was worried about in this matchup is how many opportunities it would open up for Tank to actually port right here, and it's been a couple already.
Well, when you look at the jungler over on IM side, Ares, I mean, yeah, we talked about how their vision has been pretty good, but Ares now picking up that Cinder Hulk a little bit late, but he just hasn't seemed to have been around really when any of the action has been going on.
I mean, he actually did protect Frozen from that gank early on, and it was also his warding and then his presence which got them the dragon. So he's playing around objectives well, and he's at least setting himself up for a counter gank. He should have been at that bottom turret or around it when they did have that 4v1 dive, though. That's a mistake. But otherwise, I think he's been pretty much doing the right thing. You can't turn around a 3v1 in the top lane very easily if Frozen is back at base.
It's pretty tough.
He was also there to put a lot of this damage down on the mid lane.
Wow, Pure getting really poked out.
They're going to get the mid now as a result of it too. So I think Ares has been putting pressure down this game on objectives pretty nicely. But I think that the lack of wave control as well as Lilac pushing out at dangerous times has meant that Najin has found those openings.
It seems that way so far. Duke coming back up with a few more items. And so Najin just kind of taking a little bit of a breather for now. Oh, OQ's not though. 1v1 onto Sanstar. Sanstar doing some damage himself too. Oh, big phosphorus bomb. Can OQ actually dodge enough rockets?
Wow.
There's the flash. There's the summoner heal. Pure comes in and sets it up. And OQ finishes it off. Gets that kill there. Teleport coming down though. Could be in trouble. Lilac drops the equalizer immediately. Gets a nice slow onto OQ, but here comes a Gate of Destiny. TF coming in. Gold card onto Tucson. Right after that all goes off. They force the flash. Frozen on his way out as well too. Turning to poke, and look at that engage from Najin. That is hard engage.
Such a mistake for IM to try and turn that around. There were 2 ports from Najin coming in, both TF and Dukes, compared to just 1 from Lilac, and they had already lost their AD carry. The equalizer doing nowhere near enough damage in order to snipe out OQ in the back line, but starting with that awesome micro we saw from OQ as he was just standing basically on top of Corki's models to make that rocket as difficult as possible to hit, as well as absorbing one with his spell shield, and then forcing 2 summoners to be used by Sanstar just to escape. Really impressive series of plays, but Najin all over this game.
Yeah, this one's looking pretty one-sided so far. A 5,000 gold lead at just 16 minutes into the game, 6-0 for kills.
Tank's been really good this game. He's been finding the right timings. He's been porting into the right locations and coordinating very nicely with his team. And to watch his credit as well, he's been setting up those plays with Tank. The communication seems good in order to start snowballing this top side especially. I mean, Duke is terrifying already.
Yep, 104, plenty of items. Dragon up in about 45 seconds now, and we'll see if Najin can take that one and even up the Dragon count 1-1. Yeah, Watch has always been there.
I really like when Najin plays like this, when they play this style where everybody is about supporting top and bot. and they get Duke a big advantage, and they get OQ a big advantage, and then they're able to play aggressively afterwards. This has been by far their most successful style this season, just like KT's has been those more all-in CC-heavy engage compositions. This is where Najin really shines.
Oh, Duke just actually doing a ton of damage to Lilac under the turret. There's Equalizer going down. Duke goes Mega Narc. Does he get the ult? He does! And there's a 1v1 in the top lane. How many times have we seen Duke do that to Lilac this season? It was not pretty the last time they met.
And other top laners too. I mean, Duke has by far the most solo kills out of anybody in this league.
Yeah, and he has most of those against Lilac too.
True. Fortunately, that is true.
IAM's going to try to go ahead and take this dragon, but no top laner for the moment. No teleport on either side, so Duke's not going to be joining it anytime soon. Najin, though, they got the turret in top, and they're not really too compelled to fight this.
Yeah, you don't have to.
Yeah, looks like they might just for fun here. Ares coming in, there's a Sivir ult, getting a little bit more mobility, trying to zone out. Can they get the dragon? No, they can't. Ares manages to help Asim pick that one up. Sejuani ult comes in, they're going to take down the jungler, and now Najin thinking about chasing, but deciding not to. They got a kill. Dragon doesn't really matter a whole lot. They got the top lane turret, extending that gold lead. Najin's still feeling very comfortable in this game.
Yeah, at this early phase of the game, the fact that they can take a tower instead of the dragon and just extend that gold lead, they're going to be confident with this kind of advantage just to take all remaining dragons anyway once that TP's back up. So I think the pressure here does serve them well. OQ just continues to farm up. I mean, look at Duke already. He's 70 CS in the lead at 19 minutes into this game.
It's terrifying.
That's insane.
You know, Lilac has been on Incredible Miracle for a very long time, but I think it's time to think about some changes in the top lane. Oh, and OQ.
Blue buff for OQ. You know, whatever.
Yeah. A little bit of blue steel there.
He did that blind. He couldn't see in that brush.
Yeah. Well, insult to injury at this point, you know. When it rains, it pours, right?
Well, he's pretty surprised he got that.
Yeah. I'd be pretty happy. Looks like Randuin's getting close to done for Duke. That's going to give him a bit more tankiness, help him out there. So, Corki finally hitting that power spike with his Trinity Force and Sork shoes, but I am already in a position where they're just not going to be sieging anytime soon.
Nope. 7,000 gold deficit. They've only lost 2 towers, and kind of amazingly at this point, considering how deep these waves have been pushed in top and bot.
Well, it's not the greatest siege, I guess, for Najin, but man, they've got a crazy team fight.
Yeah, well, they could just dive, is the thing. They could just absolutely just dive with Alistar Ultimate. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for them, and they haven't gotten the mid lane down just because Tank's been porting into side lanes, so there just hasn't been that much damage coming in.
Well, Najin just kind of camping out by the dragon area right now. Oh, that was close.
So I hope we see Tank go for that Lich Bane next. Already 2 core items completed for him, so he's going to be feeling really good about his situation. Easily able to engage onto the Sonstar in the back line at this point.
Oh yeah. Man, and Ares just, he's been having a hard time for a while now.
Duke's just taking red buffs. Watch there as well.
Yep. Frozen comes in. Looks like they might just have to give that one up. Yep. Not a big problem there. They can always get it back in a team fight later, right? Altusin coming in. Doesn't get the knock up onto Pure. I am able to protect their mid turret for now, though.
If you're IM, you've just the second half of this season.
Oh boy. Tank's like, all right, I want a piece of this too. Flashes though. There's a gold card, and there's another kill for Tank. That's his 3rd onto Lilac this game. Oh boy, he's 5-0-1. Another assist for Duke, and Lilac 0-6-0. It's the agony of the Lilac, man.
At this point, he's just getting picked on, right? There's nothing he can do anymore. He wasn't playing particularly dangerously in that situation even. He was trying to farm right next to his tier 2, but he's so weak.
Yeah.
And he's so far behind. He's 3 levels behind Duke.
It's a 4v5 right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. Lilac has a...
But that's what you do. You know Lilac's weak. You're going to go ahead and target him and make it so he can't do anything at all in these games. Tons of wards set up for Najin, so they have free reign over that bottom side of the map pretty much. We'll see how long it takes Duke to hit that 100 CS difference across the flame horizon, but it's probably going to be pretty soon.
Yeah, he's up to about 80 right now, so not too far off. Flame Horizon is like the event horizon, only with a lot more makeup.
And awkward poses.
Yes, that's true, yeah. Occasional Ezreal cosplay. Because why not? Minute 30 until Dragon. And this is where Najin's like, all right, we're taking this one from here on out, guys. We'll handle the dragons.
There's a new Dragon Slayer in town.
That's right.
We don't need your services anymore, I am.
There's a new Dovahkiin. Oh. And just pushing IM away. Again, just giving themselves more of a chance to take control of the dragon area. Oh, there's a ward. I hate it when you sweep and the ward's like almost dead and you're like, ah, man. Would have been gone. Or when you get 2 hits on it and then it expires and you're like, ah.
Don't get that sweet, sweet gold.
Nope.
Well,
Does
no
happen.
actually Oracle's lenses onto Najin yet. Meanwhile, 2 upgraded red trinkets on IM. So I think Najin a little bit lackadaisical in that regard. They want to close this properly. They have every chance to make picks as long as they can maintain vision control.
Yeah, I mean, now the question is, you know, how cleanly can Najin close this one out? And upgrading your trinkets is probably a good idea if you want to do it smoothly.
Well, we know that Najin doesn't like to close out games very smoothly.
Oh, that's for sure, yeah.
At some point, OQ is going to run into a tower and die.
Like, Najin manages to find a way to make it a 50-minute game most
I like
times.
that.
Oh, Duke. Duke. Another kill. It's so easy. Oh, poor Lilac. Duke's getting knocked up. He's Meganar now, taking some turret hits, though. The revenge comes in, position reverser to secure the kill. And Duke gets a nice ult, but doesn't matter. He'll finally go down.
Yeah,
3-1
but
and
with
5.
4 people topside, it's going to be a dragon, so trade 1 for 1. Get the dragon. Duke doesn't even bother popping his flash right there. He doesn't even care if he dies at this point, as long as they can continue taking objectives, and they're going to move right into this tier 2 turret, take the blue as well. So absolutely, perfectly okay for Duke to die on the top side, even though it was the shutdown gold that they got.
Yep.
Oh, he's 4 CS away from the Flame Horizon. Are you excited, Doa?
I'm so excited. Somewhere, like, Flame is going to have this sort of, like, spider sense. It starts to tingle, you know? Seemed like, what? Somewhere I felt a disturbance in the top lane. As if someone was 100 CS behind and was suddenly silenced.
It hasn't been a
Lilac.
very sudden silencing for Lilac. It has been a repeated
It's long and drawn out, huh?
brutal silencing.
The agony
that
of the
that
Lilac.
continues.
We've reached that point, haven't we?
I mean, and honestly, at this point, depends how these last matches go, but I think Lilac is definitely the front runner for the Long Panda Memorial Trophy at this point.
I really thought Cuvée had it locked down, but
But
Lilac is a challenger.
Yeah, he really has made a case for it in the second half of this season.
It's been a stunning comeback. I'm impressed. Yep. Definitely the front runner for the Long Panda Award this season. It's true. All right, I am looking for picks.
What else can they do?
Well, there's a Void Staff for Lilac, so he's got a little bit more magic penetration. There we go, slow on to Duke. There's some knockups. Duke comes in, waiting for it. Frozen there to help out. It's a 4v1. He is so tanky, man. Meanwhile, the bottom lane not looking too good for IM. Duke trying to get away, can't quite do it. Gate of Destiny comes down as they're going to just blow up Sonstar and take this bottom tier 2.
They're going to do the Baron. Oh my.
Wow, why not? Why not?
I admire IM's balls.
You know, that minion may have gave it away, though.
Oh, it did. Totally.
It's a minion that chased him all the
They're
way
gonna
down.
try and go for inhibitor as a trade, which is a
Najin's
much
like,
better
all right.
trade.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're worried about it really at all. They're like, yeah, sure. We'll take an inhibitor for that.
That's
Baron.
honestly a good call from IM.
Yeah, it's the
Why
best
not?
call they can make right now.
Why not? That's actually a way to stay in this game. OQ is going to run around through a bunch of turrets and push the mid lane with his Ghost Blade in the meantime.
Yep.
See if they can get another tier 2 for it. But with those recalls. So in the end for that, it was Duke in trade for Sonstar, 2 towers and an inhibitor, Duke and a Baron. But over the long haul in this game, that Baron's not going to mean a lot for Najin because they can, or for IM because they can still get engaged on very easily by Najin.
Right.
And so But at least they got something. When you have to play from behind, it's nice to see a team that at least takes some risks. And I think that by getting that Baron, they did about as much as they could, considering this insane deficit they already have.
Yeah. Wow. Watch is international man of mystery now. He's 007 this game. He's become Watch, James Watch.
Did you see the FLICKR trailer that came out today?
I did. It looks good.
I'm really excited.
Yeah. We've had a pretty good run for recent James Bond movies, haven't we?
Quantum of Solace was, but Skyfall and...
I said pretty good. Oh, here we go. And that's a pretty good engage by Najin. Knock up onto Tucson, and that's going to be a blown up. Jana really quickly throws in trouble as well, gets exhausted. And the mid laner coming in with that Gated Destiny. Sansar trying to do damage from the outside. Man, Watch just all over people. That's a double kill for OQ as he just kind of dances his way around that fight. Make it a triple kill, and Duke trying to just go 1v1 against the AD carry. But why not? Why not when you are Meganar, even if you're not Meganar?
Perfect case, you know.
Yep.
For Najin right there. Tank really baited out a lot of those abilities nicely. Held on to his Zhonya's Hourglass for a long time. And Ares has been maxing E this game. You know, that is the cooldown reduction on that E. That is very useful to get early, but it's not dealing enough damage to Tank. And Tank able to kite that one out by
second inhibitor, 28
his
minutes.
Zhonya's and his Summoners, so.
Jeez. Well, those blocks are going to spell pond, I think, if you zoom in.
Ont.
Ont. Punt. LOL.
Well, that's about it for IM this game.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I mean, honestly, in the second half of this season, Samsung has been the better team between these two.
Yeah.
They even won the head-to-head.
Yep. And they did. That was their only win so far this season was against Incredible Miracle. And I think it's also, you know, pretty definitive that that also puts Cuvée ahead of or behind Lilac in the Long Panda Award standings right now.
Maybe they could finish stronger, but...
Maybe, but I doubt it. I mean, the thing is you do have to feel sympathetic for IM because they did have what looked like a good thing going, you know, with Wisdom and Tucson. Things seem to be really coming together.
They beat Janair with that combo.
Yeah, exactly. So it's sad to see, you know, the team kind of lose the synergy that they had spent a lot of time building like this.
Yeah, it's a bummer for sure.
So, you know, IM not a good team right now, but not entirely their fault too, I think. See what happens in the offseason, though. Najin just...
Oh, they're TPing into the base.
Yep, that's right. Tank comes in with the Gate of Destiny. He's just going to push some waves back, allow those super minions to get farther in. And it's just going to be a pretty methodical cleanup. Oh, ult onto Tank. All right, they're going to try to follow that up. Doesn't get knocked up, though. Loads up another card, waiting for it. It's going to be Duke in the base. He has Meganar. Actually, Ares is going to go in onto him. Gets stunned. Najin doesn't care, though. They're going after turrets at this point. Super minions still continuing into the base. There goes the inhibitor. And there's a huge ult from Duke. Oh, man, and a big Sejuani ult as well. And IM just melts. That is what this team does, guys. Ares makes it out. He's like, nope.
That was a 5-man gnarl right there.
That was like a 4 or 5-man Sejuani ult right afterwards.
My.
Brutal beatdown. I hope there weren't any children in the room if you're watching that at home, because they are going to be scarred for life if they saw that team fight.
Wow, really great game from Najin, right? And this is a team that we look at on paper and we're like, wow, these guys should be really, really good.
I know, right?
And they delivered that game. And Tank also just continued to find those opportunities to make plays, to have good TF ults.
Oh, man, and Lilac just, what a, you know, it just goes from bad to worse for these guys.
Yeah, it's a bummer, but I mean, Lilac has been repeatedly targeted as the weaker member of this team, and
rightly so, unfortunately for him.
Oh my, oh jeez, I'm watching this replay again. It was a 5-man ult into a 4-man Sejuani ultimate. Really good team fighting from Najin to set that one up. Flash used by Duke.
Well, that was brutal. A victory for Najin, and we're not done yet, guys. One more game here, so I can't imagine it's going to go to game 3.
Have to be a pretty epic comeback at this point.
I would say so. It'd have to be an epic comeback mentally more than anything for IM. That's a tough one to lose. 30 minutes, 20-2. And 16,000 gold down.
Black
pretty tough
also
loss.
9 out of his team's 20 deaths. 9-1. One of the most unfortunate score lines we've seen this season in a game, actually.
Possibly the worst scoreline we've seen for the minute that we were
Yeah.
into. Yeah, for 30 minutes in, I don't think I've seen anyone with a worse scoreline.
Well, that's what happens. Najim plays to their strengths, and their side lanes go ballistic on you. That's what happens.
Well, I don't have time to translate all that. But if the screen freezes up right now, maybe during the commercial break I can.
A little bit optimistic about the screen freezing right there.
Oh, really? Well, you know, and actually Watch played a pretty good Sejuani. He
did.
actually was where he needed to be, landed really
Yep.
good ults.
Synergized well with the mid lane. I like what
Yeah.
I saw.
5.5. It's a good patch for Watch. When we come back, game number 2. Well, yes, there's a lot to talk about on the green casting side with that game. I think it's pretty one-sided. How about you?
Entirely one-sided.
Yep. Well, when we come back, guys, game 2 between Naja and IM. Don't go anywhere because after that, Junior vs. SKT. We'll be back. And welcome back to Champions Spring. Game 1 MVP is Tank 307 on the Twisted Fate. It's good to see. It's good to see him break out of the style that he had been playing up to now and play a really great Twisted Fate game.
Yeah, and certainly he was able to abuse the fact that it didn't seem IM was communicating very well about when he could port and kind of repeatedly catching out Lilac in the top lane. I mean, Frozen was back right there. You can't be that far forward, but it was a well set up gank. Look at the coordination. Tank and Watch ending up there at exactly the right time.
Chaining that CC just beautifully.
And there's a stun right there, and TF's going to come in one more time. Watch also there again.
Yep.
Hey, what does this remind you of? If you said Najin's sword back in the day, Watch camps top lane while Song TF ports up there to kill everybody for Bach Noon, you would be right. In fact, Watch really hasn't changed his play style much at all, has he?
That's true. Sometimes you just got to wait long enough for the patches to get back to where you can do the same thing again.
And it may not be Song, but it is a different TF player.
Yep, pretty much. And speaking of things that are the same, you know what happened the last time Lilac played Rumble into Duke's Gnar? Well, if you said the exact same thing, you'd be right.
Yeah, a lot of solo kills in that game as well. So I really just hope that Lilac picks Sion. I don't know why you wouldn't pick Sion right here.
Seriously.
He really has been pretty decent on it, and he doesn't have that same weakness on his casters that he does on other Tank champions. Tank really played that well. That whole team fight, saving his flash, holding on to his Zonias.
Yeah, you need to put Lilac on a Tank. You absolutely need to. No more of these casters. No Lissandra, no Rumble. Give him a Tank. First pick the Maokai if you have to.
Yeah, pretty sure Maokai's going to be banned again by Najin.
Do you think the coach for IM is really a Stanford alumni?
No.
I don't think he is either. Pretty sure. His shirt said he was, though. Well, guys, picks and bans for game number 2, Najin versus IM. And that was a, what was it, 28 minutes last game?
31 minutes.
31 minutes.
Even.
Okay, 31 minutes last game. See if Najin can break their record.
All right, Lulu will be the ban. First from Incredible Miracle. Not really sure about that one.
That's an interesting
They didn't ban it last game, and it's not really a champion that Najin has shown a ton of affinity for.
Unless it's something that Tank is really good with that we didn't know about.
It would make
Perhaps.
sense with his play style that he would be a good Lulu player.
I think his shirt just says Stanford Ullman. Let's see
I
when
see.
it zooms out a bit.
All right.
Lissandra banned against Duke. All right.
Well,
Reasonable.
I mean, there was no Lissandra ban last game, so this is a really big difference in IM's pick ban.
Yeah.
While LeBlanc banned out second. So are they going to take out Maokai or Rek'Sai as their final ban, Najin?
Let's see.
Because I am not going to ban Callista too, because that would be a huge pickup for OQ.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to see Sunstar try it. I mean, you have to first pick the Maokai.
Why are they banning Xerath? This is so strange. Yeah, we've seen Tank be good on Xerath, but so has Frozen.
And he just played a great Twisted Fate game, too.
And IM first picked Xerath in their last match against Jinair.
Yeah. These bans really make no sense.
The Lulu is really weird too, because Najin is just not a big Lulu playing team.
All right, Callista is going to be the final ban from Najin, and so pick the Maokai.
Yeah, well, but that gives over the Rek'Sai. What do you want to...
Oh, I mean, you get Sejuani. Pick the
true.
Maokai. It's way too important. Yeah, they're going to first pick it. You
Najin
need
could
Lilac
take
on that.
Najin could take Rek'Sai and Sejuani right now, though, and just play Rek'Sai top.
You know, unfortunately, that's what you deal with when you have Lilac, who needs to be on Maokai, or he's in big trouble.
It is a power pick right now among a variety of teams. It will be
Yeah.
again later tonight as well, as we see Marin, who's been very
Oh, yeah.
successful on Maokai as of late. But even so, a lot to consider right now. Do you take the Rek'Sai? Do you take the Sejuani? Watch really performed last game on Sejuani, and we've seen him not be so great on Rek'Sai in the past. So
Well, I wonder if Duke can play that top Rek'Sai. I think the Sejuani is a
I'd be
good
confident.
choice for Watch.
I'd be confident in Duke playing anything right now. He's been so
That's true.
outstanding.
That is true.
Why not just let him have a crack at it? They're already up 1-0 right now.
We'll see if they decide to go with. Let's see.
Oh,
Oh, okay, Thresh. All right. So Ares will probably be taking that Rek'Sai then. Most likely.
So they gave up actually a lot right here. They're trying to shut down, of course, the power pick in Callista as well as Frozen's champion pool. So apparently, Najin's not too worried about anything else that IM can bring to bear, even that very powerful Rek'Sai pick.
And looks like it might be another Nautilus jungle for Ares, although I wouldn't be surprised at all if they swapped it up and did a support Nautilus this time too.
Yeah,
Rek'Sai would be the better pick.
Tucson, the king of bizarre supports this season.
Yep.
He was a late challenger to the crown after Wraith held it early with his Sejuani and Syndra support picks.
The Syndra support was really good, actually.
Well, out of weird supports, it's the only one to win a game.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, we can't really call FLICKR a weird support. It became very legit, and then it became very nerfed.
All right, so Sivir will be the takeaway. Not going to let OQ have that. So hard engage or Incredible Miracle right now. How risky does Najin want to play this? What is OQ's solution into this Syndra?
Jinx. Jinx Thresh.
I wouldn't play Jinx against
do
a
it.
full engage composition like this. I would go
Put down the traps.
Lucian.
You back away.
Lucian or Corki.
Oh. I saw the Jinx hovered over first. Reading minds. That's what I'm doing right now.
That immobility with Jinx, though, can really be problematic against Maokai, and charging in there with a Sivir ultimate.
Definitely could be. Yep, Lucian is probably the more logical pickup. I suppose it's safer, huh? And yeah, why not give Tank TF again? It worked so well last time.
I don't know about blind picking this TF. You're really going to save your top laner for your last pick. You already know it's Maokai.
A little bit of cockiness coming in from Najin.
Because you're still really vulnerable to assassins, and they hovered over that Zed in the last one. And if Frozen's a good Zed player, he really can abuse that matchup.
Watch them go for Rumble support here.
Could go for Urgot again, but you're going to have the same troubles that you did in the last game in terms of that wave clear and opening up a lot of timings for Tank's TF to make plays on the side lanes. But again, Najin playing to their strengths.
And we've seen Tucson play that support Kayle. He did it last match. It didn't work terribly well. Got blown up very, very fast. But that was against a very hard engage comp.
Well, it's not like Najin has a shortage of engage here either.
Yeah, but it's not quite the, everybody just diving in at you kind of thing. It's a little bit more spread out. I think the Ahri would be a good pickup, though.
Yeah, a little bit more maneuverability. And there's the Leona adding another layer of engage right there.
And Urgot.
Urgot again in the mid lane. I don't know. I really think that this is a tough matchup for Urgot.
Trying to bring Urgot's win rate down to 50%.
Hey, AD Urgot is still at 100%.
That's true. Okay, if we differentiate by lanes, yes, then AD Urgot is 100%, mid Urgot is 0. So what is the top laner going to be for Najin Yemfire? Rumble's still up.
Yeah, they may be a little bit worried about that, though, because then they're going to be really reliant on double Zhonya's Hourglass timings with TF and Rumble in order to be strong in some of these team fights.
What about Sion? Or Gnar? Or Fizz?
Yep, top lane Fizz.
Sure. Why not?
If they really want to abuse Lilac, they certainly can do this and keep on porting top lane with TF. Their game plan really doesn't have to change.
You know, that is true. That Fizz can be pretty abusive, and it looks like that's what Najin's going to try to do.
It's going to be an AD Fizz, Trinity Force into Frozen Heart. Okay, well, they really want to kill Lilac to the degree that Duke is going Ignite Teleport.
Wow.
This is not going to be good for Lilac, I think.
Yeah, I mean, do you have to try to lane swap in this situation?
You could,
Does it even
but
matter?
Eventually they're going to end up in a 1v1. I definitely will want to try and lane swap.
Yeah.
But whether or not they're actually going to succeed, we'll see if there's some fancy level wards at level 1 for Najin.
Well, Fizz is the type of champion as well, too, that can kind of just playful trickster through all the hard engage and then jump right onto Sivir and blow her up as well, too. So it's a bit risky. It's a bit scary.
Yeah, you can also lock down Fizz the instant he lands with Urgot and try and get him into a less advantageous position. So the really scary thing for Najin is not only their early kill pressure, but also the fact that they have a very strong 1-3-1 split push comp. They have a TP on TF to get him in, so they can 1-3-1 really, really effectively with this. They'll have a Lichbane and a Trinity Force more than likely to split and take down towers. So if Najin plays this right, should be OQ, Pure, and Watch in the mid lane, and if they get collapsed on, double TPs right in the back to help out with the fight. Could be pretty spectacular, actually.
It's going to be pretty crazy either way. I am fighting for survival here against Najin. Can they prevent the 2-0? Let's get in the game and find out. And here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. IM versus Najin Fire. The IM fans not giving up yet. The IM fans really are some of the most resilient fans in all of League of Legends.
And look, the proper Sejuani skin is being used, though, at long last.
Oh, really?
Watch is the chosen one.
Which one is that?
The Bear Rider Sejuani skin.
See, he wasn't the chosen one last game, I guess, then.
And mixing it up.
Oh.
He knew he was wrong. That was actually what his coach said to him in between the games.
Oh, really?
He's
It's
like, geez, I mean, your gameplay was good, but don't you know that the Bear Rider Sejuani skin is by far the most superior Sejuani skin available?
Well, you know what I like about League of Legends, Monte Cristo?
Bears Rider Sejuani skins?
The gameplay. I don't waste time with silly skins. I believe I've heard someone say that in the recent past. Well, Najin getting some pretty deep wards in early on. They really want to try to get the 1v1 between Duke and Lilac, of course. And they want to try to prevent any sort of sapling opening, which every Maokai on planet Earth does. Maybe other planets too.
Are there trees on other planets?
The ping's got to be terrible, though.
Well, looks like we are going to see a lane swap initiated by Najin here. They may have been trying to call it, but they're not going to get that advantage, even though they did have a ward right there by the Krugs to see the Leona.
Yep.
We'll have to see how well this Fizz does in this situation.
Yeah, looks like Duke's just going to jungle follow for a little while. Understandable. But yeah, when that Fizz gets in lane with Lilac, things could get a bit bloody.
Yeah, both teams able to freeze in this scenario. So there's not going to be a tremendous advantage. And wow, that's Lilac going with the early port this time, even though the wave is pushing out. And he saw Thresh in the top side.
Yep. He's going to actually mess with Thresh's recall just a little bit. And Lilac this time around is not going to be punished for that early teleport with a big dive or anything like that, which is a little bit surprising. Don't you think that it's something that's so predictable, but they just decide not to punish it?
Well, he didn't push, he didn't TP in as the wave collapsed, so you can't punish it yet. You'd have to wait for a second or start reversing the wave now, and that takes some time to auto down those minions. So also Najin's top and junglers started bottom side, so they weren't really in position in order to do that. So Lilac was unlikely to get dove right there.
Well, it is going to be pretty tough for Duke to get any CS early on, but he will be able to get a little bit of XP anyway. But this will be a bit of an edge.
OQ and Lilac really going at it right away right here. OQ will be behind on levels due to that XP share early on, and Lilac actually did hit level 2 off of the Raptor camp really quickly.
Okay, so watch there. But it doesn't look like he's going to get a chance to try to go in onto Lilac just yet. Just putting down that ward. And now Duke's starting to get a bit of CS as this wave pushes in, and he's got the support from Pure as well.
Yeah, Pure, who has been such a good Thresh player this season so far in the games that we've seen from him. So
yeah, he has.
I'm excited to catch that again. And Duke will actually start to pick up some of that experience in gold right now.
Yeah, you notice Pure actually playing this really smart. We saw Sunstar walk in easily within flay range, but you don't want to mess up the CS for your top laner when you need it so much at this point in the game. So holding off on that. Not very bloodthirsty, but necessary, unfortunately. I understand.
Do you?
I do. I don't have to like it, but I understand.
All right, Tank actually deciding to go for a Doran's Ring this game right after his Flask. The extra sustain and
Yeah, he's getting poked out just like he did in game number 1, but didn't seem to matter once he hit level 6. Here's Ares.
he still does have that wave clear advantage.
Yep.
Especially once Frozen goes back and gets a tier. This won't be doing too much damage at all
Yeah.
for a little bit.
Oh, Duke. Taking the scenic route through the
Fancy moves.
minion wave, yeah. Showing off a bit. You know, Sunstar against Fizz, you'd think there'd be like a sushi chef, Sivir, you know?
A circular knife. That'd be some impressive sushi cutting.
I know, right? I bet she would like to make sushi out of Fizz. He's kind of a fish person.
I think that sounds unethical.
A little bit, yeah.
I mean, he does have a consciousness.
I think I saw a documentary about this once.
Making sushi out of people?
No. That's not it. I meant
really?
ethical fishing and stuff, you know?
Ah,
Yeah.
I see. That's not what you meant.
You
Sure,
took that to,
Doa.
you took that to a really dark place, didn't you?
You implied that it was going to a dark place. I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't say I started it. Yet.
That's your next career choice.
Cannibal? I don't think that pays very well. I don't think it has a good retirement plan either.
Depends on how much you like prison, I guess.
Yeah, seriously. Wow, that really did get dark, didn't it? It's just a mood. It's the mood this match is putting us in, you know? We're watching the soul of IM just be crushed.
Well, it's not getting crushed so far this game. You know,
Not as much in this game.
nothing's really happened yet, even though Tank is level 6 right now.
Yeah. Pings down in the bottom lane from IM. Could go for a move on to Sunstar here, perhaps.
This is a lane swap's been about as standard can be. But whether or not we do see OQ head into the bottom side right now, and he will, actually, alongside TF.
Okay, so Duke's
Now we're
going to
get the
up top.
1v1.
Yeah, nope, a grab onto Tucson, but Pure taking a lot of poke in return for that. Wow, he was way down there by himself, wasn't he?
Well, they thought IM was going to be recalling right there. Instead, they decided to push up. Actually, Najin lost about half a wave right there because Duke couldn't get out in time. And Duke also was running a lot of MR this game, if we take a look at his stats right there, early on. So he definitely wanted to be in the 1v1. It looks to me like Najin tried to call that lane swap, and then IM just mind gamed them into the bottom side. So Najin, I don't think really wanting the early lane swap in that situation. He will be heading into lane with that Sheen, however, and using that TP, but still, Duke lost a lot of XP as a result of them switching Lucian over, and you can see he's actually 2 levels down on Lilac right now.
Wow.
Due to that. So a bit of a sloppy transfer, and that was because they thought Sunstar and Tucson were recalling, but actually Pure in the bottom side went to harass them during that and caused them to walk forward and continue to push out that wave. So their timing wasn't perfect, and that's a lot of the reason why Duke fell behind right there. So just some of those complexities about recall timings and lane swaps, how you can miss out on good chunks of minion waves as a result. And also Duke was duo laning with Pure during that period. So
Yeah, well, Duke has that level 6 now, and he put a ward down in River as well, so now Lilac needs to be pretty careful, because here's where the ganks in top lane are going to start to happen. Let's see what they can do. Lilac playing this one very, very safely, and again, you know, in a much better situation this game on Maokai than on a Rumble or something like that, a more fragile top laner.
yeah, still when this 1-3-1 gets rolling, if Najin does it properly with the TF and with the Fizz, it's going to be really scary for Incredible Miracle because they don't have a lot of good answers to that. And their wave clear in this game is entirely dependent on Sivir. Here we go.
Oh, teleport coming in. Ooh, Tank not quite able to get in on the Sunstar. Sunstar getting back under turret with that ult. Something was a little bit out of sync there.
Yeah, they can still go ahead and make a move on the Dragon as a result of this. However, they have forced them back.
And they will.
It is they abuse the blue transfer. Again, Najin really looking for those timing windows and getting something out of those TF ports at any given moment. Unless something goes really wrong, they're going to get the Dragon and get out.
Tucson made a good try, but Najin able to get that Dragon pretty easily. Meanwhile, Duke getting jumped on by Lilac, having to playful trickster his way out of there. Sanstar very low. OQ, can he get the kill? He can. First blood. And I don't know what happened there. Sanstar just getting way too close, and without that, without the ult to get away, what are you going to do?
Right. Also, you know, that was a very awkward situation. He was on the bottom side alone. Yeah. All the other members of his team were on the top side of Dragon, and he got way too close.
All right, we got to see this here.
Oh, nice culling.
Yeah,
dash forward. There's the heal used, and the heal used by OQ as well right there. So Sanstar just starting out that way too close with an ult disadvantage. Quickly taken out in a 1v1. OQ 92 to 66 CS right here too. So really starting to take it home alongside that first blood. That was it was a good TF play. And again, you see IM, they played back that time. They realized Frozen was getting blue, but it didn't stop the Dragon from being taken. So Najin really on point today, knowing how they have their conditionals set up. Okay, we're to try this. If they try and do blue, we'll see where we can gank. Okay, there's maybe an opportunity on the bottom side. At least we can have Sivir blow or ult, and then go ahead and take a safer Dragon if that doesn't work. And even then, they still get the kill on the Sivir because that ult was blown. So I think that the team coordination from Najin today is much more thoughtful than it usually has been in the past.
Yeah. Seems like things are starting to come together finally a little bit for these guys. And remember,
well, that's a dangerous thing to say. I feel like I said that 10 times this season.
Yeah, I know about them and CJ, but it seems like this is a team that came in as number 2 in the region after the preseason. They fell off really hard in the regular season, and it's too late for them now. But maybe they can come into summer with a little bit more strength if they can keep this up.
Yeah, this team is so confusing, Doa.
Yeah.
Najin is so confusing.
A lot of weird roster moves.
Well, it's not even just that. It's there's that aspect to it, but it's also just in terms of their performance. It's either so spectacular, so disappointing. And usually it's not game to game. It's like match to match.
Yeah. It's very strange. Either way, slight gold lead for Najin. They've got that first blood as well. And we'll see if IM has a way to kind of come back from this at all. Tank has been about 20 CS down to Frozen this entire game, but he's certainly got a chance to go get some kills if he is able to do that with the ult. Otherwise, he'll have a chance to catch up. Not really too far behind.
Yeah. Duke a little bit far away from being able to do anything right here. And Lilac going for the super safe build of 2 Doran's rings into Catalyst. So it's really going to eliminate a lot of the threat, at least in terms of a 1v1 from Duke, because you have all that HP and sustain early on into the game. So it'll force that TF ult to be used on him. It's going to be used at all. But they do need to make some sort of play. They want to slow this Maokai down, because in the late game they may have some issues actually taking him out.
Man, Najin has just pulled back, and both teams, or IM rather, has just pulled back and is playing so much safer this game. Najin not getting really a ton of opportunities like they did in game number 1.
Right. Well, they may try and make a play on the bottom side again. A little bit more difficult, of course. You're dealing with that hard CC from Leona, spell shields, and the Sivir ultimate. Instead, they're going to go after Rek'Sai directly.
Yep.
Good wards, actually. Really good wards based on the Sivir recall.
All right, Ares going back now, and pretty passive point in the game.
Yeah, they're going to take a tower, though. OQ finds this one uncontested.
Wow.
He's got such an advantage on Sanstar.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Sanstar as well, too. Tucson coming in, but there's no follow-up if he tries to go for an ult. Not really much of one, anyway. Whoa, tries to go in. Oh, that was interesting. Tucson going to where he was. Meanwhile, Duke putting some damage onto Lilac. About half health himself, though, so he'll have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah,
Lilac
Duke
is pretty
has
tanky.
Duke has still his ult and ignite up though, so you have to be careful while the Maokai ult is still down. Does have that pretty short cooldown on it, but does give you a bit of a window.
Yep, true enough.
Nice ward deep in the lane as well, just to make sure they keep track of TF's movements even when there's not a minion wave there. It just expired, however.
Yep. Well, they might have to worry about that with the dragon coming up pretty soon.
All right, now, are you going to go?
Operation Get Duke. Duke, oh, he knows what's up, though.
He's backing off immediately.
Yep.
Knows that it's not safe up there. And yeah, absolutely, you need to back off. TF's not there. You don't see Urgot in the mid lane. There's nobody in the bot lane either. That's a prime time for supports to roam up into the top side.
Right. And a good time to get a gank as well, too, right before Dragon comes up. Pretty helpful. About 10 seconds till that happens.
That's just good game sense right there from Duke.
Vision is really
when
good
to-
for Najin right now.
Yeah, when to apply pressure, and
Yeah.
Naj's been repeatedly invading that bottom side jungle just to get the wards in thanks to OQ's pressure, and OQ pushing that wave up. Wow, this is
It's
a bit of
bold.
a dicey position for them.
Well, let's see. OQ's still down at the bottom of the map. IM, if they know that, they can press this advantage for the moment. Now OQ coming back to River again.
Yeah, but they have a big wave that's developing in the bottom side. IM is going to lose that into the turret if they're not careful.
Yep. And the Rift Coward taken out.
Oh,
Oh!
Ares messed up his
Wow.
smite right there.
Yeah, well, they're going to go in onto Pure. Pure in a little bit of trouble, but there comes Sejuani. Watch waiting for an opportunity here. They do get the support on Najin. Meanwhile, Lilac in the back line's a bit low. Tank coming in with the Gate of Destiny. Watch locked up. He may go down. Meanwhile, Tank picks up the kill on the Rex side. Now Najin disengaging. It's 1-2. It's been in favor of IM, and Duke getting jumped on as well. A big fight for IM. 2-3, and can they really can't take the dragon at this point, not with OQ and Tank still up.
Yeah, OQ and Tank still at full HP right there. Lilac
Yeah.
not going to be much use. His
Oh,
teleport
Frozen.
is down. He has to be careful.
There's a gold card loaded up. They
Oh.
could turn this one around. OQ still alive for the moment.
Frozen really disrespectful. He didn't have any vision in that brush, and to walk up to it
Yeah.
when there's a gold card still available means that he's going to get poked up. All right, Void Rush coming in after the respawn. Duke still has TP, though.
It's true. OQ a little bit low in health, though. He's going to recall. And IM really can't. They're still, not in a position to take this dragon.
Yeah, especially with TP disadvantage. So let's take a look at what happened. Pure gets caught out on the side. He will flash and lay down the box right here. It's a good teleport by Lilac right into the front line, even though he does get held up just for a second. Also Frozen, nice ultimate right there to push Watch all the way into the back. And a little bit lucky that Frozen actually survived right there with very low HP. They will take out Duke at the cost of their support. So 3 for 2 ultimately in favor of Najin, or in favor of IM rather.
Yeah, that's right. But Najin's still with a good position around this dragon with everybody there.
Frozen already with QSS this game, very worried about that hard CC that's coming in.
Yeah. And the teleport edge that Najin has right now is so big. They're just going to start that dragon without any fear. Look at that. Sunstar and Frozen not even there. And this is going to be an easy second dragon for Najin. Yep. Solar Flare. Not enough for Tucson to steal that. Would have been awesome if he would have stolen it with Solar Flare, though.
Oh, that would have been quite impressive.
Yes, it would have. We've seen it stolen with Whirlwind this season from Janna. I've stolen dragons with Glitter Lance. Every once in a while, the support just gets that lucky ability in there. I mean, skillful ability in there. Skillful ability.
Slips it right in.
That's right. Pretty big CS discrepancy between OQ and Sunstar now, though. About 40 CS up.
It's been about 40 for the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Sunstar not ending up quite as well fed after the lane swap.
And this could be successful turret defense. In fact, it will be. And so we'll see how far Najin wants to push this one back up again. Is there any way they can use Duke's teleport to make a play at this point?
Sure.
Use that along with Tank's ultimate, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely have those really surprising 5-man plays in this setup. if you want to start pushing objectives. In the meantime, OQ going to get a lot of damage down into the top turret for free pretty much right here. Only Rek'Sai up able to defend.
Yeah, you're right. He's got pure healing for him as well. Wow, that turret taking nearly lethal damage, actually.
You know, try and push up mid, but Tank already back, able to respond to this, and he's got that good wave clear. But may go down anyway. A lot of attack damage between the Urgot and the Sivir. Will.
Yeah, they get
so
it.
had Tank been there just a second earlier, it's really hard to see. You have to clear those waves once the minions actually spread out. You want to get them in that line with the wild cards. They're going after somebody. Pure.
Oh, Solar Flare into Pure again. He drops a box of slime. Notch, or a Watch rather, comes over the wall with a big ultimate. Tank just destroying people with the cards now. And there's 2 kills already for OQ. Oh, Tank uses a gate to get in onto Frozen. He gets out with the QSS right away out of that gold card. But watch with the engage again onto Lilac. A gold card onto Lilac now. And Duke just getting into the back lines all over Frozen. And this could be an ace. In fact, it will be a clean ace at just 20 minutes for Najin. And that is exactly the danger that this team presents.
You have to be so respectful. They didn't have TP advantage right there, and Tank and Duke able to arrive at that fight in a moment's notice. Tank also and Duke had both hit item power spikes with Zhonya's and Trinity Force available. Zhonya's didn't even have to be used in that fight even.
So a perfect ace and 2 turrets in mid lane for Najin the Empire, and suddenly this game is just blown wide open.
Najin did such a good job of exploiting this. I mean, look, the Sivir ult's already down. You know Leo ult, he tried to make a pick with it, is down already.
Nice play.
Wash hits a great Sejuani ult in the side, and then they're all just focused right there. Ares goes down to OQ nearly instantly. They try and disengage, but Duke can catch up. Gold card into the QSS onto Frozen. He still takes a bunch of damage. And Watch trying to tangle up with them again. Duke able to playful trickster his way back into the back line, and then OQ flashes forward for Sonstar. What a great turnaround from Najin.
That was a really nice team fight. And Tank again, really
I am really overcommitted right there. They used 2 ults to not even kill Thresh. Thresh caught them, and then they walked into the box and the choke as well, so they got all locked up in time for Najin to use those TPs.
Well, they pretty much served themselves up on a silver platter to watch with that Sejuani ultimate, and it was downhill from there.
Very good kind of hair trigger response, though.
Oh, they're going to try to go in with the Sivir ult. Tank slowed down by the Solar Flare. Watch disengaging, Najin just backing away, and it looks like IAM's not really going to get anything out of this.
Righteous Glory used right there, but he was too late for that. IAM just not having a very high level of coordination this game.
Yep. Dragon in 2 now. And so IAM's at least going to take the opportunity to try to get some wards down and get the Rift Scuttler. Have that vision for a little while anyway. But Duke, the split push beginning, I don't think there's really a whole lot that Lilac can do against this. Duke already with his frozen heart too. Oh, watch over the wall. Gated Destiny used. Tucson in a lot of trouble. Let's see where the gold card lands. It's going to be onto Tucson. An easy pick there. Ares just kind of watching from the brush as his support dies. And Najin, this jungle is theirs at this point. Wow, Lilac. Jeez.
Trying to duel with Duke right now. Now, the Frozen Heart isn't very helpful against Maokai, obviously, as an armor item. Getting those extra cooldowns does help you output that damage.
It's all about the CDR in that particular duel.
Nope, no blue buff.
But you can get the Grom. So he's got that going for him.
I guess he does, Doa.
He's going for the Grom. And a 7,000 gold lead now for Najin. So a little bit more of a passive start, but when the team decisions are starting to be made, Najin is just coming up.
Najin's played very well this game.
Yeah, they have.
They've been consistently one step ahead of their opponent. Their team fight execution has been excellent. Sejuani is Russian dancing on top of a bear.
I guess so, which seems kind of dangerous. You have to have a really well-trained bear to do that, but I guess she does. I guess she does. Most bears don't like to be step danced on top of.
Is that your personal experience, or are you theorizing?
Yeah, you know, back when I was in my bear wrestling phase, I was a big Zangief fan, right? So, you know, tried it for a while. It was too easy, so I decided to become an esports caster.
Yeah.
There you go.
Much more difficult, this job.
Yeah, definitely.
Usually bear wrestlers just, you know, move over, give us their seats at the bar.
That's what usually happens. They're intimidated. IM coming in. Can they make a play here onto Najin as they go for this Dragon? Najin with the disengage. Backing off for the moment. They can totally give this Dragon up too. It's not the biggest deal. They're going to take it anyway, though. Watch is going to get it with the smite. Meanwhile, Ares gets locked up a little bit. Lilac looking for an opportunity to get in the back line. Pure all over Tucson and Duke. Backing away for just a moment, and now Najin turns. There's the culling. Just forces IM back. Oh, the ult from Duke didn't really hit anybody, but Watch coming in onto Lilac anyway. Frozen has not lost a lot of health yet in this fight, but neither is OQ, and OQ is going to start to do a lot of damage. Tank picks up the kill. OQ picks up one as well. Nobody on Najin dead just yet. OQ gets brought in by the Dark Passage, and Najin, they're as intimidating as I was when I was a bear wrestler. Wow.
Really nicely played there. OQ ate the Solar Flare, but has that early QSS, bought it before he even finished his Ghost Blade, and was able to get out of that and kite it out immediately. A really good play around the Dragon right there. Not grouped up so that there wasn't that AoE CC really easily able to be used by Incredible Miracle. And the follow-up, chasing people down. I mean, to the degree Lilac tried to use that Righteous Glory to disengage, which doesn't sound very righteous nor glorious.
That's true. Certainly not glorious.
Righteous cowardice, is that what we call when you try and use it to run away?
Expedient retreat. Yeah. Let's see. What's the opposite of glory is like shame, right?
Yes. The strategic withdrawal, as they say.
The fleeing shame. That's what the item is called if you run away. Oh, poor Lilac. It's sad, but deserved. Well, Najin again, way far ahead, and looks like Tank is going to turn around onto Lilac. Gate of Destiny used. Duke looking for an opportunity, gets him with the Earth. Going to get out on the Lantern as well, too. Najin's like, yeah, whatever.
Pretty sure Tank red carded him right there instead of gold carding him.
Hey, it's better than a blue card. At least a red card does some decent damage, huh?
And it slows.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, Sivir ult activated. Tank could be in a bit of trouble. He's got no flash. Position reversers. There's Azonia's Watch trying to save his mid laner, but no chance. Tank is going to go down. So a pick there. Whoops.
IM has tried that like 3 times now, and that was the first time it worked for them.
Yeah, when you have a TF with no summoners and no ult, you can finally catch him.
But he was overextended under that circumstance, so can IM convert this into a tower?
It's kind of funny watching Watch in that
There's
fight,
no wave
too.
clear, so yes, they're going to get at least one right here.
All right. Not the end of the
Good
world
play
for
by
Najin.
IM. Every other time Najin has been able to sidestep the Sivir ult Leona engage that IM has been going for, and now they actually make it work. I mean, IM can definitely do well as long as they can continue to make picks, just because Duke pretty much has to keep split pushing right here. He's going Blade of the Ruined King as his next item.
Wow. It's funny seeing Watch in that pick onto Tank, because it was one of those really half-hearted jungler moves where you come in, you like auto one of the people in the 3v1, and they're like, all right, good luck, see ya.
OQ up.
Oh, he popped Yomu's.
OQ almost did some OQ things right there.
He did. That was almost an OQ moment right there, that's true. Oh, Duke jumped on with the Zenith Blade. Goes back in. I don't know why he did that. Position reverser. Duke in a little bit of trouble here. He drops his ultimate. I don't think he's going to get anything out of this. Nope. Well, Najin's starting to kind of do the Najin thing.
Well, actually, he distracted them up there, but if they give up Baron, and they're going to give up the Baron right now, Najin...
Is this going to be another Baron for inhibitor here?
Yeah,
Just,
probably.
I think it will be, yeah. This Baron's going down pretty quick, and I've got a feeling that inhibitor is not going to be going down quick at all.
I mean, 7,000 gold lead. This is a great trade for Najin. Now,
This looks familiar, doesn't it?
The way they got it was a little silly, but this is still a good trade.
Gate of Destiny used just to kind of keep an eye on people. And there's an inhibitor traded for Baron once again. Worked out pretty well for Najin in game number 1, didn't it?
Yeah, there's just pretty much no way that IM could fight their way out of this one. Yeah. Even if they do have some better siege this game, they've got a lot of poke coming in from Sivir and Urgot and a good front line to absorb. And siege, meanwhile, Najin is going to want to split push still. Tank finally moving towards that Lich Bane. Could have started the split push a little bit earlier if he had gotten the Lich Bane instead of the Death Cap.
Yeah.
But they've been team fighting so well
I was
with,
gonna
with
say.
TF. It's okay.
Well, there's been so many team fights, too. He hasn't had as much of a chance to actually split push.
Obviously, he's done very well for himself. And
Oh, yeah.
due to their lead, they can force these fights. And the fact that he has more damage does mean a lot for them. But
A dragon up in a minute. This would be number 4 for Najin. And so, being that the dragon is coming up so soon as well, too, that kind of occupies part of the Baron buff that IM got as well.
yeah, they are going to have to contest it right here. Najin is getting pretty close to max stacks at this point.
Yeah, if you let him have that 4th dragon, then suddenly you've got this huge amount of pressure objective-wise on both sides of the river, and it becomes a bit too much with all the split pushing going on at the same time.
Duke has managed to be extremely annoying so far this game.
Yep.
Although Lilac still not very much MR to deal with the TF. TF with a lot of AP at this point. Now they're going to make some moves on the river.
Dragon in 10. IM kind of needs to fight this. If they can win a fight here, they can maybe get a turret or 2 out of it. We'll see what happens. Juicin getting poked a bit by OQ. Najin kind of waiting. Teleport coming in. All right, Duke is nearby. Doesn't need to use his teleport.
Good retreat right there on the home guard engage.
Yep.
From Najin. They already have a flank set up so that they can get Fizz into the back line.
And again, this is a dragon that Najin can totally give up if they want to, but they've got such a strong team fight. They're coming in. They're not going to get the dragon, but here we go. Sivir ult activated. IM's going to try to chase down Duke. That's right, but they're not going to catch him. So IM gets the dragon, gets out, but they're taking damage on their Nexus turrets from super minions.
I really think that was a smart play by Najin. You wait, see if they're going to make a mistake. They're going to lose this Nexus turret as well. From the super minion push. Now they're rotating immediately into the top side. Very clean play from Najin. IM invested a lot in terms of ultimates to make that play, and they wasted a lot of time with the Baron buff, and they still lost something. So it was still an even trade for Najin, and they only have to wait this one out. Now they're here trying to take out the tier 2. But they're not overcommitting. Najin looks tight in this late game, not really giving their enemies too much to work with.
Yeah, not a lot.
And making the preferable trades.
That should be the end of the Baron buff now for IM as well. So Najin really not losing much of anything aside from that dragon. And everyone hanging out in the fountain. Just taking a breather, you know. Why not? Chatting with whatever animal will sell you items there.
All right, Pure popping the Iron Elixir.
He's huge.
That is a big skeleton.
No kidding. You know what they should make is a...
What did Thresh look like when he was alive with those
That's a good
like,
question.
hook dreadlocks? He has bones for hair. Like what's going on there?
Maybe those are bones from other people, and he just like attached them to his skull when he became undead.
Can you modify yourself
Wait.
like that when you're undead? That would be awesome.
I think you kind of do whatever you want, you know? Why not give yourself like awesome wings, like scary like skeletal wings, but they still work for some reason?
I mean, look at his hook dreads.
Yeah. See, the thing is with that, you can't go hiking because those are going to get caught on branches all the time.
It would make heavy metal concerts really violent as well.
Oh, geez, yeah, that'd be dangerous for everyone around him.
He's the king of the mosh pit.
No kidding. No one wants to mosh with Thresh. It's true.
Well, except masochists.
That's true. So Mundo would be there, moshing with Thresh, having a great time. Yep. Sounds like fun.
Does it?
Nope.
So literally exactly the opposite of what you just told me. Okay.
Yeah, it was sarcasm. You know, it's when you kind of say something, but you say it in a way that it means the opposite of what you say.
I only know Kappa, Doa. I'm part of the new internet generation.
Oh, I'm sorry. It sounds like fun, Kappa.
There you go.
Yeah.
I no longer understand context.
I'm sorry.
Or
so
tone
really,
of voice or real human interaction.
Yeah, you got that nailed down. That internet thing is, you got it, man. You know, put on the fedora, you're there.
That's what I think of you kids today.
Mamonti. These kids, get off my lawn. I don't have a lawn. I have an apartment. I I guess I could install some grass.
Should get on that.
Maybe. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll have a grass floor in my living room. I'll have to mow my living room though.
Yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Yeah. I'd have to get like, you know, get like a cow or something to graze in my living room.
At least your dog wouldn't have to go outside to go to the bathroom anymore.
Well, she doesn't already. It's like one of those, I've got one of those little like apartment mat things she's trained to use. It's really convenient. Yeah, so I wouldn't really change anything. Actually, it would be worse because I wouldn't know where she would then, you know? I don't want like a minefield of dog poop in my living room.
Sounds unpleasant.
That really does.
We're just waiting for this Baron to come up right now.
Pretty much. Najin just kind of hanging out. They're like, yeah, we'll just keep the lanes pushed, wait for the Baron.
We're going to dance around Baron while Duke applies split push pressure to the bottom lane. He keeps on hiding in the jungle right now. Make sure that he can get that pressure down. And they have to send somebody back, and that somebody will be Lilac.
Hey, Lilac, he's 2-2-2 this game. Positive KDA. Wait, what's 4 divided? Yeah, he's positive KDA. It's 1. I did math. Wait, 4 divided by 2 is 2. It's 2.
That was the best. I was just waiting for the realization.
Oh, dude, I don't even know if I can cast this. Let's do it. Duke's gonna kill Lilac. There's my play-by-play. GG. Oh wow, I'm bad at math.
that was bad even for you.
Dude, I'm an art major and proud of it.
I was an English major and I could still do that bad.
I could draw you a picture of 2 + 2. I can't.
All right, well,
I'm not a good stats guy.
Not just going to get the Baron buff right here.
You bet they are. Let's concentrate on that, shall we? Ooh, look at that. Oh wow, oh my. Oh, they're getting that. Oh, they got it. They got the Baron, Monty.
I'm so excited.
Now they can push into the base and end the game. And
well, that's what you would like them to do, but actually they're going to recall first to buy items.
All right.
Duke is there. He is the ultimate tormentor of Lilac.
That's true. He really is this season. He's going to appear in Lilac's dreams tonight.
He really, this season, he really has been Lilac's arch nemesis. It's pretty ridiculous.
No kidding.
The number of 1v1s he has had on Lilac this season.
Well, you know, when you have an arch nemesis, it really should be like an even contest. So it's really not.
Somebody should make a montage.
Oh boy. It's just mean. Duke has been quite instrumental in the suffering of the Lilac. And that's going to be Dragon number 4 for Najin. Yep. It was. All right, well, Lilac's going to get Wolves, but I think it's too late to really benefit from getting gold from jungle camps.
It's never too late.
Still got those 2 Doran's rings. He's styling. He's got the bling.
Got the bling.
Yep, sick helmet, a cape, a boots, and frozen rock.
He's like the Egyptians. If he's gonna die, he's gonna do it with a lot of bling on.
Hey man, why not? Why not?
Oh, Duke's looking for another one right here.
Yep, he is. He could get it too.
Maybe not without the Ignite, but he has his Hex Drinker now and his finished Blade of the Ruined King. Well, further split pushing shenanigans, and here's the 1-3-1 coming in right now. TF holding down the mid side. There we go.
Yomu's culling, pushing back Najin, or I am rather, just for a little bit. Oh boy, here we go again. Duke, he is just, it's his goal in life to just make Lilac miserable. Sad.
I think it's working.
I think it is too. Lilac can't actually even kill these minions. No. Like, I'm serious, he really can't. And there goes the mid lane turret. Oh, they try for the engage. They get the slow on to Pure. Ares comes in for the Sun. Tank just going to teleport back for a little bit. The kills start to come in for Najin already. Tucson in a lot of trouble. Frozen.
Duke's just winning the game right now.
Yeah, that's right. Frozen running is off as fast as his 4 legs can carry him. Duke's going to just kill the Nexus turret. LOL. Oh, going to go in. Take some damage. Watch there for the follow-up. Frozen getting blown up as well, too. A little bit of turret damage on to Watch, but it's going to be a pretty clean fight. Oh, playfully trickstering out of there. Oh, OQ! Oh man, that was so close. OQ almost made an OQ moment, but it's going to be a 2-0 for Najin. It's over.
Wow.
It's over, Monty.
Really great series from Najin. This is the team that I want to see more of, Doa.
Yeah,
Tank
this is
came
the
out
good
very
Najin.
strong today. I think that they did a really good job of executing their game plan, of getting their side lanes ahead, and that's what works. They closed much better today. Really clean play. And this is the Najin that we had all been hoping for. Now, of course, it was against IM, which has been struggling as of late, especially in the latter half of this season. And Najin out of playoff contention right now, but they certainly on paper have the talent to make a big splash next season, especially if they play like that.
They certainly do. A win for Najin Empire, and so after a pretty embattled season, a ray of hope, a light at the end of the tunnel perhaps for Najin Empire as they move into into kind of preparing for the next season.
Yeah, meanwhile, not a lot of hope for IM at this stage.
Nope, not a lot.
It's been a pretty steady decline for them.
Yeah, the only thing
they started, it looked like they were going up, and then it's just been all downhill.
well, the loss of wisdom really kind of killed that team, unfortunately. The only thing worse than I am in that match was my math, my math skills.
And there's OQ.
OQ really tried to die at the end there. He did his best. And a good series for Watch as well, too.
Very nicely played.
Looked much, much more comfortable on that
I really
Sejuani.
like to see the coordination between Tank and Watch. You can really see Tank starting to develop as a mid laner here, getting more comfortable with how you have to play in the professional scene and working with your teammates. A good series from him. Nice to see the TF come out and actually work for Najin.
Yep. Duke just kind of doing Duke things.
Chewing gum, as he always does.
Winning MVPs. That's what he does. Well, there you go. When we come back, guys, do not go anywhere in interview. And then SKT versus Jin Air. It's going to be awesome.
Should be quite a good match indeed.
That's right. We'll be back on Champions Korea right after this.
Coming up next, SK Telecom T1, Jin Air Green Wings. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Spring.
And we're back on Champion Spring, and Duke gets the MVP for game number 2 because why not, you know?
I'm actually surprised. OQ played really well that game too. Yeah, Duke applied a lot of that split pushing pressure, but OQ was really dominant in lane and didn't even tie that game. But
it's not a Najin match unless Duke gets an MVP though. So it's, you know, we're obligated to give him at least one per match now.
You know, and as we take a look at this right here, Duke, go ahead, land that long range Fizz ult right onto Ares. And then
this was a
TP
big fight
here. This was fantastically played by Incredible Miracle. Watch over the wall with the Sejuani ultimate. They lock up Tucson with the box, and then there's just no escape. Duke gets into the back line and then ends up cleaning up this fight. Now all of Lilac's nightmares will just be haunted by Duke chewing bubblegum and kicking ass.
It's true. The best of both worlds for Duke, the worst of both worlds for Lilac. And man, another match with Duke and Lilac, another match with Duke solo killing Lilac multiple times. Nope, not getting out of that one.
Then right here, just to add insult to injury at the end of this game.
Yep.
There's an Earth.
And there's a kill. Man, that was a pretty brutal match. No doubt about it. I am just totally outclassed, and Najin playing, you know, really well. I mean, I feel like every time we've seen them in the recent past, they've looked better.
Yeah, they have. We'll see if they can carry it out for the rest of the season, and hopefully next season as well, live up to those very high expectations that we have of this team.
Yeah, now it's time for an MVP interview. The translation's brought to you by June. Go ahead.
All right, thank you very much, Montendo. So we'll be having an MVP interview with the Najin players. Najin managed to achieve their 5th win of the season. With the MVPs of today, Tank and Duke. So they kind of cemented their 5th place. Still not for certain, but firstly interview with Tank.
His first MVP.
Wow, what a guy.
So congratulations, Tank. Your first MVP interview. So how do you feel? I was kind of upset that I couldn't do an interview after the pentakill, but I was able to win. We were able to win today, and were able to have an interview. So I'm excited and happy. Right now, I feel pretty nervous as my first MVP interview. So IM had some oddball picks as always. They picked mid Urgot in particular. So were you surprised at all? We didn't really expect a mid Urgot, but we didn't really feel in danger. We didn't feel very threatened about the mid Urgot. With TF though, there are no problems in facing against Urgot basically in terms of roaming, and also even though TF is pretty weak in the laning phase, he doesn't really have much problems against Urgot though. So your first gank was against Lilac on Rumble. Was it a strategy to focus Lilac? Well, Rumble doesn't have any escapes, so if I just gank Rumble, he doesn't really have much answer for it. So we just ganked Rumble. So you got a pentakill in your debut stage. So you were able to win a prize for your pentakill. So what are your thoughts, your comments? I was able to win a prize getting a pentakill, so I'm very happy. I'm very thankful. So it's your first interview. Anything you want to say? I'm thankful to the manager and coaches for giving me an opportunity to play in the Low Champions. So next interview with Duke, whom you're very familiar with. So 900 points, MVP points. Your thoughts right now? It's been a while since I got MVP actually, so I actually want to get over 1,000 points of MVP points. Every time we win, I think I'm the MVP, to be honest.
Yes.
But
I
my
love
teammates
Duke's trash talking.
Sounds about right.
But my teammates don't really agree. So what was the team saying when Tank got the MVP the first game? In the first game, I thought I was the MVP, to be honest. I think, I'll just let you have one, Tank.
Let's make him cry again.
About the top Fizz pick today, the Fizz is pretty good at brawling, so I just picked Fizz. So there was a scene where you solo killed Maokai. So is it AD Fizz's strengths that they can't really calculate the amount of damage that Fizz can do? I think in terms of, I think AD Fizz is better than AP, to be honest, at top lane. I like split pushing, so I think AD Fizz suits me well, and I like it. So were you thinking of split pushing and killing the tier 4 turrets? In that instance, my teammates told me to fight, stop hitting the turrets, and it was actually OQ who told me to stop hitting the turrets and just join the team fight at the very end. So when the Nexus exploded in game 2, OQ didn't really say much in contrast to the last time, because he thought he would die. OQ thought that he would die. So anything you want to add to Tank? Congratulations on doing the MVP interview. So congratulations on Najin players. And that's the end of the interview. Doro, Monte, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, June. A bitter congratulations from Duke to Tank. You couldn't have two more different players up there. Tank just overcome with emotion and getting an MVP interview, and Duke, it's his 9th time, and he could care less.
He thinks he should be the only one
He
up there
says
ever.
that. He says that, but I don't know. I'm not sensing a lot of emotion really coming out of it.
I love Duke. He's growing to be such a fun personality in terms of he's been doing a lot of trash talking in these MVP interviews. It's a lot of fun. So.
Well, deservedly so. I mean, when you're up there 9 times, I think that buys you a license to do a little bit of trash talking.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Well, guys, it is time. SK Telecom versus Jin Air, and now things get serious. That was kind of fun, but this one is going to be fun in a very different way, because this one really does have very big playoff implications to it. Could decide who plays who in the brackets as well, and these teams are so even right now. Maybe the tiniest of tiny edges for SK Telecom, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And SK Telecom coming off this really strong 4-match win streak after their loss to the GE Tigers, and that was a very close series in and of itself.
Yeah. At the end of that, it just said skill. And I can't think of a better word to describe FLICKR and GBM.
That is what's so exciting about this matchup, is FLICKR versus GBM.
Oh, man, it's exciting across the board, but especially in the mid lane, man. It is going to be insane. And, of course, we've got FLICKR playing for SK Telecom. EasyHoon is great, but when it comes down to it, FLICKR is your star mid laner. FLICKR is FLICKR. You put him in the booth.
Yeah, and these two mid laners, probably the two best mid laners in Korea so far this season. They've both been extremely consistent. And, of course, Marin in the top lane. Wolf will be playing in the support position. Bengi in the jungle this week.
Well, the other thing about these two mid laners as well, too, is that they both seem to have the ability to play anything as well. Their champion pools just seem limitless at this point.
Yeah, we've seen GBM repeatedly debut new picks in the mid lane. Of course, you never know what FLICKR's going to do.
Yep.
He's made some big moves. Of course, playing a lot of mid Ezreal this season. But, man, what a great meta in 5.5 for SK Telecom, which is why I think they're really going to power up going into the playoffs. Bengi and Tom, these more tank-oriented junglers, they will thrive with the Cinderhulk changes. Marin has been so good on Maokai and Hecarim, and always have to ban Lissandra against him. That is his best champion this season. This is really all coming together for SKT. They were a little shaky as they made a lot of adjustments early in the season, but man, in the latter half, have they been strong.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's another one of those teams where every time you watch them, they get better.
Yeah, they have, in the second round robin here, they have yet to lose a match.
Yep.
So they are dominating the second half.
Well, this is certainly going to be perhaps their biggest test yet as they go up against Jin Air. Bengi, of course, in the booth this time. Tom had a very strong debut on Udyr and Jarvan, but Bengi is a longtime jungler on SK Telecom. When push comes to shove, this is the guy you want to go with.
And you're not seeing his Nunu there. He has played a lot of Nunu before the Cinderhulk changes, and now Nunu even stronger as a result. So look for that to be taken by SK Telecom.
Yeah, I'm sure you can adjust well to Sejuani. And there is FLICKR. Now, probably the biggest story here is that Victor is unavailable right now. And that doesn't really limit either of these mid laners too much. They still have huge champion pools, but that is a popular pick between both FLICKR and GBM that we're not going to see today.
Yeah, and also probably not going to see the LeBlanc, another popular pick, but both of these guys are so diverse in the current meta. We saw GBM bust out that Karthus last week, but really that's the matchup to watch right here because last time, remember, Jin Air beat SK Telecom, so they have the advantage already coming in.
Yeah, they certainly do. Bang, of course, has been improving steadily over the season. Looked a little bit iffy again, like the rest of the team in the first half, and perhaps one of the weaker links on SK Telecom, but still a solid addition to the team.
He's been doing so well lately, though, is the thing, and he's
really
leveled up his Kalista play, I think, and the Bang Wolf bot lane, or Wolf Bang if you want to go that way, has
Some
been...
do.
Some do. So a lot of engaged supports recently coming out of Wolf. Shaky on Annie at first, but he really redeemed himself later on with some of these pickups. So Wolf's Annie looking quite good these days.
Well, that's what really makes SK Telecom so scary, is that any sort of shakiness that this team had seems to just be gone now for the last solid month and a half or so.
Yeah, they've cleaned up a lot of their team fighting. Maybe you're still a little bit worried about Marin's teleports here, especially compared to Trace, because Jin Air has that incredible teamwork.
Yeah, that is true. And there, a man who needs no introduction. A man who needs apparently some more oxygen? Is that what it means when you yawn? I don't know. It's a mystery of science. Someone's like, no, I saw on the internet it means this. SK Telecom, though. And remember, a win for them today would make it very hard for anyone to knock them out of second place. In fact, if they win today, in order to lose that second place spot, they would have to lose both of their next matches, which...
And one of them is versus Samsung.
Yeah, so I don't think that's going to happen. Meanwhile, a team that could conceivably beat them today, it is the Jin Air Green Wings. These guys have been incredible all season long. After a really rocky preseason, they came in and just have not relented. They have gotten better as the season has progressed.
Yeah, had that unfortunate 0-2 loss to the GE Tigers and that strong early game that they couldn't capitalize on.
Yeah, but still a good match, like a team that can give GE Tigers a run for their money.
So we'll see how they do today. Of course, they haven't pushed their advantage as hard as they should have at times.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the main criticism of this team. We've seen how well they play in the ultra late game, but they do have a pretty conservative reserve style, and you need to push that advantage sometimes against good opponents. otherwise you give them too many opportunities to come back into the game, especially against another kind of top team.
Well, that a little bit of faltering in the late mid-game that we've seen from Jin Air is another thing that, like SK Telecom, they've largely cleaned up those problems, but it still exists from time to time. Trace, of course, has been so good this season, as has everybody on that team.
Yeah, and Chaser too. Interestingly, in this league, the jungler who wards on average more per game than anyone else. So he's been exceptional when it comes to vision control, and very much he's not the flashiest jungler, but he is an incredible team play jungler.
Yeah, fairly often even putting down more wards than Che at support, which sounds really bad when you think about it, but when you look at the stats and how these guys control vision, it's really shared between the jungler and the support more than we see on any other team.
Yeah, it's an equal break, and Chaser and Che really do work well together to get that vision in. And they need it because a lot of this season, Jin Air has been playing more poke-based compositions where avoiding those flanks has been crucial. Also, it is a bit of an inflated stat because Jin Air tends to play very long games.
That's also true, yeah. You get time to put more wards down, but it's not so much the amount of wards, it's how equal it is between jungle and support that's the story here. And ganked by Mom. This guy can play anything now, apparently. Before he could play only Orianna. Now he can play anything. I don't know. Just how it goes.
You forget his Heimerdinger play, Doa, please.
That's true. I did, but I'll remember it forever now. I didn't pick his bow tie today, though, so. It worked well last time. He's on his own. He's on his own this match. I'm like, I've taught you all I can, GBN. But yeah, and what's really incredible, too, is that he's such a playmaking mid laner, but yet he can stay back and really play a patient, methodical Karthus as well and Pilot. Man, his Ezreal game was stunning in their last match.
Now, the thing about Pilot that I wonder about is he's been so focused on Corki and Ezreal this season, these more bursty caster AD carries.
Right.
As we move into a lot of tanks, it may be important for him to play more auto-attacking ADs to deal consistent damage instead of that burst over the course of a team fight. Can Pilot adapt? Because we've seen almost none of that out of him.
Oh, that's a really good point, yeah. Che has been extremely solid on a very wide variety of supports this season as well, too. One minor misstep, but aside from that, this guy has been extremely solid.
Yeah, has had some really good games, really good mix of support styles that he can bring to the table. But yeah, Pilot has played, and remember, he's been switching back with Captain Jack, but in 12 of the games Pilot has played, he has played Corki or Ezreal.
Well, that may present a bit of a problem with 5.5. We'll see if Jin Air is able to adapt here. I'm really curious to see what we're going to see Chaser play as well, too, because the type of junglers that he's been playing aren't really the big tanky junglers. A lot of Jarvan, a lot of Lee Sin. Yeah, there's a Rek'Sai, but we're going to need to see some adjustment from Chaser as well.
It's all right. I think that Chaser is a good enough player that he will be able to make these adjustments. Obviously, his solo queue, he has been practicing them up.
Yep, that's right.
But for how well, it's going to be interesting to see how these drafts go down. Will they try and give GBM Xerath? Do they have a response to his Xerath?
Yeah.
If they give it up, because it's been incredibly dangerous for teams to deal with.
Giving GBM Xerath is like giving FLICKR LeBlanc. You probably just aren't going to want to do it, but then again, we'll see how it all shakes out once we get into picks and bans. First, some stats, though. SK Telecom with a very solid win rate at 65.4% so far in the regular season.
You can see losses to Jin Air and the GE Tigers. They do have a pretty stacked latter half of the second round robin.
Yeah, only losing to the other 3 top 4 teams.
Yeah, and Jin Air and SKT have both won the same number of games so far.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's but Jin Air has dropped a couple to IM, to KT, but beaten pretty routinely some of the more top teams during this league.
Well, that's been the little bit puzzling thing about Jin Air is that they have kind of lost to teams that they really shouldn't be losing to, but that's, you know, why we call them the Robin Hood team. They rob wins from the top teams and give them to the poor teams down at the bottom, I guess. And of course, the key player on SKT is FLICKR. Just pretty much amazing on everything, except for Xerath, I guess. 0% win rate on Xerath.
Well, we saw that clip from beforehand where GBM played Ahri into FLICKR's Xerath and did actually beat him in some of these duels.
Yeah.
And there we go for GBM.
Yep. Yeah, interestingly enough, both of these teams having the exact same number of wins and losses this season as well.
So a little bit less success on Ahri overall.
Yeah.
But still, look at that Xerath KDA across 6 games, 11.5. And there's
Well.
our matchup. Now, Easy Who did play in the first game of that series.
Yeah, that's true. But look at this. These Xerath ults from FLICKR. GBM's like, all right, I've studied you. I know where they're going to go.
And there's a nice all-in right there. Chaser and GBM waiting in the brush
Yep.
in order to take him out.
Yeah, Chaser's done a great job of setting a lot of this up for Gank by Mom. Kind of wonder if we're going to see the Jarvan pick today. Nope.
Oh, this was the impressive one where he Spirit Rushed afterwards knowing that FLICKR had everything down. Look at this
Yeah.
play.
Yeah,
That's
he
so
knew.
aggressive, but even with Chaser to back him up right there, and
Wow.
they actually get the kill onto Bengi right here. Oh, I thought they did.
Maybe they
No,
still
they
do.
do. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, there we go. He
I
chilling
remembered that
smites
play,
him in
but
Cataclysm.
look
He's
at that,
like,
playing around with FLICKR's cooldowns. Here's a dive
Yep.
in the mid lane.
Man. Yeah, and
Here's the
GBM,
solo kill that we saw earlier.
that was a pretty impressive game. It's not often that we see FLICKR beaten heavily in lane, but GBM, one of the few people to do it. It's a pretty exclusive club, you know? GBM, Pawn, not many others. And usually only once, too. We'll see. This is going to be such a great match. I fully expect it to go to game number 3. It's going to be very, very close. But, you know, like we were saying, a little bit of massage, I guess, for GBM there. But like we were saying, I do feel like there's a little bit more adjustment to do on the Jin Air side because of the patch than on SKT, and
I
that
agree
may
with
be
you.
enough to tip the scales.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this patch is a very natural fit for SK Telecom. They will be able to make some adjustments. I mean, Bengi didn't have to play in the last match, so he has had a little bit more time to work on some more surprising supports if they do decide to pull them out.
Yep.
And can always go back to that comfort pick of his Nunu.
True enough. And it is time, guys. Picks and bans for game number 1, SK Telecom T1 versus the Jin Air Green Wings. These bans are going to be interesting because there's no way to ban out both teams completely. So what do you focus on? Of course you take that LeBlanc away from FLICKR, taking the Lulu and Xerath away from GBM. A pretty obvious response as well, too. So it looks like the mid lane going to be the primary focus for SK Telecom.
Yeah, just don't give him
Rumble.
that flex pick. And Rumble, of course, Marin's longtime staple top laner, but are they going to give up the Maokai?
Well, I wonder if we had Maokai, Sejuani, Rek'Sai open for Marin, what would SKT take?
Right, and Lissandra too. Both
That
of
too.
these teams, both top laners and both mid laners are very good at Lissandra.
Yeah.
So that's a big contested pick in this matchup.
Well, we know somebody is going to get a power pick here. I mean, both of these teams are going to have access to multiple power picks just because they have so many. And there's a Kalista ban against Pilot. Okay. Still a major ban here in Korea, the Maokai ban. I think that's smart. You can deal with these junglers, but dealing with Marin's Maokai has proved to be nearly impossible for pretty much anybody.
And FLICKR's been playing a lot of mid lane Urgot in solo queue, also mid lane Vladimir as of late. So they may go ahead and take this pick. And
Wow, first pick Urgot.
so Rek'Sai and Lissandra should be
I
for
would
Jin
imagine.
Air.
Yep.
That's what it'll be.
And you got to wonder, sometimes SKT is a bit too bold with those early mid lane picks if it does indeed go to the mid lane. Or was that maybe a misstep to give away Lissandra and Rek'Sai to Jin Air?
So Urgot and Taken, and maybe Sejuani as well. So going for one of these very powerful tank compositions that have been in vogue recently.
Sejuani obviously a strong pick and a good champion for Bengi, but I want to see a 5.5 Nunu out of Bengi. I want to see what he can do with this champion with the changes to the jungle enchantments, the new Cinderhulk edition.
It could be quite fun having a little chat with Marin right there.
Yep.
Maybe deciding which pick he wants up in the top side.
Yeah, the ult for Sejuani is just so good, though. Hard not to go with it. They will lock that in, but a little bit more decision-making being done. Oh, the Hecarim taken from Marin. Okay. Interesting.
That's been more of a fallback pick for him when that Maokai isn't available. But, I mean, they've done a good job of dealing with Marin's champion pool right here, taking out the Rumble and Maokai and picks and bans, and taking Lissandra in the first round of the draft. So now it'll be Annie and Corki.
Yeah. All right, well, Tom's not playing this one, so we're not going to see an Udyr. We did see, all right, we're going to see another support Alistar, it looks like.
Yeah, such a huge front line, and Jin
Yeah.
Air has to be really worried that they're not going to be able to deal enough damage in
No.
the late game.
Kidding.
One of the reasons why Jin Air lost against GE was they over-prioritized AP damage, and that made it easy to itemize against. And I think they're going to end up in the same boat here, Doa.
I think so
actually.
too.
Anivia.
Whoa, Anivia locked in.
Faker
And that's going
on
to be
Anivia.
Faker on Anivia. What is this? Yeah, I feel the same way, GBM. I don't know what's going on, man.
GBM's like,
Okay. How in the world are you going to pick someone that's going to make this Jin Air team do enough
but
damage
see,
in the late game?
the thing about this is that Anivia Wall, if they use the Urgot, can be used really effectively. The Urgot ult just to cut people off and collapse on someone nearly instantly.
Well, we knew we were going to see some pretty surprising stuff here, but I did not expect the Anivia. I got to say, that's a bit of a surprise for me.
It was played in the LPL by WE Ninja earlier this season, but to not great effect. And are we
guess
going to
so.
see a Trundle to deal with some of this tankiness?
I think that wouldn't
It's
be a bad choice
It's
at
getting
all.
wild. Remember that Trace practices Rek'Sai in the top lane.
Yeah.
So they always have that as a flex pick on Jin Air. But Trundle, one of those champions we haven't seen in a while, and it's going to be locked in. All right,
Oh,
this
it is.
game's already delivering, Doa.
Oh, wow, yeah. And you'd have to imagine it's going to be a jungle Trundle, like you were saying. It could be in top lane.
Yeah,
We'll see
it's
if
going to
they
be a top lane Trundle.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, hoping to just kind of trade out right there. And we are going to see the 80, and wow, this meta is so awesome.
Oh, I
I'm
know.
glad we're seeing this.
I love 5.5. It's going to be even better when 5.6 and 7 come in and the Bard buffs happen. Yeah, Bard.
League's in a really good place right now. Maybe
It
a little
is.
bit too tanky. A little adjustment there might open up some more aggressive picks and really balance this out. But
Yeah.
it certainly has changed the metagame a ton, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, so here we go. Faker on Anivia in game number 1. This series is going to be incredible. Trace bringing the Trundle to that top lane. It's going to be insane. Team Tank versus team, we're going to try really hard to kill
But
tanks.
it's going to be really difficult for SK Telecom. Do they have the damage to finish this one out? Trace may have to go for a Blade of the Ruined King because Anivia's passive too. Who do you kill on SKT?
Yeah, exactly.
Who can you kill? I think the Corki pick is a mistake here.
Well, that's the thing, is that the least tanky person has, a passive that basically gives them an extra life if they're protected well enough. And I don't know. We're going to see what happens, guys.
Well,
it's going to be crazy, but I think Jin Air is in a little bit of trouble. I think SKT won the pick ban at least.
Yeah, as long as they can take it late. So Jin Air, we'll see what they can do early.
That's right. Here we go, guys. SKT versus Jin Air, game 1. And here we go. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. SK Telecom versus Jin Air.
Ignite on Anivia too.
Yeah, Flash Ignite. Well, this is Faker we're talking about, and I have some good news for you, Monty. I have some great news. You know what it is? Bang is using Giant Enemy Crab God.
Ah, yes, finally.
Yes,
Bang is the chosen one who knows which skin to select.
he is. And Policeman Trundle. Kind of fun. Kind of a little bit awkward.
All right. So.
Okay, so yeah, we will see what happens here.
Yeah, Trundle pick, kind of a natural counter when we move into some of these more
we got that
tanky
ward.
metas. Yeah, I got the ward with the bite.
Yeah, a little bit of gold for Trace as well.
And this is going to be Faker's first professional Anivia game.
Wow. And there's the glory of Giant Enemy Crab God. Isn't he a beauty?
Been waiting so long for this skin, though.
Yep, that's right. He's one of the few champions that can twerk from the front. That stomach.
That's
So really,
like Gragas.
yeah, one of the few. The few, the proud.
The front twerkers.
That's right. I'm sure everyone's glad I pointed that out. You're welcome.
So for once, Cloud Templar gets to cast a game where Trundle is not selected, just highlighted and not selected.
That's true. And the difference is that this Trundle was picked intentionally.
Yeah, it's interesting. Trundle was buffed in 5.5, so he does have that more safe healing in the laning phase.
Ooh, but first to pause. The suspense builds.
exciting.
A lot of ignites on SKT. 2, in fact, Marin and FLICKR. Both the solo lanes with that ignite.
Yeah, very, very interesting. But yeah, I really think that Jin Air has to make some good plays early on in this game because SK Telecom really is rock solid in terms of how they're going to be able to control the late game with all these tanks.
Yeah.
The number of revives that they have. We may see FLICKR just go ahead and build Rod of Ages for tankiness purely to outlast the opposition.
I think that would be a very smart move. And Nivea already does a really good amount of damage anyway, so a little bit of tankiness certainly wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the team fights in this game.
You know, I like the Trundle pick against Hecarim too, because you know that Hecarim is going to be playing very aggressively, and with those buffs to Trundle, he really does help out his sustain in the laning phase.
Well, Trundle is just going to have so many good targets in the late game too. Pretty much anybody, he's going to be able to benefit from ulting on them. So.
And the other thing too is you have to remember that Trundle really suffers if you don't have strong primary engage, but with Lysandra and Annie, and the secondary engage coming in from Rek'Sai, he should be able to get into the mix and not be kited out.
The big weakness is this Corki. You know, is this Corki going to get to be in a position where he's going to be able to do any damage? And I think there's a big question mark about that one because, you know, once this game hits 25, 30 minutes, unless Jin Air has a pretty sizable lead, I think that Corki is going to be pretty marginalized.
Yeah, could be a bit dicey.
Yep.
So.
Might have to go for a quicker IE in Last Whisper this game. Sacrifice a little bit of safety.
I don't know. Maybe
perhaps.
I think you just go for Blade here.
Yeah.
If you may have to run double Blade onto Trundle and just hope that his ultimate provides you the tankiness that you're going to need to survive. But split pushing Blade Trundle is very strong.
It provides some pretty quick objective control as well too. Looks like we've got a bit of a hefty pause on our hands. GBM going for the peppermint bow tie today, it looks like. Yep. They should make a special Jin Air Green Wings jersey for him that doesn't have the fake tie on it, you know? And we're back. Okay. Re-entering the game again.
Yeah, that percent health damage that Subjugate does too is very useful. So Trundle, all eyes are on him this game. Che harassing there at the blue buff, and it will be that lane swap. Probably smart pre-6, especially for Jin Air. Get up to level 6 where you'll be able to match poke for poke with that Urgot. With the Corki.
You know, I suppose you do have very good wave clear as well from FLICKR. Able to hold things a little bit against the push that Jin Air is going to want to try in the mid game.
I'm very curious as to what his build is going to be. If he's going to go more for a tier here and perhaps be a little bit more vulnerable early in this game.
And where are the flashy plays going to be, you know, because Anivia isn't exactly the champion you associate with like really active, flashy plays, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be FLICKR.
Oh boy. Very, very interesting.
Yeah.
It's funny to have so many of these ice champions in one game. Anivia, Sejuani, Sandra, Trundle.
Just missing Ashe, I guess, right? I think that's the only one left.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, almost Team Freljord.
Team Freljord. Well, between the two teams at least.
That's right.
It's the Freljord patch.
Freljord reunion. A little bit late. We're kind of into the Shurima stuff now, huh?
Well, the meta lags behind a little bit. Soon it'll be all Shurima champions.
It's true. It's true.
Rek'Sai's already here, so we're moving that direction.
Oh, well, this is interesting. If they keep going down, Okay. Well, they're going to see Bengi. They see each other, and they're just going to wall. But Jin Air trying to collapse on this one right now. A little bit of damage done, but nobody coming from the bottom, so they can't quite catch SK Telecom.
Yeah, they had the speed shrine, fortunately for them, to make sure that they could get out of that in one piece. Jin Air not wanting to invest any flashes into an early catch. Maybe they should have, actually, when they saw them ward that brush, but at the very least, Che and Chaser are going to get some deep wards in as a result.
Well, FLICKR has to take the long way back to lane, and so that will cost him a bit of XP. Actually, no, he catches a wave, so he's okay.
Yeah, he lost hardly anything right there. It was a very good roam attempt.
Not bad.
Early on to this one. It will provide GBM a bit of a breathing room to go ahead and back right here.
See, Faker's just playing this as a tribute to the OGN mascot bird in our theme song this season. The bird is a word.
It is. Okay, well,
It's going to be a passive start. Obviously, a team with a bunch of tanks and a Nivea,
man, the thing
and
about
a team that needs to build up to that poke.
the thing about Trundle is one of the more interesting buffs he received in 5.5 was the buff to the range of his passive. So now, even if he gets poked out, of course, he will get some of that health back from just minions dying that he would normally get experience from as well.
Right.
So he has some sustain against this Urgot, which is quite interesting, actually.
I just want to know what's going through GBM's mind right now, you know? I don't think he was expecting this. Looks like Janair's going to go for an early dragon.
It's a really good timing. So GBM
yeah.
gets back into lane after the recall. They see FLICKR go after pushing the wave, and so they're going to get this uncontested.
That could be big against a team that is really tanky. Later on in the game, already having that first dragon for the damage boost is going to be very nice. There you go. So first dragon taken by Janair already.
That was a very good window for them to take it. And look at this. We do see Hecarim in lane now. He went back, picked up some items, will be going for that Glacial Shroud and the Frozen Heart first, looks like, instead of going for Trinity Force. This is curious because now if Trace goes for an early Blade, he's going to have split push advantage against Hecarim. And Hecarim, one of those champions that really thrives in that split push. And Trace still no items, and he's still able to do this tomorrow and even trade.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot more gold when he goes back as well.
I mean, Marin, you know, if he does go with some tankiness before the Trinity Force, you know, it's just kind of SKT saying, yeah, we are just going to become ridiculously tanky as fast as possible.
Right, but they are going to, that means they have to find 5v5 fights or 5v4 fights.
Right.
I'm very, very curious how Trace is going to itemize because it's going to affect the outcome of this game. So we'll be tier first for FLICKR. And it'll be 2 tiers actually on SK Telecom. So they're going to have a little bit of a weaker early game in terms of their itemization and then that hard power spike later on.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if Janair can take advantage of this. You know, it's all about getting Pilot, I suppose, up to that power spike as fast as he can so he can do a bit of siege, huh?
Yeah, and maybe hitting Trundle into that Blade and going for a 4-1.
Yeah.
I think this is a good strategy to use against Janair, though, as we see this gank coming in. No.
Marin could be in a bit of trouble here. There's the flash. They're going to try to slow him down a little bit. Chaser comes in for the knockup. Nice pillar. Marin, is he going to get out? Not without a flash. He's not. And first blood goes to Trace. That is a great start if you're going to split push with that Trundle.
Great flash from Trace right there to go ahead and get the slow on the chomp. And he's already winning that lane very hard right now. This is where you can really snowball that edge into split pushing. I really hope he goes for a more split push oriented build so they can continue to punish this build that's coming out of Hecarim. Of course, we know that you usually use Hecarim as a... yep, he's going Tiamat. Okay, really nice stuff. I'm very happy that he's decided to do this as he Trace with the flash chomp right there. Chaser gets up underneath him. There's the pillar to block him off. Great synergy.
Totally locked up.
Chaser had to use the flash to get around right there, but does end up being worth it. 2 flashes down now. Marin saved his Ignite, so there is possibility of some reciprocity in terms of ganking right here, but Trace is going to be pushing super hard, and that's one thing that Trace does really well, is that he chips towers. If we talk about Janair as a team, they're a team that loves to play with a lot of lane pressure and slowly grind down your towers for a big advantage.
Very slowly.
Yeah, very slowly, but of course with Morgana as well, the outer ring in the laning phase, and we've seen many Janair games that kind of go where we have all 3 of those outers falling in favor of Janair at approximately the same time just due to cross-map pressure. And Trace also knows when to back away, knows when it's not safe. And that was a lot of the early success he had in top lane Morgana was a result of his ability to take those turrets. GBM also getting some nice damage down.
Oh, yeah. Chaser thinking about coming in. Are they going to dive this? No, not quite.
They just want the tower. Janair's trying to snowball their advantage right now. This is very smart. Even Che showing
the damage.
Up. Really good play from Janair.
They're actually going to get this. Wow, 1 minion left, and that's enough. So, first dragon, first blood, first turret. What a start for Janair. This is exactly what they need.
Right there. I don't.
Oh, did he?
I don't know why. He didn't really have much backup right there. He didn't even land it properly. Just got a slowdown instead. So pretty awkward, actually. Ultimate coming in there. Didn't save the tower or do much of anything. Now he's just hurt his odds at making a successful gank.
Yeah, not going to really help anybody with that. And now up in the top lane, Bang and Wolf getting pushed back by Pilot and Che.
Yeah, FLICKR had no chance. FLICKR went tier Catalyst. He doesn't have a chance really to help out with what's going on right there.
Do you think that's a little bit too slow? It's a little bit too much building up and not enough damage right now.
Anivia becomes such a pain in the ass in the late game, and
Will they get there?
yeah, that's. But you're facing Jin Air. If you're SKT, you know Jin Air doesn't like to push as aggressively as they should. So this is, I think, them attempting to abuse Jin Air's weaknesses or their more passive play right now.
Well, it's
Jason
gonna.
coming up to the top side.
All right, let's watch this.
Oh, and Bengi took the blue buff
Oh,
too.
whoops. Man,
This is not going well. It's going to delay the tier stacking.
yeah. Oh, flash stun onto Bang, and he's in big trouble. Flashes away. Looks like he might make it. No, he's not going to. Pilot with a kill. Oh, man, Jin Air getting everything they want in this early game.
GBM also has that lane pushed up without the tower, so he was on the roam just to back up in case they needed it. They had the good wards in the enemy jungle, know that there wasn't any chance of responding, and Jin Air
It's going to be another turret, too.
doing really well against these two tiers. Hardly any damage, and there's that outer ring just getting chopped down. The bottom turret is really, really low right now. This is going to mean a faster Trinity Force as well, considering that two towers already down in 11 minutes, feeding Pilot a little bit extra gold right there. So great start from Jin Air. Now, we did see them have a great start against the GE Tigers as well, and get a little bit lost when it came to dealing the killing blow at around 20 minutes into the game. So that's what we're going to be looking for right now, is how well and how aggressively Jin Air can play this out.
You know, it was also a GE Tigers as well, too, that has an uncanny ability to come back in games if they really want to. And while SKT is really good, you know, do they have that potential as well? They're going to try to make a pick onto Jin Air here.
Nope.
The ward comes over, though. Actually, they had vision all along, so wasn't going to work.
Yeah. They scatter SK Telecom, though, with the Prey Seeker. They can push up mid really quickly with this Tiamat and the Lysandra. So they may just go for the tier 2 and more deep wards instead. But SK Telecom not making a very aggressive play right now onto the Dragon. They look a little bit nervous. Martin going to take a bunch of poke damage. He's going to get ulted.
He's going to have to ult away himself. Gets ulted by GBM, but he's going to escape. More damage onto this tier 2 turret now. Dragon is up, and we'll see if Jin Air can rotate over and take it.
And Anivia really the only good wave clear on this team too. So as long as they play where FLICKR isn't, they may be able to continue to get towers. You see Trace already back up in the top side. Has that TP available if he needs it. He's not going to be too great in team fights with the relatively low amount of tankiness he already has inside of that ninja tabby. So he does have to be a bit careful.
Yep. All the duos move down to the bot lane. Trace just taking a little bit of jungle farm. Why not? But that split push has begun. And he's even got Ninja Tabby too, so Hecarim's not going to be doing a lot. Oh, finds Hecarim in the jungle. Oh, Marin, he actually got stuck. Oh man, look at the damage. Trace goes ahead and ults, but he can't quite finish him off.
Wow, but he will force him back right there. And that means that Jin Air may be able just to go for it.
Oh,
Actually, Chaser's going to finish it.
The damage from Rek'Sai isn't enough.
No, he canceled his auto.
Oh, man,
Chaser
he
had
didn't
it,
get
and he canceled his auto.
Whoops.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
It's a lucky break for Marin, though. SKT, they need these lucky breaks right now.
Well,
they're going to lose the turret either way. Well, they're going to lose a lot of damage on it.
SKT also going to get the Dragon as a result of that gank. They really needed to kill Marin right there.
Yeah.
Here's a TP. They're going to try and fight.
Yep, that's right. Jay comes in. He's going to drop the tippers right in the middle of the fight. Pilot has to be very careful, but position reverser. Bang going to die right afterwards. He had to use it on Che. So Dragon taken by SKT.
Marin
but
TP'd for that. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, he's pretty deep behind enemy lines
Here
right
comes
now,
Chaser.
too. Going to take some damage, going to the turret. He's going to ult over the wall, but right into Chaser. There's the knockup. Chaser back for a little revenge. I don't think he's going to check his autos this time. Trace trying to catch up, and Pilot is going to be able to add on some damage as well. Misses with the first rocket. Second one, not even needed. Chaser, there we go. That time he autoed him.
Oh, well, they did end up getting him in the end. Marin, I think, just overcommitting right there. You don't have to TP when you already pick up the Dragon. Don't give him any more of an advantage. You're trying to just last this one out right here. Everybody else was pretty much able to get out except for Bang. Che only hits one actually with the Timber. It's a bit of a misplay right there. There we go, the suppression coming in, but Bang dies immediately. He's just not tanky yet. They can't stop that, and then they realize that there is a Hecarim right there. They have two sides already locked up, so good choice for the Void Rush from Chaser to cut off any possible exit that Marin could have made. Marin uses his ult once again, and then gets knocked up, slowed with the Chilling Smite, and eventually taken down right here. No escape. Meanwhile, still actually going down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Wolf might be in a little bit of trouble. There's a stun from the Annie W. Wolf so tanky, though, with that Alistar ultimate popped. You know, I gotta say, Pilot played that dragon fight out really well, too. Came up, did some damage, backed off so that the only Urgot ultimate target ended up being Che, which did like nothing for him. So Pilot actually played that very safely, too. He's 2-0-1, has that Trinity Force very quickly.
Yeah, Ravenous Hydra now done for Trace also. He's going to take the red buff too. Oh man, Trace is just going nuts this game.
No kidding.
Sacrificing actually a lot of CS for that, but he's already in the lead. He really just wants to punish Marin repeatedly.
He is about to find Marin in the top lane. Yep, Marin backing off immediately though. According to the minimap. Pilot lurking in the brush.
This is a nightmare for Marin. It can't really get much worse at this point. Rek'Sai is able to be there in a heartbeat with that Void Rush in order to help him out. GBM is very strong at the moment.
Oh, here we go. Big engage coming in from SKT. They've locked up Pilot a little bit. Che trying to get the stuns off Pilot very low, and he's still alive. He's still alive. He's going to live, and Che picks up the kill on Bengi. How in the world did Corki make it through that? They might still, no, they're not even going to lose the turret. Chaser and Che able to stick around.
Yeah, they had that stun loaded up again and just not enough damage quite yet. I will have to go back and see how that one started. Because by the time we had gotten down there, a lot of summoners had already been burned. But
they tried to engage mostly with the Sejuani ultimate, it looked like.
Bang. And Trace here, how do you stop this? You have to send FLICKR right now. GBM also coming down. They want the kill. Marin showing on the ward. FLICKR behind. Trace has to run.
Yep, can he get out? He's going to slow down Marin just a little bit. Still has that ult available.
Sauce Pillar as well.
I don't know if he knows FLICKR's there quite yet. He does with the ward. Yeah, that's true. Fear coming in. Marin using that onslaught of shadows. And look at the moves from Trace. He is agile for a big draw. Oh, but here comes Bengi. Flashes out of the knockup. Wow, Trace with the huge plays to escape. And the stone cold expression on his face says,
I have never seen Trace smile, Doa.
I've never seen his face move. But man, he can move in game.
FLICKR with the rod now, so they're waiting for FLICKR to stack up. What can he do? They're already down 4K gold. Yes, they have the late game advantage, but Jin Air is really putting the screws to them in this game.
No kidding. Well, Jin Air just playing this out absolutely beautiful. The Trundle last pick has been fantastic. Who knew Trace was this amazing Trundle player as well, too, right?
I really like the way they played this out strategically as well, Jin Air.
Yeah.
You know, in a very bizarre draft, they seem to know exactly what they need to do in this situation that probably they haven't been in before.
Yep. Tremor Sense helping Jin Air spot the members of SKT in the jungle, so the pick potential is not that great for SK Telecom right now.
Jin Air goes back. He's going to start building Frozen Heart now.
Yep. Trace will be able to pick that one up in a bit.
Still a long time. This is a really early setup by both teams onto the Dragon.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is GBM really hasn't had to do a whole lot this game. He's kind of been farming. He's been around just in case, but you can see he really hasn't been a part of any of the fights yet. Oh, they're going to try to go into Chaser here.
Look at that vision coverage from Jin Air already, though.
Yeah.
Nearly complete control around the pit. Marin is going to recall now. TP will be up in time for this Dragon for both teams, but they keep having to deal with Trace's pressure as he gets scarier and scarier up in the top side. No real way for Marin to duel him, or do him, I guess.
No real way to do anything related to anything with him.
There's the Frozen Heart completed. So Marin went Shroud, Phage, Frozen Heart, and is now building into Trinity Force. Pilot, huge take right now, right as this Dragon's about to spawn.
3 turrets to 0. Dragon up in 30. And FLICKR, if there was ever a time he needed to carry, it was now. He needs to build up a bit more damage, though, before he's going to be a big threat. I mean, GBM already with that Abyssal Scepter is going to help out his team quite a bit.
Yeah, especially with that Porky poke. So
Yeah. Chase had a great game on Annie as well, too. His stuns have been fantastic. Pilot actually going for a second item QSS after he finishes his boots, just wanting to be very safe, which I think is smart. They're going to need him to do as much damage as he can. And while this is going to slow him down a little bit, they need him to be able to stay alive right now.
well, it's also like, you don't. There, he's the only. If we look at Jin Air, how many targets are there for an Urgot ult? You really don't want anybody except Pilot in the middle of your team.
Yeah. SKT.
Good wall.
Going for this dragon. You have to get the knockup on the Pilot. Got a little bit too close there. That was dangerous. Pilot having to back away. They're going to give this. No, they're not going to give the dragon. Teleport coming in for Trace. Dragon taken by SK Telecom. And can they turn it around? Whoa, nice. Sejuani ultimate. Trace a little bit locked down, taking a lot of damage. Great wall from FLICKR. They're going to get the knockup as well. Trace is going to go down. Good catch by SKT after getting that dragon. So SK Telecom able to make a little bit of a comeback with that second dragon now.
Pilot got really chunked out because he was too far in front of the team and cut off with the wall right there. And SK Telecom really abused that fact, even though he had the QSS. For the Sejuani ult, he didn't do much poke in that fight, so SK Telecom winning the poke wars. And at that point, Trace probably should have just kept trying to split push in the top side instead of coming down into that fight.
Yeah.
That's a great wall. Nothing they can do in order to stop it right here, so Pilot goes down to about a quarter HP. Now the TP comes in, but this is not a fight that they really want. Great stun onto Chaser, and then the follow-up ult also very good. Another wall will come in onto Trace, and Jin Air a little bit uncoordinated right there, not knowing how or when they wanted to engage, and they really pay for it.
Yep. They certainly did. They still have a 4,000 gold lead, but that's going to dwindle pretty quickly if they can't kind of get a hold of things.
Yeah, looks like it will be Blade second from Pilot, but he's really delayed his build with this QSS.
Yeah. If he hadn't used it in the last fight, though, he'd be dead.
Yes, that is true.
It did come in handy.
But he needs damage as everybody gets increasingly tanky. As
FLICKR's got his Archangel staff done now as well, too. So the damage is starting to build for this Anivia.
right, and at a certain point, is Anivia also going to build Frozen Heart? That's a very real question right now. As that Seraph's Embrace finishes, you get that CDR. It's a great item to have on Anivia. Of course, the mana helping out. Combos nicely with your Seraphs. So,
Yep.
and considering that if you just have enough HP, you're going to be able to survive Lissandra Burst.
Yeah, that's a big question. You know, is GBM going to do any meaningful damage in the later parts of the game? It's a real question for Jin Air right now.
Well, they have to play around FLICKR. If they can push down turrets with this rather lackluster wave clear from the rest of SKT, that's how they do well. Trace taking another red buff. Bengi smites it, though.
Oh, Bengi stealing that one away.
Yeah, good ward. Good
Yep.
warding. Bengi knowing how many people were on the bottom side right here.
Yep.
Marin's actually going to get a turret right now for not even a red buff.
He'll get it. And Trace is going to try to pick up a kill here. There's the slow, gets the cone down. Marin turning back around. He's just fine dueling this, I guess. Nobody else around for either team right now. I think Marin has got to be very careful here. He can always ult away.
He actually
doesn't need to do it.
Forced the ult. It's a low cooldown ultimate, though.
Yeah.
Forced the ult without using his own.
Yep.
But he does have to back off. Of course, that's a stain, especially with the Hydra. Trace is
here
coming.
he comes. Where's the cone? There it is. Traps him. And Marin, he's going to have to use his ult to get out of this one, I think. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Managed to get enough speed.
That's a
Trace
really,
isn't done yet.
that's
Oh,
a
there we
really
go.
good delay, though, just to get vision in.
Yeah. Takes out the pink ward, which is pretty helpful.
SK Telecom, though, they're preventing this lead from getting any bigger by taking out some of these, or one of these outer turrets right now, and that was a good play.
Well, the fight at Dragon really kind of helped stop the hemorrhaging. Getting that second Dragon as well, too, is very big for SKT.
Yeah, Jin Air really needed that dragon, actually, to
Yeah.
finish this game faster. I think Jin Air should be starting to get a little bit nervous in this one.
Well, especially because we're moving into the point in the game where Jin Air has traditionally been the weakest as well, too. You know, kind of between 25 and 35 minutes. That's when things have been a little bit dicey from time to time. And given the composition for them, this is not the time they can afford to have any sort of bad plays happen. Blue buff for FLICKR, and he will not get it again. Wow, Bengi. Bengi.
It's It's really not good. FLICKR still doesn't have that Seraphs.
FLICKR really could use that. Oh, trying to flash away out of this one, engage out of nowhere. Well, dangerous moment for FLICKR. They get the flash.
Yeah, he really does need to watch himself.
Yeah, he does.
On
Especially
that side
now.
of the map. Cancels his recall just to help take out a ward there as it was swept out, but that's still really Jin Air's side of the jungle. They have a lot of members on that bottom side. They're going to try and make a play on a Bang.
Yep, that's right. Bang could be in a little bit of trouble here. Uses his shield. Che comes in for the stun position reverser to get Bang a little bit farther away, but the Tibbers waited, and now Jin Air on the run as Wolf comes in as well. Pilot a little bit unsure about what he's supposed to be doing here. Backing away, GBM hit with Bengi's ultimate on Sejuani. And can he get away? Onslaught of Shadows coming in. They lock up Pilot in the backlines. He pops that QSS. GBM does go down, and Jin Air has to retreat. Dragon up in less than a minute as well, too. A dangerous moment again for Jin Air. They may have to give up this bottom turret. They might be trading a tier 2 for it, though. Yeah, it looks like Trace will get that one at least.
Yeah, Trace continuing split pushing right there, and actually, Che should not have dropped Tibbers. After the position reverser was used, Bang's just not going to take any meaningful damage as if you think about Tibbers versus, say, a W or something like that. So why not just hold on to the Tibbers just in case you need it later on that retreat? I think that was a bit of a misplay with the Annie.
You know, I think he thought Pilot was coming in. I think he thought if he got it, they'd be able to engage. Didn't really understand that there were so many SKT players nearby. And it cost him.
And GBM did get caught out.
Yep. Yes, he did.
With Bengi's ultimate. Bengi landing a nice one there. Now Seraph's Embrace completed. FLICKR will be going for Liandry's, it appears.
I have to imagine.
He's looking at doing just very consistent damage over the course of the team fight and having that big time Anivia tankiness as well.
Makes sense.
So this is SKT. Their job is to drag out team fights as long as possible, survive the burst, and then just deal very consistent but relatively low DPS.
Yeah, I really wonder how Jin Air is going to be able to engage on this team from now on. It's not going to be easy. Dragon being taken by SKT. It's going to get low. Fight in the top lane, but I think SKT is going to be able to get this third Dragon. They do. That's 3-1 now, so SK Telecom really doing a good job of playing this comp out exactly how it's intended. They've stayed just barely safe enough, or have they? Huge stun over the wall. FLICKR in a lot of trouble, goes down, pops that passive anyway. Wolf pushing Pilot back out, uses the QSS. They get the kill on FLICKR anyway. Here comes Bengi to try to break up the fight a bit. GBM has to disengage, has to use that Zonius. Wolf trying to get there for big pulverize. He gets it, big knockup now onto Jin Air. Chaser, they're trying to turn it around. Pilot still with a good amount of health, and Bang pops that shield, but can he kite well enough? Oh, nearly stuck. There's another knockup coming in from Rek'Sai.
Oh,
Marin just runs Pilot over. Oh, man. Jin Air still chasing people. Flash over the wall. Looks like, whoa, how he knocks him back into the mid lane. Oh, but they're not done yet, I guess. This is the longest team fight in history. Chaser comes in. They're going to get one more kill. So in the end, it is 2 for 1. Nearly the ace on SKT.
Wow. Trace somehow ends that with almost full HP, just sustaining himself over the course of that action. Now they're going to get a tower, so a bit of a nice catch there from Jin Air, getting into that choke, and Bang wasn't there at the start of the team fight, so Jin Air does take pretty good team fight win, but they don't increase their gold score really as a result, and there's that big wave that only Che is going to be getting at the top side. GBM finally getting down there right now.
Yep.
Wow, this game is really, really wild.
It certainly is.
But they got the necessary burst onto FLICKR that time.
Yep. Well, that can happen. I mean, when it comes down to it, once FLICKR is down, there's not a lot of damage coming out of SK Telecom. I mean, we're Amana done now for Bang, so maybe that'll change. They do take the mid lane turret. Oh, they trap Pilot. That QSS is coming so handy for him this game. He's used it every fight, and it's saved his life nearly every time.
Arguably, though, he should be a little bit more careful right there. He wasn't going to save that turret. So at the end of the day, we have a nearly even trade.
Chaser thinking about trying to come in from behind, but will they find an angle here?
Pilot had to go back. Now, critically, Trace has TP advantage, so they want to make a play now.
Yep.
But that's why Marin's coming up back into the fight. He knows that Jin Air is looking for an opening.
Yeah, FLICKR joining them as well in the mid lane. Good warding, though, for Jin Air. They pretty much know where everyone on SKT is. And nobody's really going to be stopping Trace in the split push too easily. just going to go and hit the turret. And can Marin do anything to stop this? Oh, Trace rather, accidentally doing a bit of damage to Marin, drawing the aggro of that turret. Oh, Wall nearly catches Chaser.
SKT has set up some nice pick attempts this game, but
Yeah,
Pilot has been using that scrying orb to find
used.
pretty much everyone.
Marin
This is hilarious.
getting chased away. Yeah.
Trace is really fast as well on that frozen domain, so again, continue trading with Marin even when Marin is trying to use his Q.
Yep, that's such a fast cooldown ultimate on Trundle as well. He's going to have it up all the time. He does.
Oh, wow.
Recall. Baron attempt by SK Telecom.
They should see them with Tremor Sense.
Yeah, this seems a bit bold. Okay, they will back away.
It was a good try. They have the tankiness that it doesn't really matter if they go ahead and poke in there. They're not going to take too much damage from it, so maybe you get it.
You're not going to commit without the teleport, or with a teleport disadvantage too. So SKT just kind of testing the waters there.
But SKT's in a really good place now. I feel like they've dodged the Jin Air danger zone. Now they have a chance to really use this tankiness and this late game power to close this one out.
Baron's like, did you see that team comp that just tried to kill me? What's going on? I saw it in Nivea.
We're back in Season 2 now, Doe. It's happened.
We're not even in Europe. All we need is like 6 black cleavers and a dozen warmogs, and we're there.
Now, this Leandri's build really interesting for FLICKR. But those 3 dragons, very worrisome for Jin Air.
Yeah.
They really needed to play around those dragons a little bit more actively and see if they could take them. But it's hard against this level of tankiness and also against Anivia, who can play and choke so well with that Arctic Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Air really just needs to find these amazing folks. Oh, this is happening again, huh? Battle over the Rift Scuttler. Bengi's going to come down, and they'll be able to take that one. SKT getting that crucial Rift Scuttler.
Yeah.
For Baron, or Dragon, rather.
Still no good engage from Che. He doesn't have a Righteous Glory completed. So.
Yeah, he does have Flash Up, though, so for the next fight, he'll be able to get in there. In theory. Wow, Trace has some attack speed there.
Yeah, Trace, he goes Randuin's or Warmogs next. Curious as to what his decision's going to be. Pilot actually delayed his Blade of the Ruined King to get a Last Whisper due to the massive amount of armor on SK Telecom, but
makes sense.
Pilot is going to have some issues doing damage. He needs to get that blade as fast as he possibly can.
Yeah. Well, I think he knew going into this he was going to have issues doing damage either way.
Yeah, I really think Corki was the wrong pick. And if anything, that's probably going to be Jin Air's undoing. If they had a more auto-attacking AD carry, Marin actually got both crabs. That's really nice.
Wow.
If they had a more late-game oriented AD carry, I think they really could have done something against this composition, especially since they lane swapped anyway, so you didn't really have to worry about so much of the early game.
Yep. Well, they forced the Valkyrie out of Pilot. Dragon up in 1 second. It's coming up now. And SKT in a good position to try to take this. They've got pretty much all the vision they want. And Jin Air with really not much at all. So this looks like it could be an easy 4th Dragon.
Dragon goes down so fast to that Arctic Storm.
That's right. They'll take it. Jin Air with no opportunity to come in and stop this. So now, on that crucial 4th Dragon, SK Telecom suddenly a big threat objective-wise.
And now they can get into really dicey situations where they can trade Dragon in favor of Baron. This is really dangerous for Jin Air. Another game where Jin Air really blasts out of the gates and then falters down the stretch. And part of that's just due to the team compositions that they've selected. Again, against GE, they didn't have the team comp to really hang in the late game, and I think we're in a similar position here.
Yeah, SKT definitely did win in picks and bans, and I mean, the Corki's not doing damage.
Oh,
they're going to try it. All right. Pilot has done as much as he could this game. All right, they're going to try the Baron, but here comes SK Telecom. The teleport coming in. Bang already doing damage. Nice Sejuani ultimate. They lock up Chaser and Trace. Trace pretty tanky, though. Position reverser used on him, I guess. And they're going to try to lock them up. Nice Anivia wall. GBM goes in the back. He gets ulted. He's still in trouble. Zonias avoids the stun from FLICKR, but FLICKR untouched. They're going to get ganked by Mom anyway. And now Chaser just not able to do enough. Trace having to back away. Pilot locked in, tossed in the middle of the team. Ult, Valkyrie not enough. And SK Telecom stops the Baron, and they are going to stop the Jin Air team cold as well.
And Bang just so close to dying right there, but they couldn't quite finish him up. Now SKT will be able to get that Baron. Chaser took so much damage before that team fight even started. They didn't turn quick enough. SKT's evened up the gold, and here they come. They're going to get the Baron.
Yeah, it should be pretty easy to take that.
Oh, they're going to try. Here comes a... Wow, they're actually going to try this.
He teleported. He came in to try it. Rek'Sai comes in.
I
If they can
suppose, why
steal
not?
it, it'll be huge. Going in, Baron getting low. Knocked out, can't do it. It's going to go to SKT, and now Trace in big trouble. Wolf might get killed on the outside. Position reverser used again, and Trace going to try to escape here. So Jin Air got the kill onto the support, but
I mean, at least they got one. At least they got one right there.
Yeah, they did prevent one member from getting the Baron buff, but it's probably the least important member to have it, so not ideal. SKT is in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, let's take a look at this one again. So Pilot on the outside does Valk out, but still gets hit, uses the QSS immediately in order to keep dealing some damage. Trace gets the kite. GBM, really risky for him to go in right here, knowing that that Anivia wall was coming. He still ults himself, but he ults himself during exhaust, so he does virtually no damage with that frozen tomb. Trace tries to get on his way out. Everybody all over Pilot. Now watch Wolf's Alistar play right here. Gets that flash pulverize or to punt Pilot back into the middle of the team fight. Really nice play from Alistar. And Jin Air committed a little too hard, but...
Whoa, ult onto Chaser as he uses his... Oh, they're going to keep chasing him. FLICKR gets a stun onto him. All right, where's the wall?
This game.
Only when it was Zonia. Chaser in big trouble. He's going to go down. FLICKR picks up the kill there. Bank position reverser onto Trace. They're going to lock him up again. Great stun. Man, the combos leading into the stuns from FLICKR have been insane. SKT just kind of going off at this point. There's a turret, the tier 2 in mid, knocked down by Marin. And SKT looks like they're wanting to end this one pretty soon.
Yeah, I think Jin Air, they've had these really strong performances against SKT and GE early, but they have to figure out some team comps that will actually serve them a bit better in the late game.
You got the inhibitor turret too, and looks like the mid inhibitor's in big
with
trouble.
Baron, so.
Yep. And that is going to be at least one inhibitor going down. Nope, going to be two. And SKT just in prime position to finish this one off. Don't need to right now. You can just pull back, play it a bit safe. Maybe wait for that 5th dragon or push up the top lane a little bit while you do it. But yeah, Jin Air, I think that, well, like we've been saying all game long, the Corki pick just is not doing enough damage.
Well, you know, to be fair to them,
they've done everything they can.
Who expected this Anivia pick? This is a little bit of an oddball composition coming in from SKT, and they had already taken the Lissandra by the time that the Anivia pick went down. So they had to figure out how to jimmy it into this composition, and taking the Trundle last turned out to be pretty smart, actually.
Well, yeah, Jin Air did. They did everything they could. You know, Pilot, look at his scoreline. He's 3-2-4. He's really, I think, played a pretty good game overall.
And they also picked Corki before they knew about Anivia and Alistar, where this additional tankiness would be coming into play, and his poke would be relatively meaningless. But I think this is one of the reasons. We talked about this in the pregame. Pilot has played. This is his 13th game on either Ezreal or Corki. He plays these spellcasting ADs. Can he play auto ADs that do better in these situations?
He may need to. Trace perhaps in a bit of trouble here as Wolf and FLICKR coming in.
Oh, he missed a Q finally.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. It happens to the best of us, I suppose. And there's the ult. Trace locked up. Another knockup. Takes so much to take him down, but they'll get it. Kill for Bengi this time. Bengi's been very solid on that Sejuani, aside from when it's time to hand off the blue buff to FLICKR. He's kind of failed every time with that one.
Underestimating the Bami Cinder and the Flail of the Northern Winds, I suppose.
So.
Taking it with a little bit of that AoE.
Yep. Well.
Anivia. So Anivia now finally getting a needlessly large rod for the first time in this game.
Look at FLICKR too. He's 2-1-6 with 414 CS in 39 minutes. His CS has just not missed a beat all game long. Really incredible stuff.
Wolf gonna get a Frozen Heart too, because why not?
Yeah, why not, man? No, man, it's gonna be Frozen Gauntlet. Just wait. Just needs to pick up the Sheen after they take this 5th dragon now.
No, you can't auto after you headbutt anymore, so no more Sheens for Alistair.
Oh, I suppose you're right, yeah. That is true. It's for the pulverize. It's after the knockup, man.
And there we go. Dragon number 5, SKT. Suffering from an early game deficit, but really holding their composure and rolling to this win.
Yeah, 821 AP.
Yeah, this has been such a good game, though.
Oh, yeah, this has been a great game. 2 interesting compositions. Good play on both sides, but SK Telecom just coming out a little bit ahead when things are all said and done.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about the meta here. I don't think Corki's so great anymore, Doa.
I agree, which is fine. I've never been a big fan of watching Corki anyway.
Doa confirmed Corki hater.
Yeah, kind of a boring AD. He has a pretty lame plane, too. Floats like 1 foot above the ground.
The definition of a lane plane. Well, Pilot has Blade, but his build also, I think, cost him. He did need that QSS, it's true. He did use it well, but he also played a little bit too far forward in order to have to use that QSS in the first place at times.
Well, objectives are going to die very, very quickly. This is Jin Air's last chance. They need to win a massive team fight here if they want to have any chance, and I don't think that's going to happen. The damage is just not there, even if the engage will be. SK Telecom just bullying their way into the base to end it here. Jin Air, this is their last chance. GBM immediately evaporated. Got an ult going off. They're going to take down Shay as well, too. Onslaught of Shadows across the team. Jin Air scattered, and FLICKR a bit low. I think his passive has only popped like once this game. Trace still so tanky, and Pilot, to his credit, staying alive until right then. So Jin Air doing everything they can, but in the end, it is not enough. And SK Telecom with Urgot AD, FLICKR on Anivia mid, ends the game as an egg. GG. Wow.
Well, I didn't expect to see that tonight, Doa.
Me neither.
But it sure was fun.
Glad we saw it.
All right, well, how is Jin Air going to adapt in Game 2 right here to the rather surprising composition pulled out by SK Telecom? Again, Jin Air against these top-tier opponents comes in strong, but falters down the stretch. I think they really need to consider the damage of their team compositions. Man, Trace was so good early on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that we saw Jin Air lose, but there were several members on that team that played so well. Trace had a great game on.
Pilot played well on Corki.
Yeah,
it's
Pilot
just
had a
that
great
he
game too.
couldn't do anything after a certain point when the tankiness got there. So
yeah.
really have to think about reprioritizing right now and making some adjustments throughout this best of 3.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of Anivia here, but in that composition, it was a perfect pick, and FLICKR played it great, of course.
I really liked his build, too. Yes,
Yep.
it was a little slow to get off the ground, but once it got rolling, you could see how sustained that zoning could be with the keeping the Glacial Storm up forever with that much mana from Seraph's and Rod, and then using that percent damage from Leandri's to really punish the enemy.
You know, the thing is, too, is losing a game like that as Jin Air, it really shakes you, too, because you're just like, what was that? And you think maybe you're able to have a decent plan coming into it. It just doesn't work. That's a pretty tough one mentally to handle.
We'll see. At the same time, you could say, well, look how well we played in the early game. We got this advantage.
Yeah.
If we had maybe a little bit different team composition, we could have actually closed that with some ease. But GBM had a little bit of a hard game, couldn't make any of the big plays we've seen in the past on Lysandra.
Again,
and he was just locked up a lot of the time, too. Sometimes he couldn't ult.
Yeah, not really his fault. I mean, even if he got in there with great engages, couldn't do anything. No damage, no follow-up, no win for Jin Air. We'll see if they can tie it up, though, in game number 2. What a great series already. Don't miss it. We'll be back with game 2 between the Jin Air Green Wings and SK Telecom T1 here on Champions Korea right after this. Or maybe we'll just talk a little bit more. Oh, now we'll go. See you in a few. And welcome back to Champions Spring, and FLICKR getting the MVP for his Anivia game. That's right, I said Anivia game.
His first ever.
His first ever, very
first
successful.
Ever Anivia game.
2-1-8, 71% kill contribution, looking good. 700 MVP points, tied with Smeb, just below Duke, who has had kind of a monopoly almost on MVP points on Najin. Didn't even want to give one
What
to
a
Tank
great
today.
stun. On to Chaser right there, allows
Yep.
for a nice follow-up from Bengi. I mean, honestly, Doa,
Yeah.
I think Wolf probably deserved it. But it's another Q right onto Trace. They stun lock him until the end of time. And then coming in here as we see the attempts at Baron by Jin Air. And then swapping right there with Bang. And then another great wall to isolate Trace. They lock up GBM. GBM gets his ult up, but he is exhausted, so it just doesn't do anything to mega tank team composition that is SK Telecom.
You know, and with these mega tank team comps coming back in, you know, when do you think we're going to see the carries come out that can handle them? You know, the Vaynes, the Caitlyn's potentially. Tristana, Jinx maybe.
Yep.
Jinx is a bit too dangerous, but you get the idea.
You may have been able to play Jinx here.
Yeah.
May have been able to play Jinx here, but yeah, I agree with
Scary.
you. These are champions that we may see returning to the meta, especially with all of the ultra tanks coming into vogue. GBM just gets locked up there. That was a really good stun onto him, so he couldn't even use his ults before he died.
Piglet's going to be happy in NA. Can maybe play that Vayne again. I guess it hasn't stopped him though, but he can play it and it'll be good now.
Happy is too strong a word, though.
He'll be enthused. We'll put it that way. Enthused at legitimate Vayne play. And so GBM, a tough loss, and a tough loss for all of the generic Green Wings, but it's a best of 3. They've got a chance to bring it back. And, you know, with a different AD carry, with a little bit tighter mid-game, they could have taken that one. They played fairly well.
They got a 4,000 gold lead, which is what
Yeah.
they needed, but they lost some of those dragons, which they needed to be the ones dictating the pace of that game, not SK Telecom. And they needed to have a little bit more staying power in the late game. So where do you go from here if you're Jin Air? I feel like they've been exploited for their early game focus. It's hard, though, against this ultra tanky team composition that we're seeing come into play, because Jin Air's a team that has been thriving off of Poke, Xerath, Double AD, and they need to make some adaptations now, because if you play Poke into this, there's so much engage in the current meta.
Yeah.
And the tanks don't take that much poke damage before you can find an opportunity to engage. You can't really poke them out before they can engage on you.
Well, we said it coming into this that SKT, or that Jin Air rather, would have to adapt the most with 5.5, and we saw it hurt him a bit in game number 1. You know, what's going to happen in game 2? Picks and bans time, and there's the Anivia ban against FLICKR, just not wanting to deal with it. Wow.
Lulu again banned here. If I was SKT, I guess I wouldn't be as worried about that, even though, you know, SKT with FLICKR in the mid lane doesn't play that much Lulu.
Yeah.
Certainly not a specialty of Marin, so I understand. But even so, that more utility-oriented laner may actually serve SKT well. Xerath also banned out once again.
I think
So
that's
Maokai
smart.
available, they will probably take it first.
Yep. And with Rek'Sai banned as well, might as well take that Maokai away
Kallista's
from Marin.
up.
Kalista is up. That's true.
Oh, wow. They gave away Callista.
And it looks like SKT is not going to hesitate to pick that up immediately. Will we see the Jarvan instead of the Sejuani, though? Do you feel like that's a little bit dangerous? I mean, Callista can really add a lot of damage into a team that's been hit with a Sejuani ult.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah, I think that's much better. I agree with you. And Sejuani Callista will be the grab. So what is the answer to this Callista? Callista's been proven to be such a lane bully. That pretty much means Jin Air is going to have to lane swap unless they think they have an answer.
Well, Jin Air knew they were giving this Callista over to SK Telecom, so you don't do that without a plan. Graves could be part of it.
Wow, going for another burst AD. Interesting. Not sure about this.
Well, if SKT just, you know, grabs a bunch of tanks too, you're not going to have a backline to blow up with collateral damage. It might get a little bit tough again.
You have to believe that's their plan.
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, watch FLICKR just play mid-Cho'Gath or something like that, you know?
Well, he's been playing in solo queue, so he
Yep.
very easily could take that away.
Or Urgot, for that matter, too. What the what? Is it Cloud Templar troll or is it legit? This is a question we have to ask ourselves at
it's legit.
5.5.
I think they're going to do a pick comp. Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Switching up at the last minute. Looks like it's going to be Jarvan instead.
I'm sad.
Yep. You know, a Mumu Skarner, though, not as bad in 5.5. Potentially viable. And SKT may go ahead and grab that Trundle this time around. It worked pretty well for Trace.
I was wondering if Marin had this in his pocket or not as to whether he was going to be able to play it because having that Maokai Trundle matchup, you have so much pressure. I mean, Hecarim at least can fight back with Trinity Force. Maokai really can't in the late game.
Well, Trundle isn't exactly the most mechanically demanding champion, so
This is true.
if you know the theory, you should be able to pick him up pretty easily.
This is a good point.
He's more of a thinking man's champion, you know? A little bit less quick on the fingers, a little bit heavier on the brain.
It's my kind of champion, Doa.
That's right. You like the Trundle? Yep.
Well, I
You like
certainly am a mechanical nightmare, so yes, that's pretty much all I can do.
That's why you play Gangplank, right? Build crit items and walk up and click on people.
Oh, wow, Gnar.
Really?
Well, you can set up a Gnar ult really easily with Sejuani ult, but
Hecarim, okay.
if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Instead of taking Thresh for Wolf,
Team Ghost for SKT. Thresh, Hecarim, Callista.
time for Jin Air to play some Ghostbusters.
That's right. We need a Ghostbusters Graveskin. That actually wouldn't be too bad. Oh, Rise would be interesting here.
That would actually add a lot of late game punch, but oh man, Jin Air, don't do this again.
I don't know, man. I mean, this team, again, you just...
They have even less damage now that they have a Maokai in the top lane if they actually go with the Lysandra.
You can see him
Yes.
agonizing over it. I think the Karthus is a stronger pick. Safer. And I think safe is what Jin Air needs.
Yeah, you have good primary engage for Karthus to follow up from. SKT, not the best at kiting. Now, is he going to be able to get in on that Callista, though?
Well, that's kind of the trick, right? I mean, you would theoretically be able to do that with Lysandra, but I think just the damage from Requiem late game is going to be pretty helpful. So what is FLICKR going to play?
Also, they have good hard CC in the side lanes and good burst here, too. So Chaser has good ganking targets that he can select.
You know, I mean,
top and bot.
We could just see a lot of engage onto this
Blink of
Karthus.
Vlad.
He's been playing it a lot in solo queue.
Yeah, he's been playing it a lot in solo queue. He's already got the Ghost loaded up, so I imagine this is going to be a Vlad pick in the end. Does have that strong sustained damage. Can dodge the Requiem as well, but it's not the greatest pick against Jarvan is the thing, because you can really bottle Vlad up in there.
He's just mad that one of the Team Ghost members was taken by Jin Air. Karthus wasn't available, but it will be that mid Vlad for FLICKR. So Anivia into Vladimir. That's going to be the champions FLICKR's playing in our first two games tonight. And SKT with a pretty scary composition.
I think Jin Air, this is a good adaptation, though. They go for the Karthus this game.
Yep.
Try for something that will have a little bit more damage late.
Very true. It's all a matter of that Karthus getting in, though. And SKT has a lot of good ways to prevent that from happening.
Now, FLICKR's only ever played one Vladimir game as well, so this will be number 2. 1-0 so far, but we knew that this was a possibility alongside the Cho'Gath, and with this really tanky meta, I mean, we got to see some more of these autoing ADs that really have more presence in the late game. We really start to have to start seeing that in order to bust the tank line here.
Yeah, you really wonder what Pilot's going to do in the late game here, and I think the answer is going to be probably not much.
Well, Bang also, with the Callista builds that we've been seeing with Bloodthirster first, is also potentially not going to be doing much.
That's true, that's true. But if he picks up the Runins later on, at least he'll be able to get a bit of AoE.
Well,
Maybe.
if he's lucky, it's a lot of AoE coming in that he has to worry about as well, and he has to get in pretty tight in terms of range in order to get those abilities off. So it'll be a struggle for the AD carries, that's for sure.
Whenever it's a tanky meta, it's always tough on the carries, but let's see if Jin Air can tie it up. It's time to get into game number 2. Well, here we go. Jin Air trying to tie things up against SK Telecom here in a pretty important match when it comes to seeding for the playoffs.
FLICKR starting boots this game, hoping to dodge some of those late wastes and just farm his way up.
Yeah, makes sense.
Jay once again on the ante. Jin Air has the very strong possibility to get some kills in the early game here. They have the composition to do it, certainly. They can punish all of the lanes pretty much, especially if FLICKR's flash is down. That Cataclysm, Jarvan is really good against Vladimir.
Well, that's kind of the issue, though, right? Is Jin Air has been able to get kills in the early game. They've been able to get those leads, and they just haven't been able to close it out. When it comes to these matches, we saw it against the GE Tigers. We saw it in game 1 just now. I think SKT knows exactly what they need to do to beat Jin Air.
Yeah, that said, Jin Air does have a little bit of a different agenda this game, and at least they pick something that scales a little bit harder and can deal more sustained damage in Karthus. So I don't think their composition holds that same level of weakness.
It's not as vulnerable, but it's not so much about the comp, it's about the team, I think.
Yeah. Well, we will see the lane swap. Not too terribly surprising. Don't want to be in the Kalista lane. Don't want to have Hecarim beating up on Maokai early on.
Yeah.
And
FLICKR just dodging right around those layways. Man, he just walked right up.
Yeah, well, that's FLICKR for you. He only plays aggressively ever.
Yeah.
That's what's one of the things that's so difficult about playing him is look at what he does. Like, what?
He
Who
is-
does this with a level 1 Vladimir? You only have a Q.
He's only been hit by like 1.
Especially in a lane swap. This is so dangerous. He's lane swapped against Maokai Annie.
Well, you might pay for it because Trace and Jay are about to come in. There's a flash stun. FLICKR gets exhausted as well. Chaser comes in. He's not getting out of this one. No way. First blood going to GBM, and FLICKR, you know, he dodged those lay waste very nicely, but you can't dodge the 1v4, can you, FLICKR?
That's why it's dangerous. Like,
He went a little bit overboard there, yeah. Jeez. Oh, FLICKR. Things FLICKR does.
good gank, though. And let's talk about how
Yeah.
Jin Air did that, because Jin Air against GE, they also had a really nice gank on Kuro. So how did they accomplish that? Well, for those of you who weren't paying attention, Annie and Maokai went to Wolves, and then Annie helped Leash to get Trace level 2, all the experience. Meanwhile, we saw Chaser start at red, so they actually collapsed in a pincer movement on the mid lane.
Speaking of collapsing, Marin getting collapsed on right now by Jin Air. There's a knockup. He's in a bit of trouble now. No flash, of course, and that's another kill for Jin Air. Well, here we go again.
Jin Air's early games are so crisp. That was a great move.
Yeah.
And it was totally tailored to FLICKR. You know that FLICKR plays that aggressively. You do. He always does. And so in that situation, he's not going to expect people coming from both sides of the lane like that and having that Maokai. So really good level 1 from Jin Air to set it up, and then they transition it immediately into another gank on the top side. Chaser basically hasn't jungled.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, he's got an assist, so he's gotten gold at least.
Yeah, he took out his red, and that's about it.
Whenever you see Che on Annie, too, you know that mid lane gank is coming pretty fast. Like, FLICKR should have been aware that this was going to happen.
Well, SKT held it together in the last game. It's only 800 gold down, and but getting this Karthus rolling early can be scary.
Sure can. I mean, a kill on the mid laner and a kill on the AD carry. You really can't ask for any more if you're Jin Air. And look at all the damage they have on this turret already, too. Here comes Wolf and Bengi, though. They may have overstepped it. Pilot gets knocked back a bit, uses a quick draw. Nice flash play, double. Che is in big, big trouble. Looks like he's going to sacrifice his life for his carry, and Marin able to pick up the first kill for SK Telecom.
And Pilot had his vision, his ward available right there. They didn't have any vision in the
Oh, okay.
right by the Krugs in order to see whether someone was coming into lane or not. So played a bit too aggressively. Marin actually used his Hecarim Q right there, very well right there, getting past Che and then shoving him back.
Yeah.
But Che without that flash, the obvious target. Pilot also shouldn't have used his heal, but
I think that's a Hecarim E, actually, that knocks back.
oh, you're right. Yes, it's
Yeah.
it is easy.
Oh, another flay to Pilot. He had to use his flash early on. Bengi needs to be careful. Whoa, there we go.
Flash,
knock
knock
up from Chaser. Yeah, he flashed into that one. Can Che get the stun? Yes, he can, but Bengi gets out on the Lantern.
That was
Close call there.
EQ flash, so it doesn't do damage, but it does get the knockup
Yep,
if you hit that.
that's right.
And they're not going to be able to convert it into anything. Trace
Wow, that tree is filled with spears.
absorbing a bunch of spears, but not subject to rend. He walks out of range.
Yep. Oh, Bang getting a little bit of CS, but look at this though. 44 to 28. So Bang able to farm quite well against this Maokai, of course. With all the action on the Jin Air side, it's cost Pilot and CS a bit. He should be able to catch up pretty quickly though.
They've also been hard pushing this turret.
Yeah,
so
that's true too.
It could even up if they do end up taking a tower advantage right here. GBM is getting close to 6 now, about 2/3 of a level out. So it's going to change things.
Oops. Oh, he
in
got
the
it.
side lanes. He's missing some CS though.
Yeah, well, trying to get some damage onto FLICKR, but it's just not going to work very well against Vlad because he's going to be healing up a little bit. He's going to be dodging a lot of them. Not that one, but a lot of them. Wow. He has dodged the vast majority of the layways that were directed at him.
Well, started boot spots, so.
Yep.
But he hasn't had a chance, even with that forced early recall after that first blood. Now GBM going for a blasting wand before Catalyst, bold. But he can't abuse FLICKR before FLICKR hits level 9, so.
The idea too is that if he needs to use that Requiem, he can just add a little bit more damage onto it and help Jin Air kind of snowball this lead.
Okay, so Trace will meet Marin up in top.
Well, tank battles yet again.
Yeah, but Trace has the advantage right here. 2 Doran's items and a Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, he does for the moment.
Also, the nice thing about facing Hecarim is Q, which is Rampage. I forgot
Yep.
that was his Q instead of his E. But yeah,
you
his
go.
Q will make sure that your passive is up quite frequently, so you actually get some good sustain going on there. Maokai can do well against champions that spam abilities in the laning phase, even if he does take a lot of damage, but at least there's a little bit of upside.
Yep, Pilot finally getting a chance to freeze this lane a little bit and get some more CS. And will we see a Dragon from SK Telecom soon? It's going to be tough with the bot lane for Jin Air there. Can they save this pink ward? Okay, he's going to blind grab Che, actually. Che taking a lot of damage, has to flash away.
Chaser's
Chaser coming
here.
in, though. Yep, that's a kill onto Wolf. Bang on the run now. Turning around for another auto onto Pilot.
Really greedy right there.
Yeah.
GBM also had his ult up, and you have to remember that there's
yeah.
no way for FLICKR to interrupt Karthus. So I think that was not a good move to try and attack that right there, especially Pilot was already 6. He used his ult and picked up another kill as a result. And they still have Requiem also. So,
Pretty dangerous.
I mean, best case scenario there, you trade 1 for 1 if you're SKT. Because even if Wolf survives that, they kill Che, Requiem comes down and he dies. So.
Right. Well, it's going to be a Dragon and taken by Jin Air. They're going to turn on to Bengi now. FLICKR getting exhausted, but he's going to come in anyway. GBM very, very low, but he's Karthus. It's okay. Still doing damage. Flashes ahead for a little bit more. Bengi goes down. That's 2 kills for Jin Air. Now they're turning. Here comes Requiem. Can they kill Bang afterwards? He flashes away just in case.
They're still going to go, though, is the
Yeah,
thing.
they're going to dive. There's a stun on the Bang. Actually, Che may have wanted to save that, but I think they're still not going to dive
They
that
can
quite
just
yet.
bottle him up right here.
Yep.
The wave is coming.
Oh, Trace coming
What?
in, taking a lot of damage. Trace, what are you doing, buddy? Going in way too early. That cost Jin Air a couple kills right there.
There was no teleport from Marin. They had that 100%.
Yeah. Trace just getting a little bit overeager.
They just had to wait for the wave.
Yep, they don't get the turret. They don't get the kills. Huge mistake by Trace there.
That was a really big misplay by Jin Air.
Yeah.
And now Marin's going to get some time to proxy farm under the turret. He's up 20 CS as a result.
Yeah.
And that tower taking a ton of damage in the top side.
That was a pretty massive error by Trace in the bot lane.
Wow.
A little bit of miscommunication for Jin Air. That cost them big time.
Interesting. That was really surprising that he would do that after they already picked up those kills right around the dragon.
Yeah, it's not
Check
something
out that
you would do a
dragon
lot.
fight again. So Bengi tries to delay them as long as possible, but FLICKR gets stunned right at the start of this one. GBM manages to stay alive for a surprisingly long time. Gets the flash forward Bang, and then he'll force one out of Bang as well with the Requiem. He gets a bit too low. As we move forward right here, there are only 3 people on the map.
Yeah, the wave was coming. And Trace just decides to twist the advance in there.
Wow.
Whoops.
And they used 2 summoners for that too, Heal and Trace's flash. Yikes.
Yeah, it was not good.
Don't really know what was going on right there.
Miscommunication. Oh, FLICKR slowed down with that wall of pain. He's going to pop the Hemo Plague anyway. Might be in trouble. There's a Cataclysm. Yeah, FLICKR, he's not getting out of that. There's a kill for GBM. And GBM with a pretty good start on this Karthus as well. 3-1-1 so far.
Call by Chaser. That's the problem with this Vlad against Jarvan.
Yep.
Is it's like Vlad versus Xerath. There's nothing you can do. And yeah, it's just, and you only have that single target too. The problem, it's even worse with Vlad because at least as Xerath, you can do some line damage or you can shoot outside of the pit. But basically with Vlad, if you just stand far enough away and poke Vlad while he's in there, all he can do is use transfusion, and that is awful.
Yep. No CC to speak of. It's pretty rough. But amazing fingernails.
Fabulous.
In a freaky way.
Fabulous fingernails.
Yeah.
Well, Marin, it does have, the hope right now is Marin and his split pushing capabilities. He's going to feel pretty comfortable with that big CS lead. He's got a kill already. Even though Bang has a couple, he went for just the Greaves for wave clear pretty quickly here.
Yeah. Oh, Marin taking a lot of damage here.
No mana either, so he can't stick around.
Escapes the Seedling, though.
But he can rock out on his sweet guitar.
Yep. GBM could have rocked out as well, too, if he would have picked the Pentakill Karthus skin. But he didn't.
So they need to keep abusing FLICKR while he has no flash. Cataclysm is going to be back up soon. Will they go for another gank on the mid lane? They've got kill pressure in all lanes right now, so this is a good situation for Jin Air to be in. Bengi's going to have to play very cautiously. We see those Sentinels going out for Kalista.
FLICKR not even with that Will of the Ancients yet.
Kalista also,
oops.
maybe one of the reasons why she got tier 2 boots is she needs those to jump out of Cataclysm and she doesn't have flash.
Oh yeah, could be.
You actually have to have tier 2 boots to jump that wall. Interesting.
That is true. Well, Jin Air with a pretty good chance here, although it is still a fairly close game.
Marin is being as annoying as possible. This is really smart of Marin. He wants to just drive pressure into the top lane. If he dies right now, it's not that big of a deal. He has teleport up and can immediately get back into lane.
Yeah.
So
he's gotten a huge lead too.
If he can force Chaser to come up there, it's actually good for SK Telecom in this moment where it is a bit dicey for them.
Yeah,
there are a lot of opportunities for Jin Air to get kills right now.
Yep, they're going to try to do it in bot lane here. We'll see if it works. Bang coming down. Ooh, yeah, you need to be so careful. They know a bunch of, there we go, Sentinel coming in.
It's not going to see them. It's not going to see them.
Oh, it sees Chaser, though.
They walked out of the brush.
Oh, okay, interesting. Well, nice try.
I think actually they could have avoided being seen if they hadn't walked out of the brush. They could have actually, I think, squeezed around the side of the vision based on the angle.
Dragon in 40 seconds now. First one did go to Jin Air. So will SK be able to, or SK Telecom be able to set up enough of a team fight to contest this one?
Jin Air deciding to go for double Rod of Ages this game, so a lot of stacking early. So they really have changed their tactic. I mean, you have a lot of item choices that you can make on.
Oh, Onslaught of Shadows, they get the flash out of Trace. Good trade for the ult.
Yeah, you have a lot of choices you can make on Maokai and Karthus, obviously, but going for double Rod is the one you want to have the most punch in the late game. Wow, Trace is playing this really risky, actually.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Bengi coming around from behind. He just used his flash. I don't know what Trace was thinking here. I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Twisted advance back onto Marin. Marin a little bit low health, but Bengi, they should be able to focus him down. And this is right before Dragon. Dragon is up. Is Requiem enough? No, not quite. GBM and the rest of Jin Air, though, able to claim that Dragon. So SKT did end up trading a kill in the top lane for the Dragon.
You have teleport still, so it's not the end of the world. And that CS lead hasn't gotten any bigger. Uh-oh.
Oh, stun on the Bang, and he is completely caught. There's the Cataclysm, flashes away. It's not enough. Wolf on the run now in Jin Air. Yeah, a little bit too dangerous to follow that one.
FLICKR's just going to take the Rift Scuttler right now. He's actually on an invade. They want to dive this as soon as Marin comes back, or Trace comes back up, but he's not going to use TP. So they won't have an opportunity. They were hoping Trace would TP to lane right there. So right there, that map movement was saying, if he TPs the lane, we're going to kill him and dive the turret. and kill the turret. If he doesn't TP, we're going to kill the turret. So that was actually really smart by SKT. They covered all their bases right there.
True enough.
So they get that turret regardless for that dragon. It's nice, very nicely done. But they're going to trade turrets in the end.
Yeah. It just doesn't seem wise that SKT just allowed Jin Air to have that second dragon as well, too. It seems very risky.
Well, they decided to make the play up top, so they made a decision that they would be giving it up if GBM and the rest of Jin Air were ready. And the fact that GBM popped Requiem right while they were doing it too meant that everybody was chunked, so any fight that comes out of that is very difficult.
It's true.
Marin was low enough, so Trace takes the hit for the team. But Trace doesn't have to worry so much about being behind early.
Yeah, he's still going to be a big tank late game. Nothing's really going to stop that from happening. But can SKT, risk any more dragons going to Jin Air? I feel like it's when you hit 3 stacks, that's when it starts to get a little bit iffy in that you're going to be fairly close to 5.
Yeah, we're so even in this game, though.
Yeah.
And Bang is going to be going, oh man, looks like maybe he'll go Ghostblade. Okay, well, quick push for Jin Air. They managed to take another outer. No defense at the bottom side. Trace really being very conservative with his teleport usage this game.
Yeah, they're just going to trade turrets again, so now it's 2-2.
Trace is really worried that he's going to get dove. He thinks he's going to get dove every
Oh,
time.
flash on Amaran. There's the stun. There's the Cataclysm. They caught him in the end of his ult. But here comes FLICKR to turn this one around. They still got the kill on Amaran, but FLICKR going deep. Can they get the damage? There's the stun coming in from Jay again. He flashes ahead. Can't get it. Double kill now for
Turning it
Pilot.
around.
Meanwhile, Wolf in big trouble underneath the turret. Jin Air's not done yet. There's the box. Not going to stop anything. So 3 kills and a turret going to Jin Air. That was a pretty big mistake for FLICKR to follow that one, it looks like.
Well, he just doesn't have that damage yet, and the turnaround was so good from Jin Air, kiting out beautifully.
They didn't
on
even
that
have
engage.
Requiem for that, too.
No, they didn't. They didn't need it. GBM
No.
was there at the right time. Look how many wards are in topside as well. Jin Air absolutely lighting up the jungle. They'll take a tier 2 as a result. Yeah, they can't recall right there.
Yeah, well, or maybe. There's an ult. Marin coming in over the top. A lot of damage onto Pilot.
GBM's
a lot of
gonna
damage
kill
onto
him.
Jay, but look at all that burst. GBM able
Well, that
to,
was a favorable trade
all
for
right.
them at the very least.
Yeah, they got the bot lane. GBM wasn't quite able to turn it around. They lost Marin again, though.
That was a good response
1 for 2?
for SK Telecom. But GBM really scary right now. 4-1-2 at Karthus by 18 minutes. He goes back, picks up, and completes his Zhonya's Hourglass.
Well, right now, Pilot is actually doing a decent amount of damage, too, so...
Oh, yeah.
It seems a bit...
Graves is so bursty early on. Can't wait to see that replay, actually. And Bang, is he going Shiv for wave clear? What is he doing? They have very low range wave clear this game. It's a big problem for SKT. They have melee wave clear basically right now, unless Bang gets a Shiv. Because Vlad's wave clear is pretty short range, like this, to walk up to the wave. Thank you for the demonstration, FLICKR.
Yeah. Get close enough to suck the blood, because he's a hemomancer. Not a vampire. Hemomancer.
Okay. SK Telecom already trying to set up around drag. Really good early drag setups for both teams in this game so far. In both these games.
Yep, they've got 2 so far.
And GBM has really been showing up on this Karthus.
Yeah. This is the second game now where we've seen him play it really well.
The one concern for Jin Air is that by buying this static Shiv, do you set yourself too far behind in the late game? Yeah, you've got some really good burst, but Phantom Dancer, really quite good. You want to do some work there. Try and use Fate's Call.
Fate's Call, and well, it was ambitious. It was an ambitious attempt, but not going to land that death sentence.
No TP's up, and Trace is here. Marin is still top, actually taking Krugs right now.
Bang picked up a Quicksilver Sash as well, too, so...
Oh, man, he's not going to do any damage.
Yeah.
Well, he's useless, pretty much.
I guess so. And do you really... I suppose you need it against Annie. You need it against Maokai, I suppose, theoretically as well, too. But
Yeah, well, they don't even have to focus him right now. Honestly, Jin Air's now in a particularly good position because Hecarim's still pretty squishy.
Yeah, you'd think that Bang would just be going for more
And-
damage at this point.
Okay, you have QSS, but Graves can just unload with collateral damage on your team, and he's going to do way more than Bang will with that QSS.
Well, they're really going to be counting on Bangi, Marin, and FLICKR to sort of keep people occupied while Bang does damage. But
FLICKR also went Spirit Visage over going for Zhonya's. Not sure I agree with that either. Yeah, his sustain's going to be good. So SKT basically saying that they want to outlast the opposition. That's the way they're going to win team fights, but I really don't think that's going to happen.
well, Jin Air trying to move towards their third dragon right now.
Marin with the flank, but he doesn't have TP, so he can't home guard.
Coming in, there we go, ult from Bengi. Can they follow it up? Dragon actually taken by Jin Air anyway. Cataclysm goes down. FLICKR in the middle of everybody doing a lot of damage with that Hemo Plague. And meanwhile in the back, Bang chasing GBM down the river. FLICKR still alive for now. Finally goes down. GBM picking up a kill there. But over the wall comes Wolf with a big flay after that Fate's Call. Bang still full health. And SKT is going to win this team fight. Or they might pay for it. Requiem only gets GBM 1 kill. And that is an ace for 2.
Wow.
3 dragons for Jin Air, but
So,
SKT played that pretty perfectly.
Chaser stayed in the dragon pit for way too long right there. They got the dragon, but what price is it going to cost them? Because he wasn't there to create the necessary zones to keep his team alive. Bang's going to get the turret. So watch this. Chaser's going to stay in the back line right here. Great ult from Bengi. Look at that. Hemo Plague 2 on 4 members.
Really good.
Chaser gets it, but Chaser has to use Cataclysm. That's really traps more members of his own team than anything else. Actually, that Cataclysm was awful. And that was the main problem, is Chaser just couldn't do anything. If he had been able to Cataclysm at the front of that fight, I think it's an easy win for Jin Air, but Chaser there focusing on that dragon. It's actually amazing that Wolf didn't die to the... How did he live through the Requiem?
Just barely did.
I think they used Summoner Heal, actually.
Oh yeah, could be. Meanwhile, a little bit of a fight near this blue buff. Marin a little bit of trouble. They get the death sentence onto GBM. That allows for the disengage. And so SKT not getting the blue buff, but they do make it out with their life.
Wow, tying up Maokai on their front line in the Dragon Pit was really bad for Jin Air. Really bad.
Yeah. That gave Bang a lot of gold. He's got his static shiv done now. It's a little bit more damage, but still not that much. But still, I mean, if you can have a fight like that, he was untouched in that fight.
Yes. Yeah, well, of course, all the front line was stuck inside Cataclysm.
Yep. Well, that's just what SKT is going to have to try to get to have happen, right? They need to recruit Chaser. He came over to the dark side that last fight, but see what happens. FLICKR able to get quite a boost as well, too. Still an extremely close game. Kind of the big story here, I think, is that Jin Air was still able to get that dragon, so they do have 3.
That is very important. Obviously, FLICKR moving his attention to the side lanes. I'll be interested to see what he gets next. Hopefully, he's going to get that Zhonya's Hourglass. I mean, SK Telecom running on very low damage comps tonight overall, but they're making it work just through the extreme tankiness that they are bringing into these games.
Yeah, they don't have the burst, but they've got the sustain.
Yeah, the issue that they face, though, is they still do have to go all in against a Karthus, and that is highly damaging to them, even with this locket.
True.
Trying to set up a pick, not going to work. Difference between Trace and Mar in this game is absolutely massive, though. Trace has taken a lot of hits for the team so far.
Yeah, not quite the tanky Maokai they need him to be just yet. Doesn't even have that Frozen Heart done. Only the Glacial Shroud. Jin Air is still very much in this, though, but it's slipping. It's slipping just a bit.
Well, at least, if you're Jin Air, at least you can choose how this game goes. You have the massive dragon lead, so there's not so much pressure on you from that front.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Air, no stranger to the super late game. They can give SKT a couple of the dragons just to kind of get themselves back into it item-wise.
Yeah. And wait out, because Hecarim just isn't as useful as Maokai in the late game. That 20% damage reduction that Maokai gives you is so good, especially against FLICKR, who's going to be trying to pump up his team's damage with the Hemo Plague. It's a very good counter to neutralize Vlad.
I mean, I think you do have to consider the scary aspect of SKT getting that first dragon, though, getting that 6% AP and AD. At this point in the game, that actually is a pretty big damage boost for that team.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Especially against a tanky team like this.
It's like Pilot maybe going for a Bloodthirster as his next item, just to give him even more burst and try and make him a bit safer to getting caught out.
Well, SKT trying
Pilot
to make
also
a
with
pick
the
here.
QSS, by the way. Now.
OGBM. Oh, Bengi comes in, he throws the ult, he gets a slow on GBM at least, and there's a death sentence. This could be bad, ganked by Mob. Zonya's doing a lot of damage. Che comes in, tries to get the stun off. FLICKR exhausted, but in the middle of the fight. Cataclysm canceled immediately. Pilot, very low health. Oh, flash death sentence for Wolf, and that's going to be a kill onto the AD carry of Jin Air. Meanwhile, Trace alone in the back lines with the rest of SKT, and they are going to win another team fight. No kills from that Requiem. SKT getting farther ahead.
Yeah, so close, Benki and Wolf to going down, but the cleanup was great. Wolf hit a great death sentence right there to turn it around, and now
a couple of them actually.
SK Telecom coming in for this Baron. Che back up right now, but Trace a long time down, no TP. FLICKR just pushing the lane, making sure his team can get the Baron, and they're going to get him.
They will, and they're not going to kill FLICKR either. So there we go. Baron taken.
Huge turn right there.
Yep.
Maybe should have just let GBM die. Pilot and Che went in immediately. Trace hit the teleport quite quickly, but he's just not tanky enough quite yet. He went for the cowl as his next item.
Yeah.
FLICKR now building into Zonya's hourglass, and FLICKR got right into the back line and cut people off from helping GBM.
Yeah, SKT has just been playing all these team fights extremely well. Oh man, they've got Baron. Now they're going to get that first dragon and get that big damage boost at this point in the game. 6% AD and AP is a lot when you're 27 minutes in. So SKT with a team fight win, a Baron, and that first dragon.
Now,
huge boost.
Fortunately for Jin Air, the SKT's composition is really bad at sieging. So they can hold on here. The wave clear is good.
True.
It's a split push with Hecarim that they have to be the most concerned with.
Yeah, and losing team fights. Can't do that anymore. Yeah, Marin looking pretty strong on this Hecarim right now.
Oh yeah, he's completed 3 core items to 1 of Trace.
Well, SKT's just going to walk right up and take this mid lane turret, it looks like. Who's the Lantern for? Nobody.
Just for the sweet shields. Yeah. And that's the 1-3-1. Of course, Vlad, an excellent split pusher as well. So SK Telecom definitely playing this out correctly.
Going to take the blue buff too.
Vlad is such a terror in terms of split pushing in the late game.
Yeah, FLICKR building towards that Zonya's now, but just mechanically, he's done a lot with this Vladimir. Not the best KDA, but he's really been effective in team fights.
I want to see that team fight again.
I don't know if we're going to get a chance. I wish we could too, Monty. Makes me sad.
But I need to see it to know why it went that way. Besides the hook coming in and the early pick as well, and then the follow-up hook, Wolf has been really good.
Oh yeah, man, 2 great death sentences in that last team fight. One onto GBM to start it off, and then over the wall to hit the one on Pilot. Really spectacular Thresh game. Last Whisper finish now for Bang, so the damage is getting up there with this Kalista now.
Yeah, you can see he's a core item up.
Yep.
So he'll have that strength advantage in these team fights, and yeah, Jin Air looks like they're going to get 0-2'd here. Bit disappointing. I mean, Jin Air just can't quite catch a break. They played a very close series up against GE.
Yeah.
And also got 2-0'd, but it was a very close 2-0, and so has it been this series so far.
Yeah, I mean, Jin Air has the capacity to beat any team in this league, but not consistently. You know, it's going to, if you had like maybe 4 best of 3s, you could probably beat SKT in 1 or 2 of them, you know, but when it's 1 best of 3, it's a little bit tougher. Onslaught of Shadows used to go in onto Trace here. Trace uses the ultimate. Che coming in. I don't think Marin's going to be able to get a kill off of this. No, not quite, but it's a split push pressure that they're worried about it. You know, I think what this does, though, is just really solidify our top 3, right? And maybe even our top 4. Jin Air looks better than CJ. SKT looks better than Jin Air, GE. you know, at this point, it's actually kind of tough to tell, in my opinion, where they
agree.
stand with SKT. But we do know that Jin Air, I think, is a solid 3rd place in the league right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely.
Yeah, SKT versus GE is going to be great. This has been a good match too, but
I've been so impressed with Gen Air at level 1. Their early game plans are so airtight.
yeah. Well, and that's the thing is that if they're able to sort of tighten up the other parts of the game, this is a team that will beat everyone.
It's so when we're talking about games like this, it's very minor mistake. If Chaser had played that dragon fight better and not Cataclysm his own teammates in there, Jin Air would probably have a massive lead right now. They were looking so good up until that point.
Wow.
Bengi trying to kill Pink Wards in the base.
Why not, you know?
Hop over that wall on Sejuani. Got the lantern to bail you out if you need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that if this is a 2-0, which it's kind of looking like it might be, it's not a close 2-0. It's just like the GE series. Jin Air playing well, just like barely not enough.
Yep, indeed. Well, SKT playing a little bit of the waiting game right here because of that early Dragon deficit. It may take a while for them to actually close, considering their best option is that 1-3-1 with Hecarim and Vlad.
Yeah, but they can wait it out. I mean, they can be confident in winning a lot of the team fights right now, and so they can kind of just keep loading up on Dragons, Barons.
Yeah, you have enough magic resist to deal with GBM also before he gets Void Staff. GBM is really far away from Void Staff. He has no magic pen at the moment, besides what he's got in Rinse and Masteries.
Yeah, everybody on SKT right now having a good amount of magic resistance.
Yeah, good builds from SKT all around, I think.
Yep.
And FLICKR coming into this series and just building very defensive items for the most part, showing the power of these more grindy team compositions and taking advantage of the tankiness of the current meta. And
well, SKT is just so scary. I mean, they seem to have transitioned so seamlessly into 5.5 that
this is kind of what I expected.
Yeah, you really got to wonder if it's going to be SKT winning the finals this season. I mean, we're not even in the playoffs yet, but
this is such
the way things are going, I don't know.
This is such a good meta for their play style.
Oh, yeah. Very true. Goodbye, Rift Coward. Well, minute till Baron, 45 until Dragon. And Jin Air is going to need to leave their base sometime.
Thornmail on Marin. He got so very ahead this game. He's on the cusp of the Flame Horizon right now.
3 CS away, 4 CS away, 5 CS away. Yep, 3, 4. He's very close. He's very close.
Oh, there he goes.
All right, the Flame Horizon has been broken by Marin. 100 CS ahead of his lane opponent, Trace.
And Trace lost a lot of CS to Turrets because he was so afraid of Bengi diving him if that wave hit at the same time he walked up.
Yep.
And he also took a hit because he was the one who participated in that gank in the mid lane of FLICKR, but that just hasn't turned into much. FLICKR may be 2-5-5 this game, but he's still able to be a pretty impactful player in a lot of these team fights.
Yep, and now they can take Dragon and they can walk right up and take Baron as well too. Jin Air may want to try to contest it, but
they have to.
That's going to be tough.
Oh, Chaser used Smite right there. It'll be back up though.
Yep, well, it's just that 15-second cooldown if you've got 2 charges. That's right. Which I do like that change.
It's a great change. Really good change.
Well, it's kind of necessary with all the jungle enchants now. New weapons, you need it.
He just used his second Smite right there.
Okay, that wasn't very smart because SKT is starting this Baron right now, and it looks like Jin Air is saying, all right, we're just going to go for the ultra late game if we can, but despite the lack of siege for SK Telecom right now, I think they're still going to have enough to start pushing into the base.
Yeah, they probably will, Doa. They probably will.
Unopposed Baron. Wow. Okay. Mercurial Scimitar for Bang now. There's another BF sword in the inventory.
Yeah, Pilot just lagging so far behind at this point as well.
Yeah.
Where are they going to go? Void Staff is done. That's actually very important for GBM. Maybe he can actually pick up some kills with Requiem now. Considering that most people haven't built any more magic resistance the last time they team fought.
It's true. Here we go. Gonna come in, do a little bit of damage to that mid lane turret. Jin Air needs to try to defend this. They get the cannon minion. But the split push, the 1-3-1, doing work. FLICKR, they're gonna go in onto him. He can back away pretty easily, though.
Look how much heal he has at this
Seriously.
point. You can't stop this split push. That's the thing, is this is such a good 1-3-1 with the Baron buff. Any trade you make is just foiled immediately by Hecarim and Vladimir heals. Look at this, he just walk up to the turret, he doesn't even care.
Nope, any damage he takes, he just immediately gets the health right back again. Oh no, a stun. Wow, SKT. They've got the tools they need. They played it safely, and they're closing this one out very methodically, very effectively. And what does Jin Air do? There's just really nothing they can do right now.
Nope.
Oh, they're going to go in on Trace. Trace backing away. That's going to give them the turret. Now the inhibitor at risk. GBM has already taken some damage. Will Che get a nice stun in here? It's not going to save the inhibitor. Nice ult from Bengi on that Sejuani. There goes inhibitor number 1. Meanwhile, that's another one going down as well. Jin Air just pushed back into their base. Are they even going to fight this? They have to try, but they're losing their second inhibitor right now. And SKT on the verge of taking this one 2-0.
SKT has closed this game so well.
Yeah.
Fighting back from that deficit.
Here we go. Coming in. Emo Plague activated. Marin comes in with the Onslaught of Shadows. GBM tries to get back in the fight. SKT taking some decent damage. Bengi low. Pilot has not been touched yet. No, now he has been. Here comes SKT. Requiem comes down. Is it enough? A triple kill for GBM, and suddenly FLICKR has to back off. This one not over quite yet.
Nice
flash
flash.
knockup. Can they lock him down? They don't quite get him with the Twisted Advance. There's a flash from FLICKR. They're going to have to let him go.
That was a good last stand, actually.
No kidding. Well, sometimes Karthus just presses arm, man. What can you say?
That's that Void Staff difference
Yeah,
that I was talking
seriously.
about. He had Void Staff, he had Sword Shoes that time, so suddenly his Magic Pen really amping up in that last team fight. It made a world of difference. Are they going to be able to defend in this game? Probably not, but let's take a look at this one again. Not the best Emo Plague there from FLICKR. Did hit the trigger a little bit too early. Also, look how much damage GBM does with Defile. He hits nearly everybody for that entire engagement right there. Bang gets obliterated.
Man, Pilot was able to get a lot of good attacks in there anyway. His damage may be a bit lower, but he had plenty of time to do it. 2 inhibitors down, though, before Jin Air was able to win that fight, so it's still dire straits.
Yeah, FLICKR will get his Void Staff down too. That's another big item purchase complete for him.
True. Another BF sword for Bang, because why not? And Mikhail's close to being done for Wolf now. But with the QSS on the AD carry already, it's not as vital.
So you want to place bets on how long it is until we see Zillion in the current meta?
Hopefully not too long. I really like the new Zillion. And they lowered the cooldown on his Q in the last patch too.
Yeah, think about this ultra tanky meta. That's what happens. Zillion returns every time.
Yep. Yep. Gets to bring people back. The zoning that you can do with his bombs now is very, very cool. And, you know, delivering the bomb on a Hecarim or something sounds like fun to me. Yeah, I love the Zillion changes. SKT coming back. Trying again. Baron buff gone now, of course. Less than a minute until Dragon, though.
Marin is like 2 core items up on Trace, so this is a really hard battle for Trace to win right here.
Yeah, he's just hanging out in the base right now, just keeping the super minion waves pushing. And here comes SK Telecom. Just bulldozing their way in. There goes the inhibitor turret. Now they're going after the inhibitor
Jin Air
again.
has to engage.
Trace needs to do something, and Requiem just came up for GBM. It is time. Huge ult from Bengi, though. Pilot stayed out of it. Can he do enough damage? Emo Plague goes down. GBM in the middle. Pops that zone. Bengi's going to get taken out. Wolf and the rest of SKT already backing out. Here comes Requiem. Is it enough?
Tibbers
no
missed.
kills. Tibbers did miss. FLICKR still jumped on, able to pull out of that one. They're going to turn around again. Pilot in the middle of everything goes down, and SKT, I think that's what they needed to end this one right here. Chaser's going to get taken out. There's a double kill for Bang, and Chaser, you're running the wrong way, buddy, man. Your base is the other direction. FLICKR's going to pick up another kill eventually. Well, I think the rest of his team's just going to go in. There we go. There's the ace. And SK Telecom, despite the valiant effort from the Jin Air Green Wings, will be able to close this one out 2-0. Jin Air a solid 3rd place, and SK Telecom after tonight. Watch out, GE Tigers. This was it's looking like a serious match coming up here.
Yeah, it will be at the end of this season. We'll see how both of these teams actually take it, Doa, because now, as long as SK Telecom win their next match against Samsung, they will be locked into 2nd place, GE locked into 1st place. How willing will they be to show their strategies. I'm not sure that's going to be a great game, really.
Well, we'll see. I mean, Samsung is, not exactly the greatest team, so I don't think SKT is going to have to really show a whole lot to beat them. But Jin Air, again, it's a tough loss for these guys. Another pretty valiant effort. It was a 2-0, yeah, but it was another close 2-0 for
really
Jin Air.
Close.
I think it, like we said earlier, it just solidifies Jin Air as the third-place team in Korea.
Yeah, and SKT fighting. Indeed, they fought quite well tonight.
He got his wish, man. SKT with the 2-0.
I hope Wolf gets MVP after that. Wolf was very good that match.
Oh, man, his death sentences were pretty spectacular. Yeah, I think you could make an argument for Marin as well, too.
Well, with that, though, we do see SKT and Jin Air split 1-1 on the season. Both matches 2-0, actually. So this time, SKT gets the upper hand. See how Jin Air adapts. Hopefully, we'll see some changes to these AD carries where they are more effective against some of these ultra tank lineups. But SKT taking really well to this new meta. In fact, being pretty innovative, just running these full tank compositions.
Yeah, and running them really well. I mean, FLICKR played it great at Nivea in game number 1. Was a bit over-eager in the beginning of game number 2 with that Vladimir, but came back with some very solid team fighting and split pushing. Yep, so SK Telecom gets that 2-0. And a little bit quicker night than I thought we'd have tonight. But man, it was only 2 games, but that match delivered. That was 2 great games.
Very good games indeed. And so Jin Air still have some work to do. Go mostly in the pick and ban side of things.
Yeah.
Make sure they have the appropriate champion pools right here, and start thinking about diversifying, particularly their AD carry picks.
I think things. You just said it. I was going to say that I think things are going to be particularly tough on Pilot. He needs to adapt. I think it might be time to bring back Captain Jack. That
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Captain, if you need a guy who's going to play those auto-attacking carries, I think Captain Jack's going to be your guy, man. Vayne, Caitlyn, he's no stranger to that style of play. So Pilot's days maybe numbered in the starting roster here. We'll see how he can adapt.
Yeah, that said, though, Bang, we saw him start this season with a lot of auto-attacking ADs, and we know he played tons of Caitlyn on SKTS.
Oh, yeah.
Tons.
Yep. Mountains
of Caitlyn. All right. Of course, we will be going to that MVP interview.
But first, we'll see who the MVP is. It's going to be Bengi, 1-4-15. Played a very solid Sejuani game. All in all, a great night for Bengi. A jungler that's had it a bit tough, but hey, the meta's back in Bengi's favor, and that means Bengi is back too.
He had a rough first half of the season, but he really has been very good in the second half. His control over vision, his counter jungling have been excellent.
Jarvan's been much better too.
In the last, SKT's on a 5-match win streak right now. Can't really complain with his play over that duration. And here we go. Seeing some punishment right here. Trace messing up pretty badly right there. Just walking right back into that wave after he already blew his flash.
These aren't the most mechanically amazing plays that we're seeing from Bengi right here.
But it doesn't have to
There
be.
we go. That's better.
This is a really good setup. They do trade 2 for 1 by getting Pilot and Che. You can see GBM's damage pretty intense.
Yeah. Not intense enough to stop that double kill. There we go.
Oh, Chaser. If he had just let this dragon go.
And look at that. I mean, the Cataclysm just really ruined Jin Air in that fight.
That was really the turning point right there.
It was, yeah.
Chaser had a chance to get right over the wall onto the back line of SK Telecom and chose to bottle his team up instead.
And FLICKR just had a party in the dragon pit with Jin Air there.
Yeah.
Not something you want to have happen if there's a Vlad on the other team.
I think if Jin Air plays that fight properly, they win that game. But they don't. SK Telecom takes advantage of it. Bengi does land a very good ult. And SK Telecom
There's a good emo play.
turns it around.
Yeah. Yep, and in the end, at least, GBM got that cool triple kill moment with Requiem. That always feels good. That's always fun. And this was the final fight. And, once they got Pilot as well, too, you knew this one was pretty over in that final fight. So now it is time for the MVP interview. And once again, June, bring us the translation as always.
Oh, nice of FLICKR to label himself in case we got confused.
I wasn't sure who that was.
I'm gonna make a hat that says Monty, and you can wear it.
Thanks.
Thank you for that.
Anytime.
Let's get into an MVP interview with FLICKR and Bengi. With two exciting games. Interview with FLICKR first. So you played in Nivea. Nivea's wall proved to be too big for Gang by Mom. So how do you feel right now? We prepared the comp in the first game really hard in scrims. Like we practiced that comp really hard. So I think results were expected to be positive. Before the debut as a professional gamer, I enjoyed playing in Nivea, and in recent times I played in Nivea and it worked out pretty well in solo queue. So we started practicing it in scrims, and the results were pretty good. So we decided to pick it today. So there's a saying that Nivea has walls, so isn't it Gang by Mom's weakness?
Good point.
Didn't really realize it, but when we picked it, oh yeah, Nivea has wall. Must be GBM's weakness. So what were your thoughts when Trundle got picked? We didn't really predict a Trundle pick. I think Trundle was a good pick for them, to be honest. So Jin Air must have prepared really hard against us as well. So in early game it was tough. Did you feel that you would win it in the late game, as you always think? I always think I'm always really confident about my late game prowess and our team's late game decisions. So I was really confident. But however, I was kind of disappointed in game 2. My Vladimir play, I could have carried harder. So in game 1, like your comp, it really shown during your team fights. Getting Trundle stuck on walls in dragon fights, turning around fights, etc. So what are your thoughts? We had really good synergy. We were able to communicate really a lot with my teammates. So I think the team fights went really smooth because our synergy and communication was so great. So there was a scene where Bengi took blue 2 times in a row when you're playing Nivea. I was really surprised and flustered when I stole it. And the second time I was kind of scared, and the third time I was so scared that I didn't even use any skills on the blue buff on the blue buff. So. I told Bengi to recall on the second blue buff, so I can solo it alone. But Bengi, being a nice guy, tried to leash for me, and the blue got stolen. So I was kind of upset.
I'm Bengi and I'm helping. Stare to the camera, FLICKR.
So in the second half of split, unbeaten. So any plans for the future? We'll win our next 2 games. We're doing really well. I'm very confident, and our aim is to win all the games this second half of the season. So I hope we won't disappoint you fans. Now an interview with Bengi. Well, thoughts right now is I thought I didn't play out the first game very well, so I tried my hardest in game 2. So you lost against Junior in the first round, Robin. Did you prepare anything special for the second time meeting? We prepared a lot. It's picks like Alistar, and it worked out pretty well at the end.
2세트는 정말 페이커 죽이기 전략이었던 것처럼 1렙부터 거의 계속
So there was a mid gank at level 1. What were your teammates saying when Faker got 4-man ganked? Well, Carthus lost his flash in the early game. Faker told me to come, but I decided to go top actually. At level 1, I didn't really expect them to come at all, but I just died because they came. I think it was my mistake ultimately.
선수가 진해원 쪽에서도 많이 경계 대상이었던 것 같은데 마지막에는 본진에서 카서스 진호국 때문에 트리플 킬이 발생했어요.
So in the later parts of game 2, when you got triple killed by Carthus, what were your comments? We were a bit surprised when Carthus triple killed, but with Requiem. But I think we got the late game on lockdown. To be honest, even though he got a triple kill, so we weren't worried much. So if you just win one more game, you're locked in at second place. So how do you feel? I think we're up against Samsung in one of our remaining games, so I think we should just win those games. It's predicted that we predicted to win those games, so I think second place we should be able to achieve it. So we are unbeaten in the second round robin, but we'll try our hardest as always and try to finish the season undefeated in the second round robin. Okay, so that's the end of the interview. Monte and Doa, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, June. And there you go, a 2-0 for SK Telecom T1, one step closer to locking in second place. All they need to do is beat Samsung next week.
Yep, and that should be relatively easy for them, I believe, unless there is a staggering upset in store for us.
That's right, so today's results, Najin with the 2-0 over Incredible Miracle. Pretty expected, Najin just by far the better team, and I am, again, after losing Wisdom in the jungle, just getting no traction at all, and I don't know if these guys are going to be able to win a match for the rest of the season.
I hope Najin is stabilized in terms of their consistency, because they played very well earlier tonight.
True enough, and speaking of playing well, SK Telecom and Jin Air both showing us great games in our second match. A 2-0 for SKT, but it was a close 2-0, a great pair of games.
Yeah, really good series, and also SK Telecom adapting extremely quickly to this new meta. Of course, those jungle changes really making a big, big difference in how team compositions play out, and we're going to see how fast some of these other teams can adapt as we move into the playoffs in a couple of weeks.
Man, 5.5 has been great. 9-3 now for SK Telecom in second place, and again, all they need to do is beat Samsung to lock that up. Meanwhile, CJ and Jin Air, there's kind of the big question there. Who's going to take third? Who's going to take fourth? Who's going to have to fight the GE Tigers in the first round of the playoffs? It's a big deal.
Right, but we don't know how well GE's going to adapt. They lost their first match in the past week. How much stock did they put in that when they have things locked up?
How much are they really trying right now? Well, guys, next week, GE Tigers versus Najin. And GE, they lost that match to KT. Didn't look like they were trying that hard. They didn't really need to try at all in that match. They've got first place locked up. Nothing to gain from it. Why not take it easy, focus on the playoffs. We'll see if they can beat Najin, though. And then on Friday, it's going to be Samsung versus SK Telecom T1. We're at that point in the round where it's going to only be one best of 3 on Friday as well. And that could be SKT1's ticket to second place, or staying in second place.
Probably will be.
I think so, too. Be pretty shocking. That'd be like WE beating GE or something. That's crazy, man. Then on Saturday, IM versus KT Rolster. We'll see what happens there. I think KT is going to take that one pretty easily. And then CJ Entis versus Jin Air. A big match with big playoff implications.
Right. You can kind of avoid. I mean, honestly, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Do you want to face GE in the playoffs, or do you want to face SKT?
There
I wouldn't want to face either,
There's no
actually.
good options right now. You know, you'd have to expect Jin Air to be, you know, a little bit in the lead going into that one against CJ. I feel like they're the stronger looking team right now. CJ seems to be faltering a little bit, even though they have, you know, locked in at least 4th place. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. It's always a bit of a surprise whenever we have matches here in Korea or in Poland, I guess, too. Yeah.
Yeah, so should be interesting. CJ versus Jin Air. That will probably determine who takes 3rd place and who takes 4th place.
Yeah, it
because,
probably will. Yeah.
If Jin Air wins, they'll tie, but they'll have a pretty big point advantage. And then we would expect both teams to close out their last games. So that could be a big deal. Could be exciting, and that will help shape our playoff race as we head into the last 2 weeks. And then, of course, top 4 teams will go into a best-of-5 semifinal bracket for the next season.
Yep,
Exciting
seems
times.
likely. So go to ogn.azubu.tv, vote for your favorite super play. There are a lot of good ones this week,
Yeah.
and you've got until I believe it's Monday to do that. But why wait? Go do it right now. I mean, you don't have to sleep, right? Or actually, you probably already woke up, so your day is ahead of you. Why not start it by watching some awesome plays, right?
Right.
Right. There you go.
Also, sorry to the LCS regions for what SKT did to the meta for your playoffs today.
Oh, yeah,
I would like to
that's-
personally apologize on behalf of SKT. Enjoy tank time.
Who knows what we're going to see, guys. Well, we enjoyed it. We'll enjoy the matches next week, too, guys. Until then, thanks for watching. Doan Monte Cristo from Seoul, South Korea for League of Legends Champions Korea. Awesome week. It's going to be even more awesome next time around. We'll see you then. Have a great night. Have a great couple days, actually. And we'll see you next Wednesday for the next match of champions. I'm just going to keep going. Just waiting for it. There we go. See you next time.